to Puzzle Party. This is going to be a one-off hotfix special featuring your favorite puzzle speedruns. My name is Dangerous. And about I think it was like 2 months ago or something like that, I was in a voice call with Oscar, and I was like, there's no puzzle, like, hotfix shows. Like, there's probably not enough puzzle shows out there to really make for a full, like, recurring show, like a puzzle show. I was like, somebody should do a one-off hotfix special featuring puzzle show. And that's how this was born. So we've got a very awesome list for you today. We've got some amazing indie titles. Titles you probably haven't heard of before. We're going to be featuring a little indie title called Portal. No one's heard of that. That's going to be a crazy when that happens. We're also...
What about... I mean, that's an indie one. I mean, if you're talking about indie games, I would 100%... I'm apparently quiet, so keep talking.
Oscar's muted.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm coming through.
Okay.
Magic. Anyway, let me continue my bit. No, when it comes to indie games, I mean, Portal, I don't really necessarily call it an indie game.
Of course, it's an indie games. No one's heard of Portal. I never heard of Portal until we started putting the show together.
If we're talking indie games, we're talking about, like, I mean, Tetris.
Tetris? Who's heard of Tetris?
Nobody?
Have we carried this joke on long enough? Anyways, we're going to go ahead and jump into the run. This first run, we're actually going to, it was actually kind of partially the inspiration for this show in the first place. Unfortunately, we were originally going to have Brian Otto here to showcase it, but due to some personal circumstances, he was not able to be here. So everybody say, we love you, Bri. Put that in chat right now. But to compensate for that, we got Mr. Bobby Berm here with less than 24 hours notice. This guy got in his car, drove overnight to get back home, took a 30-minute nap, and is like ready to go. This guy, less than 24 hours, preparation before coming to this event. So let's give it up for Mr. Bobby Berm running Viewfinder, 80%.
Was at a wedding yesterday, drove overnight and made it back. I'm so happy I could make it. Again, yeah, shout out to Bri, awesome member of the Viewfinder community. I'm going to be running it at TwitchCon as well, which is awesome for GDQX. And then also this game got in for AGDQ 2024, which is awesome. And Zooch is running that there. So I'm really excited for both of those runs as well. So without further ado, I guess we kick it off. Again, I'm Bobby Berm, ready to do Viewfinder any percent. The timer is going to start once I actually load in to the game. Right when you first see the game show up is when we're going to start that timer. So ready to go, everyone?
I'm ready.
All right. All right. Let's hit start new game, and timer will start right about now. All right. So welcome. Thank you. Welcome to Viewfinder. This game is entirely based around, manipulating photos, either photos that are taken for you or photos that you take. There's a lot of cool different mechanics that we manipulate here. This is the first time we're going to see the battery here. Just going to drop that right there for myself. Do that one more time right there. Perfect. Drops right on top of that on top of that battery pad. That's the first couple batteries that we're going to see here. Next up is our second battery. So we're going to drop it out of this photo, and I catch it right in my hands, just like that, and we're good to go. So that was the first level done, just like that. That's kind of the summary of this game. This game moves very quickly, and if you blink, you're going to miss it. So there's a lot of quick movements. Our speed is kind of locked, but there's a lot of quick movement otherwise as well. So for example, here, very precise placement of a bridge where I have to hop onto this little corner and go up like this. And we're just done with the level, just like that. We don't do anything that's intended in that level. Upcoming here, we grab 2 batteries. One right here. We just break that wall, grab the battery. Then we break that second wall here. Grab that over here. Something that I'll show you a little bit later on in the run is battery juggling. That'll show you a little bit later where we push batteries with each other. So that'll be interesting. And here's some pretty normal mechanics, just dropping photos just right underneath us, just falling. Why not, Totally expected behavior, right?
Oh, you broke the game.
The game broke.
The game's broken.
We might have to restart. I don't know. That's a joke, by the way. Don't restart. But yeah, so the whole like lore behind this game is, you know, you're in a simulation and kind of running through these different photos and these sequences. So we kind of break out of our sequence there and kind of go right back in. So it's a very cool mechanism here. So don't forget to hand sanitize, folks. Always got to sanitize the hands. All right, so like I said, very quick movement, a lot of battery placements. We're going to be falling like you saw just then. We're going to be falling a lot to speed up our movement. Walking is boring. Walking is boring. We want to fall as much as we can, so we're going to be doing that often throughout this game. It's also faster to reset there back to that main hub instead of actually just walking back to the dorm. So now we can finish this level the normal way and bridge this gap with 2 photos. And we do that here. 1, if I place the second one well, we'll be good to go.
Photos are back to normal too.
Perfect. So this upcoming level is what I like to call falling, but more. So aptly named. We're going to grab about 3 or 4 photos, and it's just going to be constant falling. So let's see if I can get it first try here and do it well.
This part's so hard.
It's very finicky sometimes. 1, 2, drop here, grab this photo. 3rd drop, 4th drop, 5th drop, and 1 for good luck at the very end. So, like I said, falling but more. And then we grab that photo here, and then we're done with that level. Thank you.
He made that look easy. That's not that easy, believe me.
Thank you. So yeah, that was our first 2 levels already completed out of this first hub world. So we have like, I think 4 or 5 hub worlds in this game. One of them is arguably not a hub world. It's like the beginning or the intro, but I digress. It's our photocopier, so it's introduced in the game where we can duplicate photos. Later on, you'll see you'll be able to take photos yourself and be able to duplicate them instead of having to grab the ones that they give you. So we do some quick manipulation of that photo here to just turn it, and we're just already done. The entire first hub is done. Did you blink? Did you miss it?
I blinked. Do it again.
All right, because got to reset again. That's twice.
We have to twice. We've had to reset, and we're not even out of the first hub yet.
What the heck? All right, so here comes a train. So choo-choo, you know. So here's the train. One of the most complicated parts of this run is glitching out of the train. Now, glitching out of the train automatically sends you to the next level once you fall out and it loads in, right? So we have a kind of a precise setup. You don't have to use a precise setup here, but this is the one that's been the most consistent. So let's see if I can get it. Nice. That's awesome. That's the hardest one of the 4 that we're going to do. So I'm really happy we got that one. So once we load into level, we'll start falling. And once the level loads in, we'll load into the next hub world, excuse me. And so you see that train. We would have had to wait this whole time for that train to go over. But instead, we just jump out and go to the next level. And so this second hub world is a lot of perspective puzzles to start off here. So you kind of see you have to get in the spot that you have to be in to load in the world, so to speak. Kind of reminds me of like The Witness in that way, where it's like you have to be in the right spot to see something to make it happen, right? I want to think that was inspired by The Witness a little bit, but that's just me speculating. But cool. They kind of get more and more complicated across these. So you see another perspective-based puzzle here. We're going to have 2 more in this level. So we're going to grab this. Really precise placement right there. If I put it too low, I'm not able to load the end of the level. If I put it too high, I'm not able to do this puzzle because there's a wall in the way. So it's a very precise placement for that one. Very clean. All right, and the last level here is 3 switches. Now we could do it the normal way, which would be boring. But we're speedrunners. We must do it the fast way. So we hit this switch. We could walk all the way around that corner, but instead we grab a card, break the wall, go through the wall, flip the switch, go back through the wall, and now we're done. Easy peasy, you know?
That saves about 1.5 seconds that way.
Yeah, it's so silly. It saves like 3 seconds or something just by walking around the corner or something. But yeah, this one's a little precise. We have to be in this exact spot to hop on these little pieces of wood, I think, on the edge here. So let's see if I can get it. Nice. I promise that's way more precise.
That's so hard. I cannot do that consistently.
There is a bit of a setup that you can do a little bit more slow, but that's no fun. We don't want to go slow. All right, so 2 batteries here. One of them we grab here. a bunch of different ways you can do this level, and that's a kind of a theme across this game. There's a lot of different ways to do a lot of these levels. This one, you can opt to take photos first or grab the batteries first, whatever makes you feel comfortable. But this is the way I do it. It's pretty solid. And there's an extremely hard strategy for this level. You'll see that the viewfinders or the photo mechanics don't really move. They're stuck to the ground. So you kind of just have to take photos of where they are. There is a way you can take photos where you can kind of fall into the next frame, like I was mentioning before. But for safety and for time, I'm going to make sure we get out of that one quickly. And just like that, we're in the second hub world, the last required level of this hub world. And this is where we're going to see our first battery juggle. Now, battery juggling is a way that we can use batteries to push other batteries further, so we don't have to go back and forth to grab one, go drop it, grab one, go drop it. So it's going to look something like this. Let's see if I can do it correctly. Nice.
Nice.
So we just flip it up there, push these over, and we're good to go. We don't have to do any back and forth. Nothing at all. Quick little jump here, if I can get it. Nice. All right, so this level is called Batteries, but in reverse. Y'all, I'm making up the names as we go, if that didn't... I'm making it up as we're going here. No, anyway, we take a photo of a quick battery here, drop this on top of the pad, we should be good to go, and it lights this up out of the second hub world. Again, did you blink? Did you miss it? That's...
Oh, I blinked. Do it again.
Do it again. 2 out of the 5. Done already. Stop blinking.
You will appreciate this. Someone in chat has said, can't tell if you're breaking the game or if this is how it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Yes. Literally, Oscar and I both said yes to that.
All right, second glitch out. See if I can get it. The nice thing is we discovered that if... Okay, never mind. I got it anyway, which was cool. If we don't get it, there is a way that you could just restart the level once the next level loads in. And because we run this game with game time and not real time, glitching out of the train stops your timer. So you want to get out of that train as quickly as possible to stop your timer and load into the next level. Oops. So that's one thing to call out there. But a couple perspective-based puzzles here. Flip some switches. Hi, just everyone say out of the train. That's not supposed to be there. Cool. A couple perspective-based puzzles. And now... the fun part is that we get to take our own photos now. Previously, we were kind of grabbing photos randomly, seemingly. But now we get to grab a camera and take our own, which is really cool. So this is where the game starts to really break for the better. So what we're going to do here is we're going to place this, grab the camera, reverse, and somehow now, usually there's a cutscene where you have to wait to use the camera where Kate the cat talks for about 30 seconds, but if we grab that, reverse it, and drop it again, we can just use it right away for whatever reason. This is one of my favorite levels in the game. I'm not even going to talk. I'm just going to show you. You just glitch through a wall. Very
I could never
fun.
get that glitch to work either. I always had to like go around the wall.
The key in my eyes is you have to take a mini step towards the wall to make sure you can glitch through it right away.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That was how I like to do it. A couple different ways to do this level as well, but I'm doing this the 1 second slower way for the sake of safety. This one, you just take a photo vertically and just drop straight down. Pretty simple. This one is a fun one. We're going to take a photo of the end battery. We're going to drop it on our heads, take a photo as it's falling, and put this here. And that'll drop right on top of the platform. We'll just grab this and shuffle it over, and we're good. All right. So now, again, like I mentioned, the game gets a little wonky. So we're going to do a lot of things that seemingly don't make sense to get to the end of the game. So like this one, for example, why put that there, you ask? Well, because you could just jump through that wall and grab a piece of film and you're basically done with the level. You don't have to do any of the intended mechanics, which is awesome. Let's see if that's vertical enough. Yep, we're good. Here, we're going to see an instance of battery juggling again, like I showed you before. So we're going to grab this battery that's further and kind of toss it. So we'll do this. Really nice, actually. Good. Then one final level here. This level casually stumped me. You have to take a photo of a battery to duplicate it and keep your other battery. It's very, very difficult to figure out casually. But very fun as a speed run. All right. 2 done. So this next one is where we start to see some more light up puzzles with switches. So here's the first one here. We're gonna make sure we keep that end viewfinder in perspective while we also keep the lever. So we're gonna jump, grab that, already
Nicely
done.
done.
Thank you. Same thing here. Same thing here. We want to make sure that entire coil is in frame, because if it's not, it'll break in the photo that we take and it won't work. Y'all, don't blink. If you blink, you'll miss it. Did you blink?
I love
Again.
that level so much.
It's the
This
second
one too.
chance.
Yep.
Second chance. Okay? Falling. Because why walk when you can just fall really fast? You know? All right. So we have 2 levels left in this hub world. I would say this level right here is the most technical across this hub for sure. There's a lot of little movements that are really finicky towards the end of the level. So we're going to see if we can get this correct. First try here. So put this straight down and turn it. Also, one thing I'll call out is that you'll see I'm turning these photos, right? These are on locked degrees, so it's not like I'm getting like perfect 90-degree turns every time. The game does help you in a way and locks it for you, which is nice. Let me just see if I can get this. This is hard. I don't know if I got it. Let me try it one more time. It's a tough one. One more time. This is faster usually. Jump here. Nice. Perfect. There we go.
That looks good.
It's perfect because you have to get them both in the photo as you're jumping. Otherwise, that doesn't work. One thing as we're kind of hanging out here, I will casually mention that I don't think I actually explicitly called out. This game has a reverse functionality. So if you see me go back in time, this game does give you the option to go back in time either to the last action that you took or to the beginning of the level by double tapping R. So it's amazing for practicing. And it's amazing for if you make a tiny mistake, you're able to go back really quickly and fix it, which is awesome. Also, sorry if that level made no sense. Because it was all perspective-based silliness.
This game by and large doesn't make a lot of sense, so.
Yes, yeah. Across the board, this game is a lot of what are you doing? I have to walk through those pillars in a certain way to make sure this forms for exactly that same reason. Because perspective, why not? There is a glitch in this level where you can make... This battery doesn't actually exist as much as you want it to exist. But...
Oh, you're not going to do the one strat?
It's incredibly difficult.
It is, yeah, fair.
It is incredibly difficult. And this also actually saves... Like, I think you have to get that strat the first 2 battery checks. Otherwise... It's slower, I think.
Yeah, it's not a huge difference in time, but it's so cool.
It is, yeah. Maybe if we have an extra minute at the end, I can showcase it if we have a second. But if not, totally fine. But let's see if we have a 3rd train here. See if we can get out quickly. I'm just spamming spacebar to jump to kind of get us out. Nice.
There you go. Nice.
Awesome. Cool. Again,
and those
not a big
train clips are way harder than he makes them look.
For real, yes. All right, so these 3 levels are probably arguably the hardest in the game, technically, because there's a lot of stuff going on. So, Dane, did you want to explain this one?
Yeah, so there's 2 things that he's going to do right here. This is called an IJ for infinite jump, and basically what he's going to do is jump against that wall. And then he's going to sit down and interact at the same time. And you can set that to the same key in game. Like you can bind two actions to one input in game. So it's not cheating, even though that would be cheating in any other game. And what you do is by sitting and rewinding at the same time, you can rewind back to that point right at the crest of that jump, and you'll get an extra jump out of it. So you can basically it's a double jump that's not intended. Oh, a little too far. But yeah, it's an unintended double jump, and that lets you skip having to do that puzzle the intended way.
This is the hardest. This is easily the hardest thing of the game.
Yeah, so he's going to do what's called a mug jump here. So this mug is going to help him get up to that next level. There's some wonky collision in the Unity engine, which this is built on. And by jumping against that mug on a very specific set of frames, he's going to get launched upward. But it is very, very, very precise. And the mug has to be upright for it to work. If the mug is on its side, it won't work.
I'm focusing here if I'm quiet.
Yeah.
Oop, that's close.
Almost.
Close. We restart to reset the mug. The mug also gets pushed more and more over time if you don't hit it right away. So you want to get it. You want to get it on your first couple attempts. So like one, reset here. So get this. Restart one more time. We're gonna get this.
And yes, this is as hard as it looks. I've
Usually-
literally never actually gotten this skip before. I've tried and I've never gotten it, so I just do it the long way.
We can do it. We can do it. We're doing it.
We will extend the show for this trip.
We will make sure that if it goes too long, I'll do it. I'll do it the normal
We
way.
will go an hour over estimate for this.
well.
Kidding, by the way.
Yeah. No.
Producers, please don't fire me.
All right. I'll give it like 2 more tries. If I don't get it, I'll go around.
But you can see like what he's trying to do. Like he's trying to like boost himself off the mug to get up there. And I don't know who discovered this, but I'm very upset with them for doing so.
There we go.
There we go. Nice.
Nice. Awesome. Finally got it. Oh man, that skip, that is if you couldn't tell, it is a run breaker. It is for sure a PB and run breaker.
Is it
for that
frame
exact
perfect?
reason.
Is it frame perfect or is it like 3 frame? Oh, like a 3 frame window? I forget.
I don't know if it's frame. I don't think it's frame perfect because I can get it. You can get it like in a bunch of different positions. It might be. I don't want to misquote anything here, but
Gotcha.
unsure.
This one's cool.
Yeah.
Just
Bop. Let that drop. All right. So here you'll notice that there's a lot of blue. Like the whole area is blue. Anything that's blue or purple in color, you can't actually take a photo of. So we abuse that to take photos through things often in this level. So as you'll see here, we just kind of drop the platform underneath the battery instead of moving the battery itself. So awesome. Cool. Moving on. And upcoming here is sound levels. So levels that are completed based off of audio triggers in the game. So there's one of those. So I'm taking a photo here, and there are some boom boxes that are lighting up switches here. So I know the position of the boom box, and I can take a photo exactly where I can place that photo in a way that will end the level for me. So same here, you just turn that. You take a photo of the boom box completed, and then we're good to go here. This is pretty precise. We have to place 2 different little systems here. 1, 2, done. Same one here. We actually just move the beginning towards the end of the level in order to get through this one. Just like that. We got 2 more inside of this level. This one, we just grab this photo, put this here, and then we basically move the lit up part over to the end of the level as well. So it's a lot of moving boom boxes around to make sure we can get the ending. Here, I'm going to have a little bit of focus time here because this is a little precise. So I have to place these 2 photos in a way so precisely where I can get them lit up. So let me do this.
the setup is pretty tricky actually to get
tricky.
this to work properly. Collision's blocked.
Yes. Let's see if I can get it here. There we go.
Nice.
Awesome. Perfect. Awesome. So we have one more level here. One more level to go. And you were talking, Dan, you were talking about Portal before. It's almost like we're going to foreshadow that again.
Possibly.
I'm not saying, whoa.
Whoa.
What is this?
Whoa.
The world is like drawn? Now it's
Chat,
not?
who's a fan of Instagram filters?
Me.
You're not going to do the battery launch?
Oh, no, I have not. That's like a new strat, isn't it?
It's not extremely new, but
Not extremely new?
It is really not marathon safe.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
you're fine.
there is one here too that I know Bri had done a few times for this level to kind of skip all of this movement. It is, I have only seen it completed in runs a couple times. Like, and for PB runs or even just completed runs, it is very difficult.
Yeah.
Basically, it's using that same IJ mechanic that we saw before to get around that corner and hit that switch without having to do all this extra walking, which saves a bunch of time, but is very, very precise. Also, that green filter always throws me off. All right, so we have 3 of them here. We're actually just going to skip the red filter in order to just go straight into the blue because we want to save time here. So it's very precise. So I'm going to focus up here for a second. It should be okay. Ooh, close.
Oh, so close.
Nice. There we
Nice.
go.
Very good.
Awesome. Saved it.
That's actually really tough. So
It's very, very tight timing. By the time you hear that audio turn off, the ticking sound you hear, that's the time you have to get through that door. So, all right. And so upcoming here is our final hub world of the game. This is our last little area for this one. Fun fact, you have to look at this cannon, otherwise it won't start. It's a very attention-hungry cannon. It needs attention. You have to look at it, otherwise it won't break, which makes no sense unless you play the game. So go play the game. The lore is really good. So to understand what that means.
Oh yeah, something
right.
that was brought up in chat that we forgot to mention is that
Sure.
IJs were patched at one point, so that glitch where you can double jump was partially patched, going from one patch to another, and it because several calls brought it up. It's actually like really, really, really hard to do now because they changed the way that the rewind works in your own perspective, and it's annoying. And
You used to be able to watch yourself go backwards while you sat, but now you can only do it based off of your camera movements, which is wild. So also this level is debated whether it's faster to just restart once the level loads in or to glitch out of the tram or the train, but I do it regardless because it's good practice and why not? All right, so this level, there's about 3 different ways to do this. I'm going to do this the medium hard way. There is a way you can not grab this photo and just go straight to the other one, but I'm going to do this in a way that I'm consistent with. So what you can do here is start this photo and get right in front of it and take a really close-up selfie. I think that might be okay. Let's see if that works. That might work.
it only works like half the time for me.
Really?
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you. That's a very tight photo as well because you can easily fall off that ledge. All right, so again, we're taking some photos with some non-moving cameras here. So I look in this direction, so when I actually place the photo, I'm already looking at the portal, so I can just quickly run out. Same thing here, but we're gonna grab a battery. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna take a photo of a battery to duplicate a battery. So here, we're gonna do this here. We're gonna go inside a cage and grab it. We're gonna do something like this. Throw it out there. Go grab that battery. We're gonna take a photo with it and duplicate it. Say goodbye to the battery now. We don't need that anymore. We have a new battery. All right, and this is a little precise. Let's see if I can get this first try. Awesome.
Ooh, nice.
That's also pretty hard.
Oh.
I'm happy, and I missed the jump. You know.
You got the hard jump and missed the easy jump.
Exactly right. Of course, you know. There's a whole mechanic behind that jump. Or there's a whole mechanic in that level, obviously, but we don't do that. We just jump around things. This one, you're supposed to use 3 photos, but because we're speedrunners, we use 2. Because why not? And you can actually make this little gap without actually needing a distant photo. You can just use 2 short photos. All right. You keep it up,
I do want to point out, two people in chat have said no hammer jump SMH. So I think you've upset some people.
Not the hammer jump. I could have tried it. I would have been jumping on that hammer for minutes. I promise you, Chad. I would have been jumping on that hammer.
We used up all our minutes on mug jump, so
yeah, exactly.
We had to do one or the other.
We are on a schedule today, y'all. It was one or the other. It was either hammer or the mug for today. All right. So here again, so this level, its whole theme is like, once you take a photo, it like removes it from the world and it only exists then in the photo. So that was good.
Nice.
So here we take a photo through a wall, kind of like we were talking about before, place a little platform to get across with the battery, and we should be good to go with this level. And now, upcoming is my favorite level in the entire game. This is the best level in the game, in my opinion. So this one, we're going to take a photo of a falling battery and ourselves in the same photo to duplicate ourselves and a battery. So we grab a photo and we take a photo at the same time. Ooh, it might be close. Ooh, it's only a piece. We're going to redo that. We have to do this. There we go. Way better. There we go. That should work. Nice. Perfect.
Nice.
All right, there we go. That's such a fun level. I love that one so much. You taking a photo of a falling battery
so
with
hard,
yourself.
though.
It's very difficult. Yes.
It's so
I need to
hard.
grab this. All right, it is very difficult for sure. I think I'll be in the photo. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Let's see here. Should be good to go. Nice.
Yeah, you're good.
I think it's enough distance. And just like that, we are at the end of the game.
The final boss fight.
The final boss fight. And the final boss fight. Yeah, right. Final boss fight. We'll see the big boss in a second. The game tries to get you to, like, long story short, it just tries to make you do everything you just learned, but in a timed sequence. So that's what we're going to do. So very precise pictures I'm going to take here. So a lot of photos I'm going to take, I'm going to use later. So this photo I'm going to use at the very end of the game, but I want to grab it now because it's a good photo to have. So here we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use this photo, but again, we're going to take the theme of reversing and grabbing a photo as we're going, right? So the one I just grabbed, I can use in this level, just like that. Might be too, that should be fine. So we take a go look back, grab that photo. We're going to hop around here, little cheeky jump. We're going to grab a photo quickly of that battery as well as a photocopier here. Keep it up. Keep it up for the finale, everyone. All right, got two batteries we're dropping on top of this platform. Should be the end of this one. Good. Keep in mind, we still have those two photos from before, so we're going to be using those in just a moment. All right, so we're going to use this one as a ledge to jump on. Take a photo of ourselves, selfie. Get through this wall, rotate the photos, put this here, and our final placement of the game. We jump to get in, and we're done. Long story short, we just teleported into the end of the game because of precise platforming. And that is the last true level of the game. We're hanging out. We listened to a bit of a minute-long cutscene here with Kate, who we never really actually get to meet in the game because we do it fast. But yeah, this game is fantastic. I just love it so much. A couple plugs, by the way, for this game. If you're trying to learn the speedrun, if you're interested at all, I just made a YouTube tutorial series on beginning this speedrun. It's a 5-part series, so they're like a couple minutes each, and it's really, really helpful for learning the game. So highly recommend checking that out on my YouTube channel. And I also stream speedruns as well. So for a lot of different puzzle games. Again, big shout out to Bry, who's running this next week at TwitchCon. Really excited for that. And then Zooch, who got this game into any percent and the 100% for an incentive into AGDQ 2024. So really excited for that and all of the Viewfinder streams that are to come. So it's going to be great. And thank you all for having me today. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Yeah. And so time will be as I grab this, as I finally teleport through here. So I'll tell you where time is. It will be time in now. That's time.
GG's.
GG. And then we have a little cutscene and we're done. Awesome. Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. That was super fun.
Yeah, thank you for jumping in to do this, especially last minute. I mean, with less than 24 hours notice, I was not expecting to get a replacement, and I was so gracious so grateful that you did that. So thank you for jumping in last minute.
Of course. I was so excited to do it. So thanks for thinking of me.
Yeah. Everybody put your claps in chat for Mr. Bobby Burm. Thank you again for that. We are going to take a short break, but before we do that, I just want to let you all know that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. Please consider subscribing if you enjoy the daily speedrunning content. And with that said, we are going to take a short break before we come back with M Sushi running Portal. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Puzzle Party here at GDQ Hotfix. Thank you all so much for joining us. We are going to waste no time. We are going to jump right into the next game because this is one that I know a lot of you have been looking forward to. We have Portal with Mr. M. Sushi. Mr. Sushi, take it away.
Okay, hi friends. My name is M. Sushi. I'm going to get right to starting the timer because there's a 50-second downtime period at the start of the run. The time will start when the crosshair appears, which will be in 3, 2, 1. Now, it is great to be invited here to the puzzle party. If you don't know me again, I'm M. Sushi, Portal, Portal 2, also Celeste Speedrunner, among some other miscellaneous games. Very excited to accept my invitation to the puzzle party, but I have unfortunately fallen. I fell in a little ill the last couple of days, but if we were in person, I'd mask. If not, it's remote, so I'm here, and my voice is a little raspy, so we're gonna go for the world's most comfiest Portal and Portal 2 speedruns today. So yeah, we're gonna go. I'm wearing an unnamed branded wearable blanket. I have my hot tea right here. And yeah, we're gonna play through Portal. This is the glitchless category. So right when these doors, they're not doors, they're portals. Right when they open, we'll bunny hop through. And oh, my mouse having a bit of worries. I realized right before we started this, I do use a wireless mouse. Shout out to the Logitech G502. But it lasts so long when you don't charge it. It lasts for like almost 2 weeks of more or less straight gaming. So like you probably have to charge it once a month if you're an occasional computer user. And I realized right before starting that it's I just ran out of battery in it, so it's plugged in right now. So might be some small moments where it tries to catch up to the charging speed, but it should be fine. This is chamber 1. We're just gonna grab a cube and put it on a button. Oh, don't drop the cube. Okay.
Please move quickly to the chamber lock.
And this is the easiest game ever. It's worth noting this is the glitchless category. You are seeing some like kind of bunny hop movement, but do be warned. Not do be warned. You might be quick to point out that's cheating. Bunny hopping is a glitch. It's a movement glitch. Portal 1's on a different version of the engine that you'll see in Portal 2. So we actually don't gain speed from bunny hopping. Bunny hopping left and right is the same speed as jumping forward in a straight line. We just get more left or right control. So it's not actually a glitch. A glitch would be accelerated backwards hopping, which I unfortunately can't show you because that would get me banned, thrown in jail, etc., taken out back, taken care of. They're strict here at GDQ. Glitchless means glitchless. But bad jokes aside, this is the portal gun. Right now we only have the blue portal, so the game's going to create the orange portals for us, but we can still have a lot of really fast puzzles. In fact, honestly, the single portal chambers are so simple that we're going to get through them in the blink of an eye. So for example, this chamber is just showing you how portals work. Shoot across a gap, and it's that easy. Always how I love enjoying my... Oh, yeah, what are you going to say?
Someone in chat has asked what kind of tea.
I'm drinking black tea. I don't know what the brand is, but it's a pretty... It's tea. I had some honey in it. I'm not that big of a tea person, honestly. It was the kind of thing where it's like, it's all the way in the back of the cupboard, and I'm like, it's time to break it out. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Right, that was chamber 4. Pretty easy cube on a button. How could we make these chambers harder? We're gonna put 2 cubes on 2 buttons. Just like that. And as you notice, we have to wait a pretty long time for all these elevators to just go up. This chamber is the worst because the elevator doesn't go up until GLaDOS finishes talking, so we have to listen to her scold us. Not quite scold us, but she does have that subtle attitude. Much more prevalent in the second game we'll see upcoming, but still has a bit of that. She's not exactly our friend despite being the omnipotent leader. Here's chamber 6. Those are orbs. Cool guys don't use orbs, so we'll just do a little strafe. Again, movement tech, sure, not a glitch. Guys, I'm not gonna buy into the bit of pointing out that everything isn't a glitch. Just trust me, guys. This is a glitchless speedrun. Okay, cool little backwards fling here onto this. What is that? Like, there's a moving panel. You didn't even get to see it because I didn't look at it because I solved the chamber in 2 seconds. There's a moving panel, and that's like the bookend, the like receiver that it oscillates between. But we just jump on that and solve the chamber. Chamber 8. They try to make this game look cool by keeping a little stick of that block out. So we can just take advantage of that, jump on it, and get right to the end.
Followed by death. Good luck. Very impressive. Please note that any appearance of danger is merely a device.
And Chamber 9, this is an impossible chamber. Unfortunately, like, my favorite solution to this is a glitch where you shoot a portal under the door.
This next test is impossible.
So instead, we'll just have to chuck that cube onto the button. Cool guys do not look at explosions, so I'm so confident that's going to land on the button. Even if it rolls off, which it usually does, I just need the door open for about a second so I can walk through it. Not that big of a deal. And we only have one more chamber until we get the dual portal gun. This chamber 10 here.
Hello again. To reiterate.
And we'll do a little portal stand there, just standing on like the area that a portal creates without going all the way through it. And then do a little smart fling there to skip moving the platform one more time. Okay, awesome. Coming up, we're going to go to Chamber 11, which is the dual portal gun chambers, or the start of the dual portal gun chamber, where we get the dual portal gun. And we're going to go for... Oh, we're not going for a swim because we get a weird boost out of a portal. That happens sometimes, but we'll go for a little swim. Four ticks of damage and acid will kill you. We only take 3. So we can just swim right through it. Chell can have a little bit of acid as a treat. And we'll continue navigating through Chamber 12 here. We'll do a little strafe to get onto the section. Look at these elements of the chamber because the panel and the cube dropper will only activate once you look at them. Get the cube and throw a Hail Mary. Oh, and nice. It opens the door for us. Yeah, very clean. Probably one of the harder tricks in the glitchless run is just nailing that cube throw. You don't notice it because if you don't know, clicking in this game actually throws objects. A lot of people don't know that. They just press the E button. But you have to click and give it a bit of oomph in the mouse movement to make that cube throw. But thankfully this one you don't need that. Maybe I do need a little bit of oomph. Oh, and it kind of I try to crush that orb there. Orbs do not like being crushed.
Feel free to pass out.
Okay, next is Chamber 14. This is the hardest chamber in the game. Take a look.
As part of a previously...
Oh. There we go.
Nice.
That's not actually the hardest chamber in the game. Actually, one of the easiest.
I had a feeling we were being sarcastic there.
Yeah, I usually do. Chamber 15 is pretty cool, so take a look while I quickly explain. I actually made a YouTube video. If you maybe recognize my name but you're not sure, I have some mildly popular YouTube videos about Portal speedrunning that usually get a good run, and I recently released a video talking about why Chamber 14's individual level speedrun is perfect. So if you're actually interested in Portal speedrunning yourself, well, 1, learn Portal glitchless. It's one of the easiest things to learn and a lot of fun. And also, the Chamber 14 individual level world record, most people with first-person shooter experience can get it in about an hour of gameplay. So if you want to hold a Portal world record, check out that video.
Due to mandatory scheduled maintenance, the appropriate...
Anyways, this is Chamber 16. This is also known as Android Hell, where we get introduced to turrets. Do not blink. This is going to go by pretty fast, unless I mess up. In which case, it's still going to go by pretty fast. It's just going to look a little weird. But here we go. Oh, to get through that portal. and we'll take care of these turrets. Yeah, turrets have a bit of a wake-up animation before they shoot you, so we can go right in front of turrets, and if we're fast enough to shoot portals where we want to go, they don't even have time to shoot us. I think we got shot like twice that chamber. And here's everyone's favorite. I might as well call this pop culture at this point, the companion cube, which also has one of the coolest strats in the glitchless speedrun. So we're going to bring it through these corridors. We use it to block these orbs. These orbs are a one-shot, one-kill, which sometimes if you're slow, you're able to show off. Thankfully, I won't this time. And now we're going to set up a very cool fling. So I got to line up everything just right. Shoot this portal, shoot this. Oh, fall. Oh, this is not a good save. We'll go back. Quick saves in this game are very, very nice, very helpful. Okay. Ah! Man, I hype up this trick just to be like, you know, it's just so hard, guys.
You got
I shot
this.
the wrong portal. This is a very cool fling when it works. Oh, I hit the cube in air. Okay. Usually, if you do this well, you can grab the cube while flying through the air, like that.
Nice.
Oh! I didn't make it up to the platform. We'll have to try that one more time. Make our angle a little bit tighter. This is good. Awesome.
Nice. There you go.
And that was first try. Everything else was RNG manipulation.
First try.
The weighted companion cube certainly brought you good luck.
And cover your eyes. Nothing's happening right now. Okay, and the door just opens for us magically, and we finish it.
Oh wait, I closed my eyes for a second. What happened? How did you open the door?
It just opens. You just gotta walk right in front of it.
Oh, okay. I thought you had to do something to open it. Okay.
No, it just, yeah. It's weird, like, what's the word? Butterfly effect?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is chamber 18. There's a really big puzzle here. I don't like this puzzle, so I'm gonna take this camera, prop it into the door here, and open the door. I'm gonna try to shoot through the door, which I did not get, which is okay. Oh, camera, you're supposed to hold open the door for us. That's okay. Oh, we'll just shoot through the little hole in the door. There's a portal surface on the ceiling, which you can barely get to. And then we do these little flings to get to the end of chamber 18.
Well done. Be advised that the next test requires...
And this is another elevator where you have to wait an not excruciatingly long time. It's like 30 seconds, not even 20. But I get to contemplate life as we're about to head to the escape sequence. The next couple of levels, we're outside of the normal testing chamber. GLaDOS is trying to kill us. And this ends up being like one of the cooler parts of the run, just because we don't have to wait for these elevators anymore. We can go as fast as we want. And that looks like this.
Welcome to the final test. When you are done, you will drop the device in the equipment recovery annex. Enrichment Center regulations require
Hit the ceiling there.
to be empty before any cake.
And now we're on the run.
Congratulations. The
Gotta
test
shoot
is
through the
now
fan.
over. All aperture technologies remain
Into this
safely
vent.
operational up
Do some
to
jumps.
4,000 degrees Kelvin. Rest assured that there is absolutely no chance of a dangerous equipment malfunction prior to your victory.
Now we're in chamber 9 again, if you remember this. But we don't need a cube since we have 2 portals now. You can just shoot a portal on the other side of the door. And as GLaDOS says goodbye, we'll
Stop it.
get a portal up here. Oh, I gotta jump up this platform. Perfect. And that's the end of chamber 19. Now we're into the escape sequence. And they're all numbered, but like true computer programmers, they start at 0. So this is escape 0. One of the cooler... I've just been saying that every chamber is one of the coolest chambers, but it's true. It's pretty cool speedrun.
It's a cool game overall, so.
Very true. These levels are usually quite confusing since there's no real direction. But because I have played the game before, I know some naysayers will say this is my first playthrough, but I actually have played the game a couple times before, so I know exactly where to go. We'll have this turret guy open up for us. And we'll progress here through this little vent. which again, if you haven't played this game before, quite hard to find. And this is a turret skippy, flippy, wingy, thingy, other words that end with ingy. I messed up the first time, but you just have to land a portal over there, then one behind the turret, bring it with you, and then you can use the turret to break the glass up here.
Nice.
Normally, you have to wait for the rocket turret to wake up, which, as you see, takes a very long time. You'd have to do that twice, or 3 times, actually, but because we kind of preserved the turret from the previous area, we only need to do it once, which ends up working quite well with our schedule of being speedy. This is the last chamber in the game. This was a turret trap setup for us. You'll notice you didn't see any turrets. I have no comments for that. Just trust me, they are there. And this is GLaDOS. She doesn't look that great in the first game. I guess it's supposed to be part of the scariness elements of also... I haven't looked at this for like longer than like 20 seconds. It's quite the interesting slideshow. Anyways, we're gonna... GLaDOS boss fight is very interesting because most bosses, every time in a video game if there's a boss fight, if it doesn't have a health bar, that means you need to do it. You need to hit it 3 times to kill that boss. GLaDOS kind of cheats. You have that first one that you have to put in, and then there's a cutscene, and then you have to dispose of these 3 cores on her. We'll get rid of the cores because a rocket turret will come up, and we'll use portals. So the rocket turret that's supposed to be aimed at us will hit GLaDOS, and then she'll drop a core. We'll fetch it, put it into the incinerator, and then we'll win the game. Time will be probably like 50 seconds when the crosshair disappears and the red core, the last core, goes into the incinerator. Oh my gosh, I missed. I aimed it a little too far on the portal. That's much better. And we'll come... Oh, where are you going, man? Just barely missed it. The incinerator only stays open for a small amount of time. Oh, you are on the edge, man. Okay, there we go.
It's trolling you.
Really? Okay. Now, next core, this is the blue core. I'm trying to throw this guy into the incinerator. It's okay. It's not okay anymore. We gotta go press the button again. It's okay. Oh. This guy's a mind of his own. That's okay. Physics don't always work in your favor, but that's why we have a portal gun. In the last core here, time will be very shortly, as hopefully this guy goes in first try, and that is time. There's portal 1. Oh, very cool. You know what? I'll glitch to show everyone what they want to see because the timer's already over, so the run is done. So now they won't get me banned from Games Done Quick for glitching. Everyone knows when the timer's off, there are no more rules anymore. So we'll go out of bounds here to this suspicious room far away from everything else and say hi to the cake and the companion cube. Very cool. Awesome.
Nice, thank you. Any shout outs you want to give real quick?
If you want to learn portal speedrunning, check out the Portal Speedrun Discord. Very nice people. I think this is one of like the best games to learn speedrunning if you like the first-person shooter aiming types of games. Also has very cool movement once you get into the glitch categories. But yeah, play some Portal. It's not only one of the best puzzle games, as with most of the other games here, but very good beginner-friendly speedrun.
Very nice.
That's about it.
Alrighty, well, we are going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, we are going to have a run of Portal 2 with, reading this correctly, I think that the name is it M Sushi, I think is the name on the next runner.
They got me double booked.
I got you double booked for this
That's
one,
crazy.
Portal and Portal 2. So we'll be coming back with a run of Portal 2 single player after this. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Puzzle Party here at GDQ Hotfix, a one-off special featuring your favorite puzzle game speedruns. Before we jump into the next run, just want to let you all know that GDQX will be live from TwitchCon October 20th to the 22nd. The event will take place on the Games Done Quick stage, as well as streamed live on our Twitch channel. Use !GDQX in Twitch chat to find out more info and check out the schedule. And with that, we're going to jump into the next run. We just saw Portal. And no, this isn't Groundhog Day. We're not repeating the same thing. We're now featuring Portal 2, also with M Sushi, who just did our last run. So, Mr. M Sushi, if you would like to show us Portal 2 single player, floor is yours, my friend. Take it away.
Awesome. Welcome back, friends. Again, we're going to start right away. Big cutscene. So we're just going to get that timer out of the way. When our crosshair appears, the timer will start. So in about 3, 2, 1, go. Cool, we'll call it that. It was off by about a second, but this is the container ride in Portal 1. If you just tuned in, as Danger just introduced me, I just ran Portal 1. Or maybe you're watching this on YouTube. Shout out to the Games Done Quick YouTube channel, where you can watch all of the Hotfix shows on there in case you miss anything. Maybe you're scrolling through the YouTube or Twitch VOD and just came here, but just ran Portal. And again, I'm feeling a little under the weather, so we're totally cozy. Where I'm coming to the end of my tea here, which is a little disappointing, but should be enough to make it through this game, which is quite longer than its predecessor. Portal speedrun is only around 20 minutes. Portal 2 is going to be a little over an hour. They definitely invested more in making more levels, but also adding more story points. So, just like how the vault in Portal 1 was only around 57 seconds before we got free, this is the container in Portal 2, where we wake up in the destroyed facility. As you can hear, it's been 999,999 years. So it's been quite a while. And Wheatley's going to get us out of here, but he's going to take another 4 minutes to do so. So I get to attempt to talk about Portal 2 for a little bit. This is not a glitchless run, unlike what you just saw in Portal. So we are going to see a lot of glitches. Thankfully, this is a sub-segment or subcategory called Inbounds No Save Load Abuse, which basically means we're staying in bounds, there's nothing out of bounds glitchiness, and we're not allowed to save and load to activate glitches, which sounds weird, but just know that we get rid of the more broken glitches in the run. So it's kind of like an inbounds no major glitches type thing, but it makes it for the most enjoyable experience, I think. And you'll probably see too, there's still a lot of crazy glitches and a lot of cleverly solved chambers, so... But until then, two things about Portal 2. I guess 3 things we'll say. First, this game has bunny hopping. Unlike Portal 1, bunny hopping does make a significant difference. You can gain speed. Unlike bunny hopping from something like Counter-Strike Source, or what's another game that has bunny hopping? That's what I always think of.
Half-Life, Quake.
Yeah, unlike those games where you can kind of bend around corners at will, Portal 2 has something called a soft speed cap. So you can actually see in the top left corner, I have my little numbers up there, my position, my angle, and my velocity. I do consult them for some very precise tricks, but the velocity, when that reaches 300 in-game units, I am stuck in whatever direction I'm going in. Also ignore like this is part of the game, don't worry about it, it's totally fine. But yeah, when that goes over 300, I lose air control, which means I'm stuck in whatever direction I'm going. The only way I can regain control is if I slow down. Just to make this make sense, you'll see later in the game, similar just like Portal, there's a lot of puzzles that involve flinging. If this air control soft speed cap didn't exist, we could like get a ton of speed and just immediately like make a left angle 90-degree turn, which would make the game look really silly. So that's why it's in the game. But it makes it so bunny hopping is much more like thought out. It's not really like, oh, I want to get as much speed as possible. I'm like KZ long jumping, spamming AD. I want a lot of control. I want to know where I'm going. And there are a lot of times where if I'm turning corners, I actually have to slow down. Still see a lot of that. Second thing, this game, unlike Portal 1, the portals are hit scan, which just means in Portal 1, portal projectiles had travel time. So I did a thing called Peek a Portal, where you could shoot a portal back through a portal and then kind of like progress through the level like that. You can't really do that in Portal 2 because portals are placed instantly. The second you click, the portal is placed there. With one weird canonical lore exception, which we'll get into at the very end of the run. That's true. Additionally, what else? Dialogue is a very important part about this game. I was actually just talking to Danger right before this, and they mentioned how they just played Portal 2 for the first time recently, or just finished it for the first time recently, and they were surprised by how good the writing was and or how funny the game is. And the developers know that they kind of hit some funny jokes there, so they want you to listen to everything. And as a result, in almost every single level, with few exceptions, if the level ends with an elevator, that elevator will not progress to the next level, or I will use the term a lot, fade out. The elevator will not fade out into a loading screen until that dialogue is done. You'll see what I mean later, but that basically means a lot of times we're just going to be waiting in elevator shafts. And also a lot of time we're going to be going into elevators at specific times to do things called fades. Again, that's just like optimizing when the game fades out, since there are certain checks in the elevator when the check for the dialogue ending. Here you'll see I'll get in the elevator, and once the announcer finishes talking, the game fades to black, loading screen, new level. So the big thing is there are actually some levels where we opt to solve the puzzle slower at the cost of activating the ending dialogue earlier. You'll see a lot of times we'll just be, again, waiting at the end of the elevator, but especially because these first couple chambers are very simple, just putting a cube on a button through some portals. These are actually designed after the Portal 1 chambers. Right now we're kind of navigating the Portal 1 testing track, but in a destroyed state.
An Aperture Science Reintegration Associate will revive you for an interview when society has been rebuilt.
We can use these elevator sequences to solicit chat for, are you Team Cave Johnson or Team Wheatley? Because I'm Team Wheatley. Asuka is Team Cave Johnson, so we're split down the middle on that one. So I'm curious what the rest of chat's going to say about that.
Okay, now we have the dual, or not the dual, the single portal gun. Here's a quick dialogue skip to show what I mean. We're going to wait right here, and we're going to go in at a specific time. And I'm just going to wait for you up ahead. And what happens there is normally when you drop down, the announcer has a line, but we walk down right when Wheatley is about to start another line. So Wheatley actually cuts off the announcer, and as a result, we skip around 10 seconds of dialogue. So already just a small thing where we literally just waited and went at a specific time, and that saved 10 seconds, even though it looked like we were losing time. So there's a lot of like deceptive stuff like that.
Smooth jazz will be deployed.
My charging wire is caught underneath my keyboard, so I gotta move that out of the way real quick.
I have had that happen to me before.
Yeah. You can just drop that cube right on the button, but unfortunately, I'll just have to shove it through the door instead.
The exit door is now open.
Cool small glitch there. If you have a portal right next to a thin surface like glass or a door, and if you put the cube through the like kind of edge of that portal, it'll actually end up like going through the solid object, which ends up being that door. And then the game thinks we're soft locked, so it opens the door for us. This wire is being quite annoying. Okay, I'll just have to play with it in my lap.
Or other objects from space. Please avoid unsheltered testing areas wherever a lack of shelter from space debris.
I'm doing anti-wireless mouse marketing right now.
Remind you that although circumstances may appear bleak, you are not
I was gonna say that chamber was really cool. We just put the cube through the portal, and then while it was falling in air, put another portal in front of us, grab the cube. I was gonna say, I feel like it's actually interesting. A lot of people, there's still a misconception that like wireless mouses have significant delay, which, granted, I am one of the more sweatier gamers out there, so maybe you don't care about wireless versus wired mouse, but if you're ever in the market for buying a new mouse, I recommend going wireless. Usually you don't have to drag along the cord either, which is nice normally. Just when it does die, you have to plug it in, which is a little annoying. But
such a way that the future should not start with you. Please return to your primitive tribe and send back someone.
Okay, here's a cool chamber where this is where we normally reunite with Wheatley, but we're gonna skip Wheatley by doing something called a pancake shot. It looks like this. I'll line up a super precise portal shot here, all the way up here. I'm looking at the numbers in the top left. I'm not even looking at the visuals, and boom, we just shot right through that door.
Nice.
Normally you need Wheatley to open that for you, but we just skip him, which is nice because now we don't have to listen to him at all. You know, because Wheatley gets pretty annoying, which is why he magically appears right in your hands again, because he's omnipotent, or omnipotent would be the correct pronunciation. And thankfully he does, because you actually do need him to complete this level inbounds. There's GLaDOS. She got quite the cool visual upgrade. But as Wheatley said, she's offline.
What a nasty piece of work she was, honestly. Like a proper maniac. Oh, still held. Still being held. That's a great job.
This dialogue is so funny.
Yeah.
This is the main breaker room.
Even Merch is just
okay. Here's
so good. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, really well written character and all. No, I appreciate. You know, it's kind of sad because I could just keep talking about this game, but unfortunately my voice won't let me today. So, coming up is one of the cooler tricks in the run. It's called Bet's Writer, because it was found by a runner named Bet's Runer, who claimed it was possible years ago. And then when another runner named Paraculus discovered it was actually possible and got it on video recording, the first thing he said was Bet's Runer was right. So that's why it's called Bet's Writer. It's going to be a pause boost to get out of this little chassis here as it rises up, which I'm going to try for a couple times. It's quite hard. It's frame perfect, so we'll see how long it takes. First try.
Nice.
Nice. You see, we get a big boost of speed there. There's actually a very large invisible wall circling that pod. But now this is the incinerator. This is where GLaDOS is going to drop us at the end of the level. So the theory for the skip is that the incinerator opens about 6 seconds earlier than GLaDOS drops you in. So if we're standing on top of the incinerator when it opens, we'll just fall in and we'll win earlier. This clipboard's pretty crazy. But because the source physics engine is a gem, if you just stand on the incinerator normally, you'll get like moved to the side. Kind of hard to explain without a visual explanation. So we need to stand on this clipboard, which can be very finicky.
I was wondering what you were doing with that.
Yeah, again, I have a whole video about this. It's called Portal 2 Speedrunners Accidentally Discover Invincibility Glitch. Oops, I spoiled what the glitch is going to do if we get it. It's quite annoying because you have to wait through about a 40-second cutscene to see if you got it. So usually if you miss it, it's not faster to retry. You just kind of, if you're going for PB attempts, you'd reset your run, and it is what it is. But hopefully you get to see Chell in third person here. You're just here for a second in the incinerator, and we cut off GLaDOS and we end the level early. Very cool. We saved the time. Normally, we take 6 seconds for GLaDOS to drop us in, but we got in there instantly. Very cool, 6 seconds saved. But as a weird side effect, since we ended the level in a cutscene state, of course GLaDOS has picked up and was still talking to us, there's a weird side effect where we get invincibility, because the player normally has invincibility during cutscenes, so now for the rest of the game, with some very rare exceptions, you can't take damage. As you see, I'm alive in this fire pit. Unfortunately, you can't solve the puzzle from down there, so I'll reload a save. But
any parts of me that didn't get completely burned when you threw them down here.
So now we'll get the dual portal gun real quick.
Here somewhere. Once you find it, we can start testing, just like old time. Good, you have the dual portal device there.
And we'll portal over to the end of the level. Fun fact, this is Chamber 19 from Portal 1 backwards. Very cool. But yeah, now we're invincible. With the exception of in Chapter 6, there is some goo that just instantly kills you. It doesn't deal damage, it just kills you. That still kills us. Or it like soft locks us. But taking damage is a-okay. Which you might think is super helpful, because we don't have to worry about turrets or lasers. But truthfully, we're usually too fast for those anyways. So this only saves another like 12 seconds. we actually only use it in about 3 chambers, 3 or 4.
This next test involves discouragement redirection cubes. I just finished building.
But this is
them before you
chapter
had your-
2.
Well,
We're now into some simple laser
Keep
puzzles
on
with a
the
dual
test
portal gun,
results.
which we kind of make them look like a joke.
Horrible person. That's what it says. A horrible person.
Again, puzzle games are usually easier when you've played them before, but even then, there are a lot of cool glitches that are
Don't
quite
let
challenging that save
horrible
time.
person thing discourage you. It's just a data point. If it makes you feel
Here's an
any
example of something
better,
called the laser
science
switch
has now
glitch.
validated your birth mother's decision to abandon
I didn't
you
get
on
it
a
there.
doorstep. Congratulations. Not on the test.
So what we're gonna do is
Most
just,
people emerge
there are
from
2 laser
suspension
receivers that open that door.
undernourished. I
We're
want
gonna
to
shoot a portal to
congratulate you on
switch
keeping
between
your
them
odds and somehow
at the same
managing to
time,
pack on a
and
few pounds.
because the laser actually like stays out of the portal for 1 frame after you finish shooting the new portal, the laser will be in both positions for exactly 1 frame. So it will activate the door for us, and since we're pushing against the door, it'll let us open, which is quite nice.
So feel free to slow down and do whatever
Here's a cool
it is
trick
you
called
do
Wet
when
Maker.
you're not destroying this
It's called Wet
facility.
Maker because if you fail it,
I'll
you
give
fall into the
credit.
goo and you
I
get
guess
wet.
you are listening to me.
But it's just a cool little
For the
reportal.
record,
I haven't
you
explained the
don't have to go
reportal yet,
that
which is
slowly.
when you shoot a portal inside of a portal, you get an extra boost of speed. And that's very helpful in a lot of situations. Like there, we can get the extra speed to clear the gap. Here's like my favorite example of like using dialogue
This
to go
next test
faster.
involves the aperture
We're gonna
science
drop a
aerial
camera
force plate. Here's
on
an
that button
interesting
there.
fact. You're not
And as
needed
you can hear,
rearranged.
GLaDOS's
It's too
dialogue is gonna
expensive to
change.
pump this far down. We just
Oh, I
take
didn't jump off the
carbon
cube there as I
dioxide
wanted
out of the
to,
room,
but
freshen it up
by
a
putting the
little,
camera on the
and pop
button,
it
the
back
game
in.
gets tricked,
So you'll
and
be
it thinks that a
breathing the
cube is
same
actually on the
molecule of air
button.
for the rest of
So
your
as a
life.
result, it'll be like, oh,
thought
the
that
player
was
finished the chamber,
interesting.
play the ending dialogue. So now we normally have to wait around 10 seconds at the end here for GLaDOS to finish yapping. But
see what
because
the
she
next
started
test
yapping
is.
earlier, we get to go right in the
Advanced
elevator
aerial
and
faceplates.
to the next.
Well, have fun soaring through the air without a care in the world. I have to go to the wing that was made entirely
This is trust
of
fling.
glass
We're gonna
and
put our
15
trust into these
acres
faith
of
plates.
broken glass.
As
By
debris falls from the
myself.
ceiling. Watch out for this one. You get quite close.
Oh,
And we'll hit the button
sorry.
here.
I'm still cleaning out the test chambers, so sometimes there's still trash in them.
Well, normally a
Standing
ball
around,
is supposed to come, or a cube is
smelling
supposed to
and
come out.
useless.
A
Try
ton
to
of
avoid
trash
the
falls out
garbage
instead, but
happening
thankfully
towards
that
you.
ball can open the door for us.
Remember before when I was talking about smelly
Which is
garbage
quite nice.
standing around being useless? That was
And this is
another
one of the
film.
only
I
chambers
was
in the game,
actually
one of
talking
2,
about you.
where GLaDOS
I'm
talks
sorry.
for so
You
much
didn't react
that it's
at the
faster
time,
to enter
so
the
I was
elevator
worried it
instantly.
sailed right over your head.
We actually
Should've
reach the
made this
bottom of the
apology
elevator
seem
shaft
insane.
before
That's why
GLaDOS
I
finishes her
had to call you
dialogue,
garbage a
and
second
it won't
time
loop
just
past
now.
that point, so we just finish.
Did you know that people with guilty
Here's one of my favorite
consciences are more
chambers.
easily startled by loud noise?
Oh, because it's the companion cube chamber.
I'm sorry. I
Right
don't know how
there.
that went off.
And,
Anyway, just an interesting
oh, I
science
messed that
fact.
up. There's a very cool strat here, which I will try one more time. I gotta have a bit more firing speed than that. There we
Nice.
go, and we'll
Every
lift off
test
from the
chamber
ground.
is equipped
That's called a
with an
super reportal.
emancipation grill and
By
a
shooting a
fix,
portal
so
at a
that
particular
test
angle,
subjects
we can get
cannot
stuck in the
smuggle
ground,
test
and we can
objects
compound
out
those
the
speed
test
boosts from a
area.
normal
This one
reportal.
is broken. Don't
So we
take
end up getting around
anything
1,000
with you.
velocity before getting launched out of the ground. And we're almost done with chapter 2 here. Only one more chamber where we'll kind of
This
just
next
outwit
test
GLaDOS here.
involves emancipation
The floor is
grills.
still under construction,
Remember,
and we'll take
I
advantage
told
of
you
that
about
by
them in
shooting
the last
portals
test
through it.
area that did not have one.
And now we get to go into chapter 3. These are some more advanced puzzles, and as a result, they have some pretty cool advanced solutions. When you're speedrunning, at least. So do a quick dialogue skip right here. Some precise inputs.
This
Which I
probe
didn't
must
fully
not be
get, but that's
calibrated to
okay.
someone of your generousness.
Usually you have to
I'll
step
add
on
a
this
few
2
zeros to
times
the
before
maximum
GLaDOS lowers
weight.
the ceiling.
You look
By
great,
crouching
but
in air, you
very
can trick her
healthy.
to only do it
Try it now.
once. Or sorry, you have to step on it 3 times. Normal is 3
You
times.
seem to have defeated
If you do
its
it correctly,
low-bearing
you only have to do 1.
capacity. Well
I only
done.
got the trick
You're just
halfway, so
below
I gotta
the
do 2
ceiling.
times. It's not that deep, but usually that saves 30 seconds fully. Since I missed one, I only get 15. But we're not in a rush, are we?
I mean, it is a speed run.
I guess if you really want to be that guy.
Someone's got to be that guy.
So someone's got to be that guy.
Look at you, sailing through the air majestically, like
But-
an eagle.
Then all we have to do is line up that laser, get to the end of the chamber with a cool little fling. And here's my favorite chamber to talk about in the run, Ricochet. Coolest speedrun strat, check it out.
Enjoy this next
I'll let it
test.
speak for itself.
I'm going to go to the surface. It's a beautiful day out. Yesterday I saw a deer. If you solve this next test, maybe I'll let you ride an elevator
cube.
all the way up to the break room. And I'll tell you about the time I saw a deer again.
And that's the end.
Oh, that
Well,
was sick.
you passed the test.
Holy
I
cow.
didn't see the deer today. I did see some humans.
So normally, you can actually, if you time it right, there's a cube that we fling through the air that gets rid of that panel because it blocks the laser. If you time it just right, you can actually slide off of the panel to the end. I barely missed that timing. It's really, really precise. So I had to do a backup where I bounce off the cube right after bouncing on the faith plate, which is in its own right almost as cool. So,
also set your hair on fire, so don't
oh, here's
actually
cube
do
through
it.
glass.
Excellent. You're a predator.
That's
and
it.
these
You put the
tests
cube
are
through the
your prey.
glass.
Speaking of which, I was researching sharks for an upcoming test.
And GLaDOS talks for a bit,
Do you
so I get
know who
to
else
finish my
murders
tea.
people who are only trying to help them? Did you guess sharks? Because that's wrong. The correct answer is nobody. Nobody but you is that pointlessly cruel.
Her dialogue is so good.
News. I figured
Yeah.
out what to do with all the money I save recycling.
Another really
your
cool.
one
This is probably
room
like
full of air.
another really
When you
cool like
die,
speedrun
I'm
chamber.
going to laminate your skeleton
Just
and
check this
pose you
out.
in the lobby. That way, future generations can learn from you how not to have your
Oh, I missed the cube.
can learn from you how not to have your unfortunate bone structure. Well
Nice.
done.
And a nice bunny hop on the center there. You get so much speed that you get right to the ending.
Commendation section. Oh, there's lots of room here.
The speed there is like so perfect. Too little, you wouldn't
Enough.
make the gap. Too much, you'd hit the overhang on the ceiling. So we hit that Goldilocks
This
and
next test
progress.
involves turrets. You remember them,
Here's
right?
turrets.
They're the pale spherical things.
They
that are
can't
full
hurt
of
us,
bullets.
as I've kind of like
Wait, that's
alluded
you
to.
in 5 seconds. Good luck.
We're invincible, so it's okay. But we'll still go so fast they can barely shoot us. And the elevator to the next chamber is broken, so we got to take the stairs. Take a little secret route.
You are going so fast right now that Discord literally is having trouble keeping up with you.
Dang.
So you may be confused about the passage of time. The point is,
Yeah, there are 3 laser receivers in this chamber. I can line them up quite quickly because I've done the trigonometry.
You know how I'm going to live forever.
So 2
but you're
pre-placed
going to be
portals
dead in
gives me all
60
the angles I
years.
need.
Well, I've been working on a belated birthday present for you. Well, more of a belated birthday medical procedure. Well, technically, it's a medical experiment. What's important is it's a present.
And next to the chamber called Turret Blocker.
That
Very, very
jumpsuit you're
cool.
wearing looks stupid.
This is one of the
That's
chambers
not
where
me
we'll
talking.
actually need
It's
invincibility.
right here in your file. On other people, it looks fine. But right
We'll grab
here,
this
a
guy.
scientist has noted
And normally these
that on
turrets
you
would
it looks
shoot us
stupid.
away,
Well,
but
what does a neck-bearded old engineer know about
unfortunately that
fashion?
won't be happening
I'm
today.
going through the
That
list of
chamber's
test
so
subjects
tough
and
to do,
private
like
storage.
normally, because
I managed to find 2
just
here.
get
Yeah.
mowed down by those turrets.
A man and a
Just
woman.
like walk in and
So that's
just grab the cube and walk away.
It's a small world.
It's so
Yeah,
funny.
just that in. What turrets?
I have a surprise waiting.
Here's
for
another
you
one
after
where
this
we
next
get to use
test.
invincibility.
Telling you would spoil the surprise.
These turrets
So
are
I'll just
usually
give
quite
you a
vicious,
hint.
but
It involves meeting 2 people.
I suppose I'm the
you
turret
haven't
whisperer.
seen in a long time.
hold on. Oh, I gotta get through the portal. Activate the laser. And we'll let this guy live. And GLaDOS will hum for us. And we're almost done with chapter 3.
It says this next test was designed by one of Aperture's Nobel Prize winners. It doesn't say what the prize was for. Well, I know it wasn't.
This chamber is pretty simple.
Neurotoxin.
Put the cube here, bunny hop over here, drop the cube onto the button, opens the door, and you win.
Surprise.
I guess I win.
In fact, we're headed to your surprise.
You win,
right
yes.
now. After all these years, I'm getting
Don't want to
choked
get
up
too
just thinking
parasocial.
about it.
But anyways, this is Column Blocker. This is the most confusing chamber in the game. We're going to do a glitch called the Chorus Fruit Skip. It's kind of like a down warp. You'll see. That's why it's called the Chorus Fruit Skip, because it's kind of like we eat a chorus fruit from Minecraft. And then we have a trick called Jerry Skip, where we'll clip through the elevator.
Oh, come on.
So we kind of don't do any puzzle solving here. We're just going to
So
ball.
I very seriously doubt they'd even want to see you.
And here's the Chorus Fruit Skip. We're now in the end of the level. But there's usually a special cutscene here where we have to wait 40 seconds in the elevator while Wheatley talks. So we'll skip that by doing a very precise clip through the elevator here, which will probably take a couple of tries, because it is actually like pseudo RNG. There we go.
Nice.
Hey, how's it going?
And we'll fall through the elevator shaft. You can't do that in most normal chambers because of the dialogue system. That chamber is an exception because of that Wheatley cutscene.
I've been asleep for a while, so I guess it's actually pretty funny when.
And here's laser training. We're gonna line up all these lasers. And there is a third cube and a third receiver. Oh, I can't get by this guy, gotta replace him. But, oh. Accidentally shot a portal. We can just air strafe to the ending here.
I thought about our dilemma, and I came up with a solution that I honestly think works out best for one of both of us.
And here's my favorite cheese strat in the game. It's called triple laser, but we will solve it with only one laser. Looks like this.
Next test chamber is looking pretty good. I think these test chambers look even
That's
better
so
than they did
great.
before. It was easy.
Yeah, all we have to do is take one laser and wiggle it between all three lasers. And again, as long as all three are active for only one frame, you get a really fierce swoop in, the door will open for you.
Surprise for you after this next test. Not a fake, tragic surprise like last
But anyways, we're
time.
getting done with the normal
A
test
real
chambers.
Surprise with tragic
As American
consequences.
Accent Wheatley has
What's
something
going
to tell
on?
us.
Who turned off the lights?
Hey, buddy. I'm speaking in an accent that is beyond her range of hearing. I know I'm early, but we have to go right now. Run! Come on, I'm closing the doors. Okay.
And we did a little skip there to avoid Wheatley opening that panel for us. We kind of invited ourselves in. So there's supposed to be like epic chase music playing, but we skipped that. So the scene feels kind of anticlimactic,
You were
but
almost at the last test.
Again, though, for the moment, run! Come on, come on!
and some more bunny hopping around.
Ah! What's going on? Is it you okay?
Turrets are still not effective against us, so we don't have to care too much. And we're on the move.
Someone in chat's asking about your purple portal gun.
Yeah, you're allowed to change the cosmetics in this game as long as nothing's giving you a distinct advantage. So it's like Portal community, not etiquette, but like generally speaking, runners will change their portal gun to like give their gameplay some character. It's a pretty normal thing. So on all platforms, my profile picture is just a normal like purple circle or square, depending on what shape the platform, the profile picture is on that platform. This shade of purple is kind of my brand. So as a result, my portal gun is simply that color. I have a tutorial on my YouTube channel if you want to modify your portal gun texture yourself, actually. You can probably Google it and find it.
Caretaker of this place went absolutely
This is turret
crazy.
sabotage. I have the lights
Chopped up
on
his entire
so you guys can
squad
see.
of robots,
Normally this level is quite dark.
fallen robots. They say at night you can
Not to
still
flex,
hear
I
the
can navigate through the dark
screams
just
of
fine.
their replicas.
I think some of the
All
viewers
them
at home wouldn't like that though, so I put on
No memory of the incident.
not cheats,
Nobody knows
but
what
just
they're
some special
Here's an interesting story. You might
console
listen.
commands so y'all can
Almost got a
see.
job down here in manufacturing.
Normally,
But,
Wheatley has a
guess
flashlight,
who the foreman went with? Only
but
an
one we
exact duplicate of
again
himself.
you more or less memorize this level from playing it a couple of times. You don't need it. But also, we go so fast that Wheatley can't catch up with his flashlight. So, even if we needed it, it would be at a big time loss. That tube kind of bounced back there. But, we're now, fresh into the escape sequence. We're escaping with Wheatley to confront GLaDOS later on. And GLaDOS has two things that are kind of scary.
Redemption lines are not rides.
According to
Please
Wheatley,
exit
at
the
least.
Redemption line.
She has the turrets, which, again, are not a problem for us, but I think lore accurately, the turrets are supposed to kill us. And then we also have neurotoxin. GLaDOS will always threaten us with neurotoxins. We need to take care of those two things before we confront her.
Template.
So right now we're in the turret assembly line. Normally we'd want to corrupt the turret assembly line before continuing,
Response.
but that would take too long. So we're going to do another pancake shot, which is a super precise shot through this door over here, which you'll see in a
See that
second.
scanner right there, right? It's
I
deciding
gotta line
which
everything
turrets
up
to
just
keep and
right.
which to toss, and it's using that master turret there as a
And we can
template.
shoot through this door.
If we pull out the template turret, it'll shut down the whole production line.
There we go.
Right.
And yeah, that door texture is like straight up has a hole into it. It's not a glitch. If you look at it in Hammer, the Portal map editor, you will just see like a .0002 Hammer unit
That did not
hole,
end well.
which it takes a very, very precise portal shot to shoot through,
Potato batteries.
but you can just shoot through it.
I mean, I realise they're children, but still, low-hanging fruit and all that. Daily science, really. I'm pretty sure we're going. Don't worry, I'm absolutely guaranteeing you,
Okay.
100%. That
And this is the end of turret sabotage. We sabotaged the turret line. Not really, it's still producing turrets, but thankfully the game doesn't check if you actually destroy the turret line. It only checks if you beat the level.
This is the
And here's the neurotoxin generator.
A bit bigger than I expected. Not going to be able to just, push it over. Have to
Right here.
apply some cleverness. There's some sort of control room up at the top. So, there's our handiwork. I shouldn't laugh, really. They do feel pain.
And yeah, those are all the turrets that, while we didn't touch the turret assembly line, by the power of the cannon event, they are gonna have to die. So.
Do you smell neurotoxin? Hold on, the neurotoxin levels are going.
So now we just have to cut all these pipes here. And it's just that simple. Now GLaDOS can't activate this neurotoxin generator. She can't transfer the neurotoxin anywhere else in the facility. The pipes are all broken.
Neurotoxin pressure has reached
And,
dangerously unlethal levels.
Yeah, now we gotta confront GLaDOS. Thankfully now, the next 5 minutes is mostly cutscene. This is the big interlude between like Act 2 and Act 3 of the game, where I'm gonna spoil the game. Get ready. If you haven't played Portal 2 yet, close your ears, or maybe like just turn off the stream in general and play the game. But
But don't actually do that.
yeah, don't actually do that. Keep the stream open. We need the viewership. Also, did you guys know about something called Twitch Prime? You can consider my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/msushi, but I haven't streamed in like a month, so it's probably not a good idea. But Games Done Quick is live basically every day with speedrunning content, so if you like it, drop that free sub, or even maybe a paid sub, because it helps support the channel and brings you more content. Anyways, we're on the move again, just to find out that room wasn't the GLaDOS emergency shutdown and cake room.
In fact, I devised a much more elaborate.
But now we're just gonna have the big cutscene where GLaDOS tries to kill us. She can't actually kill us because we sabotaged her turrets and neurotoxin. We're gonna try to switch out Wheatley for GLaDOS as Supreme AI of Aperture Laboratories. And then Wheatley will bring us to the surface, we'll win the game, and we'll go half an hour underestimate. And that would be really cool.
Otherwise, I'm afraid you're about to become the immediate past president of the Being Alive Club.
But yeah, other than that, I can chill for a little bit.
Goodbye.
Danger, if you have anything to say right now regarding GDQ Hotfix, or if you want to go over the schedule again for the rest of the event, you can do that right now. Other than that, I'll look at chat for a bit and say hi to people.
Sure, yeah. Just to let everybody know, we do have, with this show that you're watching right now is Puzzle Party. This is a one-off hotfix special featuring your favorite puzzle game speedruns. We just saw Viewfinder and Portal 1 before this. You're currently watching Portal 2 with M Sushi, and then after this we have the Entropy Centre coming up with Airhead. We'll be taking a break after that, and at that point, Oscar will actually be taking over the hosting for the remainder of the show. And after she takes over, we'll be having The Witness with Hat Kirby, Peggle Nights with Satan herself, and Tetris Effect Connect with Jaden PPT. And if you have not seen Tetris Effect played at like a very high level, you are going to want to be tuned in for that run, because I have seen it. I have seen it, and it is absolutely unbelievable. So yeah, definitely tune in for that one.
No.
Stalemate detected. Transfer procedure.
Cool. And now all I gotta do is we're putting Wheatley in the tube to get traded for GLaDOS. And we gotta press the Stalemate Associate button,
Stalemate resolved.
which will resolve the conflict between the two. And now Wheatley will get replaced with GLaDOS, and GLaDOS will do her best T-Pain impression.
Are you just saying that, or is it really going to hurt? You're just saying that, aren't you? You're just... No, you're not. It is going to hurt, isn't it?
If you don't know what I mean, you'll find out in like 20 seconds.
No, stop. No.
It really
Yeah,
is a
that's
T-Pain
what I mean.
impression.
It really is.
Check me out, partner. We did it. I'm in control of the whole facility now. Whoa! Would you look at this? Not too bad, eh? Giant robot, massive.
Alright, and this is just like the one skip you can do here,
Oh, right, yeah.
which is actually like the biggest skip in the game, but it's simply just
There we go. Lift cool.
a jump.
Look, house. Let me tell you, I knew it was going to be cool.
So now Wheatley's gonna take us to the surface, except he actually won't. He's gonna have like his villain monologue, and it takes about 2 minutes. So by getting on top of the elevator, we can just jump off of it and fall into the pit he ends up pushing us into. Saves 2 minutes of cutscenes. Very cool.
Oh, sorry, no, the lift. Yes, sorry.
Which you'll see right here.
This body's amazing, seriously.
There's a large invisible wall right now, but we'll get over it in a sec.
I'm huge.
And we'll fall right down to the hole here. And as Wheatley's ominous evil laugh fades out, we're now into Chapter 6, The Fall.
Hi. So, how are you holding up? Because I'm a potato.
Oh, yep.
Oh, good. My slow...
GLaDOS hit us in midair, which I think actually makes us lose time, like a second or two, but that's funny. Fun fact about this level, it's a minute and a minute 15 cutscene. I don't have to touch anything.
Here's a couple of facts. He's not just a regular
Fun fact,
He's the product of the greatest
the level, in this level, you're actually not moving yourself. As you can see in the top left corner of my screen, velocity is 0.00, so it's actually an illusion. You are not moving. The level is moving upwards around you. Just a cool fun fact. It doesn't change anything. You could not move this level if you wanted to, so.
A lot of games will do something like that in order to trick you into thinking that you're moving. I do a run that does the exact same thing with a subway train, where it moves the tunnel, but the train's not moving.
Yep. It's really good because, you know, at least in the source engine, it's not completely deterministic. So if you actually have the player falling, like, there can sometimes be variance. So, that's the reasoning for Portal. GLaDOS can't take fall damage. She has the long fall boots. So now we're here in Old Aperture. And again, I turned the lights on. This level's pretty dark. We're just gonna portal our way through. There'll be a nice long shot here to get near the end of the chamber. And yeah, just to point out, this is like my favorite moment in Portal, just because I literally didn't get this joke until like 2 years of speedrunning this game. But after you press the 2 buttons here, this giant vault opens up. And you're like, whoa, I'm in this new place. I don't know my surroundings. What's behind this giant vault? I'm so scared. Like, it could be a monster. It could be turrets. It's another smaller door. A great little note to visual comedy. Having a 20-second sequence to open a big door just to have it lead to a smaller door. But this is cave.
Oh, I was going to point out something in chat. Someone said, like, after the whole thing about the tunnel is moving around you, they said it makes it kind of funny that when GLaDOS says we're moving somewhere alarmingly fast, is kind of ironic because you're not moving at all.
Yeah, it's true. That was Cave Johnson. That's like one of the hardest chambers in the game to learn to speedrun. So whatever I just did, don't try doing that on your casual playthrough. It's called Cave Johnson because you don't meet, but you get to hear for the first time Cave Johnson. We skipped that part, so he gets to introduce himself here.
This first test involves something
as we'll go through these gel tests.
Control group, by the way. You get the gel. Last poor son of a gun got
Shoutouts to J.K. Simmons. By the way,
that did happen.
Very true. So here we're gonna seam shot through the corner of that chamber. There actually is a very well, there's not a hole, but because of source engine physics, you can shoot a portal through the corner. And we're using blue gel here. We're gonna glitch this button real quick. Looks like this. Cool. Just saves a second or two getting the cube.
Don't worry. If you sat on a folding chair in the lobby and weren't wearing lead underpants,
yeah, we'll get into more gel later. There are 3 types of gel. There's repulsion gel, or blue gel, which is bouncy. There's propulsion gel, or red/orange gel, which is speedy. And then there's conversion gel, which is white gel, which makes surfaces portable. Fun fact, despite propulsion gel being the speedy gel, we never use it once in the speedrun. Never.
If you feel a shortness of breath, a persistent dry cough, or your heart stopping, because that's
this puzzle bedeviled me for the longest time.
Yep, we're just gonna barely hit a cycle there to grab that gel blob before it falls down.
Just a heads up, that coffee we gave you earlier had fluorescent calcium in it, so
and coming up here, this is like probably the most like cheaty glitch we have. I'm gonna do a glitch called View Snap.
I'm serious.
It's basically like we're going to be setting our in-game sensitivity super high and setting our mouse sensitivity super low. So our mouse moves uniform lengths, and as a result, we're able to perfectly line up. Or maybe we don't. Oh, I have angle decay, that's why. Okay. We're gonna restart the level. And then we're gonna do it again. So we're going to set our sensitivity to very specific values, which kind of make this movement look robotic. And then we can shoot all the way into the end of the chamber there. It is usually a very precise shot that takes like 10 seconds to line up. But since it's like the first thing we do in the chamber, we can just view snap it. That's the only time you'll see that trick in this run. Just we love it so much. In fact, why not invent a special safety door that won't... Okay. Yeah, Cave Johnson's getting quite mad. If you're interested more on how that glitch works, I have a video. I have videos for most of the weird tricks you're seeing, but what is it called? Portal Speedrunners discover aimbot glitch, and it's not cheating. As you can see, I'm very up there in the YouTube borderline clickbait game. Anyways, this is Potatoes. Normally, this is reunite. This is where you reunite with Potato GLaDOS.
There will always be a limo waiting for you. Say goodbye,
but we can just skip getting her by doing a cool fling here, which looks like this. Or it looks like this. It actually looks like this.
Greetings, friend. I'm Cave Johnson, CEO of Aperture Science. You might know
First try. Okay, awesome. Yeah, normally you have to... GLaDOS is in that control room, and she's on a button, so you have to pick her up and then press the button, and then it brings up a catwalk. Thankfully, she just appears in our portal gun anyways, so... Not that we really need her, but there's some funny dialogue she's here for.
Compensation vouchers ready?
Oh. So there we just did a very precise shot to the end of the level, and then we should do a V-portal and get enough speed to get to the end.
This on? Hey, listen up down there. That thing's called an elevator, not a bathroom.
I swear
Noted.
I know him.
And now GLaDOS is going to start to have her identity crisis. And while that happens, we'll do another super V-portal in this chamber. Looks very cool. Here's that red gel that we're not going to use.
You could walk out of here with 120 ways down your mental if you let us take your part, put some...
Yo,
In case
what?
you're interested, there's still
Yep.
some positions available for that bonus opportunity I
This
mentioned
puzzle took
earlier.
me like an
Again,
hour to figure
let
out.
us
That was
disassemble you.
crazy.
This one is quite weird, but yeah, we just build up a ton of speed, slope off that little platform, and land right there. This next level, it's called Conversion Intro. We get introduced to the white gel, and in this level, Cave Johnson has like a really iconic line. Something about a lemonade stand, I think. I'm not sure. On a random note, we're now going to do a trick called Lemon Skip, which is going to look like this. The less questions you ask, the happier you will feel about watching this. So we're going to do a line up here, a line up here, shoot this portal here, line up through this, boom, and I missed it. Of course, I did something blatantly wrong there, so I'll have to try it again. We'll shoot all these, we'll fire off, and now we're at this catwalk at the end of the level. That was another super V-portal. We have to do some more cool shenanigans to get rid of things called scripted momentum. Ooh, I hit a thing there, so I didn't get the full fling. But one of the more complicated tricks in the run, but also very cool. It saves around like 40 seconds, I think. So... But now we're into 3 gels. This is like the last chamber of Chapter 7 of the Underground Aperture. So we're going to do a thing called a stuck launch, which I'm going to shoot this portal first. Looks like this. We get stuck between 2 surfaces. And we actually were building up a ton of speed. Despite the fact that we weren't actually moving, the game was putting a gravity force on us, so we were gaining speed. Oh, and I actually missed my portal, so we'll have to do that again. There we go. But yeah, the game thinks we're falling, so it gives us falling speed, but we're actually not moving at all, so we can build up a ton of speed in a super short time, and then use the bouncy gel to make that downward speed into upward speed, which is very cool. And now we're doing another super V-portal. We have to do a lot of these in Chapter 7. Very precise setups here just to make everything work out. And now that vault opens in the ceiling, we're going to skyrocket all the way up there and fall to the end.
Very nice.
Normally, the vault on the ceiling puts up a catwalk that takes like a minute. So we end up saving around a minute, which is very cool. A minute is a good amount of time. But now we're going to be back to the Aperture Laboratories, the normal testing track, but this time, Wheatley is in charge of the chambers.
For God's sake, your boxes with legs. It's literally your only.
And there's a quick skip here where normally we have our reunion with Wheatley, and he'll talk at us for a bit. We're going to use something called a cube throw, which is where we throw a cube. One of the more intuitive names of the trick. But not you guys.
You have no idea what it's like in this body. I have to test all the time, or I get this itch. You know, it must be hardwired into the system or something. Oh, but I tell you, when I do test, oh man alive, nothing.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
Nothing feels better. It's just
Hello, friends. Oh,
I've got a test.
you know, we skipped the skip, so I'll go back and do the skip. Normally, if you put this cube on the button,
Ah, yes. I knew
panel blocks the door. So we're gonna go throw the cube, and it'll fall on it while in midair. Panel pushes us into the door.
I have to test all the time.
Yeah, apologies for
This itch,
the internet
it must
drop.
be hardwired into
You know, sometimes the residential Wi-Fi does that to you.
But I'll tell you, when I
Not much you can
No
do.
worries.
Oh man alive. Nothing feels better. It's just that's why I've got to test. That's why I've got to test.
It's so fast that
So,
the
you're
internet
gonna
can't
test,
keep up with you.
I'm gonna watch.
True.
Everything is gonna be just
Warning. Core.
design this tech. Oh, that felt really good.
But yeah, now if you didn't see earlier, Wheatley made these things called Franken turrets, which are cubes that have legs, so they can walk onto buttons and solve puzzles themselves.
Watch you solve
It turns out there's a weird side effect of being the super ruler AI of Aperture Laboratories, which is that they programmed an itch so that the AI always has an itch to test. And while Chell was down below, Wheatley found out that he actually can't satisfy this itch without a person to test for them. So now that Chell is back, Wheatley is very excited. He gets to satisfy that itch. And she's also showing us some new chambers.
I just invented some more tests.
Specifically, we get to see these things called excursion funnels, which happen to bear the most broken glitch in the game, which we have active right now. It's called the excursion funnel fly glitch. The logic is like there's a value in the game that's like a counter, and it counts how many funnels you are in. If you're in one or more, you have 0 gravity, and if you're in 0, you have normal gravity. By crouching in a funnel,
Made this test myself.
we can trick the game into thinking we're in multiple funnels, and as a result, that value will always stay above 1. So the game right now thinks we're in a funnel, even though we're not in a funnel, so as a result, it gives us 0 gravity. And that makes solving these chambers quite silly.
I just love the fact that you floated through the whole thing.
Yeah, so yeah, and this state is preserved between levels. The only way we can lose it now is by touching a funnel, because then the game recorrects the count, which you'll see on the next level, but we'll use it here. Just in case you didn't believe what you saw the last chamber, here's a pit, and this is flying. Don't look down, I guess. Yeah, I have to wait a bit for the chamber to get connected here, but I'll get this cube as it falls out,
And there we go.
and throw it up to the ending there.
Oh, disappointed.
And this next chamber is to the pinnacle of the fly glitch is so broken, because we can use it real quick and just fly
So that last
to the
test
end.
was seriously disappointing. Apparently, being civil.
We are going to cancel it here by jumping to this funnel, so now we have normal gravity.
Why can't you solve a simple test?
It is worth noting that because this game was intended to be played with gravity, there are a lot of weird situations with the fly glitch where you can get stuck on the ceiling of the level, which we hopefully won't see. This is called a great shot. Oh, kind of fell there. We'll try again. Oh, this is a bad save. We'll go all the way back. But this is called a... I'm going to load the autosave because I'm really bad at making quick saves. Okay, we're back at the start. Ignore everything you just saw. Wipe it from your memory. This is called a
I
great
blinked.
shot.
Where were we again?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I hope that didn't disturb
A
you
really
too much
precise,
then.
not
It was
super
the sound of
precise.
books.
We can
Pages
eyeball
being
it.
turned.
You can shoot a portal on the grate at the end of the level, and
Books, so not a moral. Oh, what?
yeah,
What was that?
just
That was nothing.
solve it
That was nothing.
pretty easily.
Nice.
My body has a built-in euphoric response to testing. Eventually, you build up a resistance to it. It can get a little unbearable unless you have the mental capacity to push past it. It didn't matter to me. I was in it for the science. Him, though.
I'm all out of tea. I have to start drinking water.
We
Thankfully,
should all do
run's-
that.
True. The run's almost over, so I can brew myself another
Go
cup
on,
soon.
Just moving the old test chamber a little bit closer.
This is called Stop the
to
Box.
me. Out of
We're gonna stop the
maybe
box with our hand by grabbing it out of midair.
might give us
and putting it on the button over here.
What was that? Oh, sorry. Are you absolutely sure you're solving these correctly? I mean, yes, you solved it, but I'm wondering if maybe there's a number of ways to solve them, and you're picking all the worst ways.
Wheatley's dialogue, man.
Yeah, he's quite frustrated right now. The lore, if you haven't been following, is that Wheatley needs to test, but he's using all of GLaDOS's test chambers because he is too stupid to make his own.
Solving these and then watch 10 at once.
So here we're gonna get the fly glitch again. I gotta line this portal up better.
I am gonna
Okay.
need you to solve these 10 times as fast. Anyway, just give me a wave, would you, before you solve this one, alright? I don't want to
being a little uncooperative. Hold on. I'll go through this here. We're gonna crouch, and then we're gonna uncrouch. And now the game thinks we're in 2 funnels. 2
Nice.
minus 1 is 1, so the game still thinks we're in a funnel, and we can fly up to the end.
Remember when I told you that he was specifically designed to make bad decisions? Because I think he's decided not to maintain any of the crucial functions
And
required to
because
keep
we
the from exploding.
didn't touch a funnel again after leaving, we keep the crouch fly glitch. So now in this chamber we can
My facility.
do it in quite a cool way.
This place is self-destructing. You
Where normally you have to move that platform up there, we can just grab the cube out of air and angle it perfectly off the ground here to activate that laser. And instead of riding in this slow funnel, we can ride in our very own speed demon strafing machine. Oh, that is a kill trigger. Try that again. Usually you can strafe right over onto an invisible wall. I gotta go a little bit further. Do I not have... Oh! I don't have the invincibility glitch because I restarted a level earlier. That's why. Normally if you have the invincibility glitch, you can just walk right through that kill trigger. But because I messed up a trick earlier and had to reload, I lost it.
That makes
Really
sense.
complicated, unfortunate, even something I even forgot about, so.
Honestly, who else would I be doing it for? No one. So, let's see here. Exit, exit, exit. There is no exit.
Okay, have you guys found out yet that the crouch fly glitch is really, really broken? Because this puzzle, normally, we have to use some gel over here, but instead, let's take a nice stroll over to the ending here. We'll say hi to Peabody.
You told me to turn that beam off. I thought I had lost you when poking around. You two are going to love this big surprise. In fact, you might say
You're going to love it to death. So Wheatley has a surprise for us,
until it kills you till you're dead.
and he's being very subtle
Alright,
about
I
what
know
it is.
You're picking up on what I'm saying there, but
Thanks, we get it.
So if you can't pick it up, because we saw the co-op bot there, the Peabody bot, who was like very startled when the wall broke down, Wheatley now has robots he can test with. So now he has no need for Chell, because the only reason Chell exists in his egocentric world is to satisfy the itch he has to test. So because Wheatley can test with something else, being the robots, he has no more need for Chell. So he is going to attempt to kill us. Which you'll see, well, we don't actually get to see the title card of the chapter because we skip it. We end this level with the fly glitch, and it's going to be the most important fly glitch for the rest of the game, because we're going to keep this all the way until the final boss fight. So just to show you, this is a trap faceplate which starts Wheatley's part where he kills you sequence. Because we have 0 gravity, we don't go back down, so now we're stuck on the ceiling. So, just to show you that real quick. We have to like kind of hit our head on a pixel walk up here, and then now we can go through this wall. Because that wall was designed to open, we can just float right through it. And now we're like, the naysayers would say this is out of bounds. This is simply, change the definition of what it means to be in the level. Because normally you ride a funnel down there, but we're close to the ceiling. And right now, Wheatley is just so shocked that we're flying. And he just has nothing to say. He prepared this whole death trap, but unfortunately forgot his lines. Oh. And we're actually going to bop his monitor here to get a bit of downward speed, which we can use to land just shy of that catwalk, so we'll try again. Okay. get a little bit of downward speed, and we can land on the catwalk over here. And then Wheatley clicks to his senses, starts talking, but it's too late. We are already on the move. So this chapter is called the part where he kills you. We missed the title card because we flew around it.
Oh, I've got an idea. Yes.
Fly through that crusher. And this is the next map, Finale 2.
Hold on. I'm almost there.
This big moving test chamber only has collision upon its final decision, or its final destination. So we can just kind of fly through it. And there are some turrets up here. We're gonna hit the underside of that catwalk there, and yeah, as you hear a lot of loud rumbling noises as Wheatley's trying to break everything so he can kill us. Like that big pipe of gel that just fell down behind us. Again, cool guys, do not look at explosions.
Oh, did it kill you? That would be amazing.
I'm gonna fly right through those turrets. And we're getting close to the end of the game here. Usually you have to use bombs to get white gel there, but again, we can still fly. We're going to get rid of the fly glitch at the end of this level here. The final boss fight is actually very hard with the fly glitch, so it's faster to get rid of it. We'll fly through this wall, slope off of a little cable wire, and just tag this funnel here right at the end, and now we have gravity again. And portal up to here, and this is the last level in the game. And the game plan is, as GLaDOS is explaining, you have to stun Wheatley, then put corrupted cores onto him, and then once the system deems he is corrupt enough, the system will let GLaDOS replace Wheatley as the benevolent AI god of Aperture Laboratories. But as most villains do, Wheatley's going to talk to us for a bit in a very menacing tone, talking about how he's going to beat us. So that's going to be about a minute. During this fight, we're going to stun him by portaling bombs onto him. He is going to throw bombs at us. And we're going to do something called bomb juggling, because Wheatley is a boss in a video game, and as I've established previously, bosses that don't have health bars always take 3 hits to defeat. It's a fact of video games. Don't even fight me on this one, okay? So we need to hit him 3 times and get 3 cores onto him. Thankfully, Wheatley actually shoots out bombs in rallies of 3. So what we're going to do is hit Wheatley with the first bomb and then try to preserve the other 2 in a portal loop. It'll look really cool if we get it, but first we gotta get Wheatley to spill his white sticky portable goo all over the chamber.
That's sounded real. No, that was actually an impression.
And we're gonna line up this portal here on the floor.
Because you just fell into my trap, my brilliant trap. Just then,
and hopefully you'll see these 2 bombs will be in perpetual motion, stuck forever to loop between those 2 portals, which is right where we want them. Here's core number 1, so we have 2 more to go.
System compromised.
Yeah, now we're gonna try to whack Wheatley with one of these right when he wakes up.
4 minutes.
What happened?
And keep the other one in the loop.
Okay, great. Here comes another core.
Grab the next core.
Warning. Core corruption.
And if all goes well, we should be able to do the same thing again.
Timer destroyed. Reactor explosion uncertainty.
He changed the position of his bomb shield, so this time we have to shoot it behind him.
This will self-destruct in 2 minutes.
Enough! I told you not to put these.
And perfect. And here's the last core.
This one should do it.
And there we go. 3 hits to the boss means we win. There's one last trick in the run that will be coming up on time. It's called the early moonshot. To finish the game, the last input is to shoot the moon in the sky, which will suck Wheatley out of Aperture. And there's actually a 0.1... There are bombs in this room that we're about to go into. There's a 0.1 second window between when the bombs blow us away and when we're able to shoot the moon in the sky. So we're gonna aim for where the moon will show up, and if we get it just right, we'll be able to shoot the moon as we get blasted away. So time will be when you hear the little whoosh portal shot, which will hopefully be first try here. Time.
GG's.
Yeah, and well, first of all, fun fact is that's the only time in the game a portal isn't hit scan. The portal gun does take a couple seconds to get to the moon. Also, the cutscene's now completely messed up because of that glitch. Even the moon is acting a little strange. I don't know how that got there, but yeah, the whole cutscene's weird. We're now holding Wheatley with 2 arms, and we're somehow holding the portal gun as well. So Chell has the portal gun between her knees or something. I'm not totally sure. But GLaDOS will pull us back in. And some villain monologuing and music aside, that's the end of Portal 2. So I'll have my leave quickly, as I'll probably watch the rest of this show completely snuggled up on my bed. Thanks so much for having me. Again, this is the Puzzle Party one-off GDQ event. Danger will, if you just got here, Dangerous will completely re-explain it once we get back from the break. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Again, I've been Sushi. If you're interested in learning Portal 2, it's my favorite game of all time, so I'm pretty biased. And also, a lot of things you saw were very confusing. So this game has a great individual level scene, so I'd recommend learning some of those. I also have a ton of YouTube videos on my channel talking about Portal speedrunning glitches, tricks, and history. If you're more interested in that, I'd recommend checking that out. And there's also a Tomato Anus video, which is a more in-depth commentary on the run you just saw. So if you thought anything was confusing and you want to figure out how it works, go check that out. But yeah, that's most of what I have to say. Thanks for having me on. Portal is an awesome game, and I'm excited for all the other awesome games we're going to see in the rest of Puzzle Party. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for doing this. I was so excited to get Portal on for this, and I was excited to get to meet you as a runner, because I've been following Portal speedruns for quite a while now. So this was a lot of fun. Put your clap back in chat for Mr. M Sushi for coming here to do both Portal 1 and Portal 2 today. We are going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we are going to be featuring a little hidden gem of a game that you may not have heard of, but you're definitely going to want to stick around for. The Entropy Centre with Airhead is up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, friends, to Puzzle Party here on GDQ Hotfix. Puzzle Party is a one-off hotfix special featuring your favorite puzzle game speedruns. Before we jump into the next game, I wanted to let you all know that Awesome Games Done Quick 2024 will be live in person January 14th through the 21st in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Use !AGDQ in Twitch chat for more info. Go to gamesdonequick.com to check out the games list. Now, with that said, we are jumping into the next run, and let me tell you, I'm excited for this one. This is a little hidden gem that not a lot of people know about, but is quite a game. We have got the Entropy Centre with Airhead for the next run. So, Mr. Airhead, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right. Well, yeah, we got Entropy Centre. I think it's a pretty good game. I think you should play it, even if you don't want to speedrun it. It's a pretty good puzzle game. It's a little easy, but you know, we should play it anyways. But we'll just hop right into this little entrance dreaming section. It's just a straight line. And yeah, we're just going to be dreaming and walking towards the Earth. And we'll wake up soon, hopefully, because we don't want to be stuck here walking forever. It's not very fun. But yeah, so the game, it's pretty Portal-like. So you'll be right at home from the last runs. It's got a lot of, Portal-esque feel to it. You're gonna wake up in a little rundown facility. No one's gonna be around except some robots. But it's not a Portal game. It's a puzzle game that's like Portal. So we've got to keep that in mind. But it's just a little walking section for a full minute. But hopefully nothing bad happens to Earth here. Oh no.
Oh no.
That's fine. We can save the Earth, which is the whole goal. Yeah, so here we go. We're just gonna get into the real game now.
Yep, this is Act 1. We start with the waking up sequence. Never seen a game do that before.
Yeah, we'll never get out of bed in a rundown facility. Pretty original ideas here.
Find your timetable for today's puzzle exercises on your personal computer.
Okay.
And
I think we'll safely avoid copyright infringement as long as we don't have a floating British robot following us around. I think we'll be okay.
Not quite, but yeah, he tells us to do our, timetables. We're not gonna do those. We're just gonna open the door and leave because we don't really care about math here. But yeah, it's a bit run down. We don't really know how long we've been here. I don't know if the game tells us, but to be honest, I don't know too much about the story in depth anymore. It's been quite a long time since I've played casually. But
The story is drip fed to you through those monitors that we saw at the beginning, so you don't really pay attention to it when you run the game.
Yeah, you don't exactly stop to read. But we got this guy. He's our little friend. He's pretty good.
He's adorable.
Yeah, he's
He has
easy.
a post-it note, which makes him cute.
Yeah, and he's blue. He's a really good shade of blue, too. But, he's going to open the door for us now so we can leave him be, but he'll come back. Don't worry. We will not be missing him for super long, hopefully. But also, very innovative first puzzle room. Cube onto a button to open a door. I haven't seen that one before.
Hello? Is anyone there?
But the real innovative, I guess, ideas is coming up right now with the gun. That's not really a portal gun, but it is a gun. We just have to wait for it to do its thing, and we can go grab it. It rewinds things, if you can tell by that little demonstration there. I'll let the cutscenes, give a little bit of backstory what's going on.
What is this?
Hello! Very nice to meet you.
Why did you jump out at me like that?
Apologies. I did not mean to startle you. I have just been inactive for a very long time. My name is Astra. I am a puzzle exercise assistant, or P for short.
Wait, a what?
You are now in possession of a handheld entropy device, capable of rewinding objects into the past. Give it a try.
Nice to meet you, Astra.
Well, there we go. That's our companion for the majority of the game. We'll be missing her a little bit later, but, that's for later. But that's the whole mechanic of the game, is rewinding things that are broken or just back in time, like this bridge, or staircase into a bridge.
And there's a quick little optimization there right after we got the gun. He started firing at the collapsed ceiling through a glass wall, because you can do that for some reason. Most glass walls don't work that way in this game, but that one does.
And you can keep rewinding things through walls, it doesn't matter, but you just have to be looking at it, beforehand. But yeah,
By the way,
so now
did we introduce the couch?
No one's been here in years.
Oh,
we
hi,
did.
I'm Angry Chipmunks. I also run this game. I have world record until Airhead puts some more grind into it, but yeah.
I'll play the game again. I've been busy. Definitely not been playing RuneScape or anything too much to be speedrunning this, but I'll get back to it.
I don't even know.
Awesome optimization here. We're going to stand on the railing, so we don't have to wait for the door to open. Very, very cool tricks going on. It's be very basic for the first two acts, because we don't have the very broken physics objects yet until Act 3. But, I'll still be going as quick as possible.
Unless the intention is to get crushed.
Thanks, Astra. That wasn't the intention.
You're welcome.
Good morning, staff members. We wish you a productive day of puzzle exercises.
Just a bunch of the same exact thing of buttons, and you put the cube on the end button, and then you put it back to the other buttons. And it's literally just that for the first entire act. It's very simple. I was kind of disappointed when I played the game casually, but once you figure out, the basic concept of working backwards,
Well, there's always room for improvement.
it's pretty much a solved game.
And when he says working backwards, that's the whole mechanic. You need the object to end in the spot it began, essentially, which doesn't make sense when I say it out loud, but if you played it, you'd figure it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's got some pretty cool ideas, but, you know, it doesn't really build on them well. But it was made by one guy, so he did pretty good for one person for sure. And it's got some good voice acting. I really like Astra's lines. Every once in a while I'll say them to myself while I run it over and over again, because I've been just going crazy. But here's the first actual skip in the entire game. It's very, very cool. Whoa. We're supposed to ride that? It's really slow, so we're just gonna run ourselves.
Nice.
Because, you know, almost everything in this game is collision for some reason. So we're just gonna abuse it a lot. Like, probably a little bit more than the dev would have wanted us to. A cheeky little checkpoint right there. And we can just main menu out. Continue like that. Doesn't save too much time, but you know, any time save is time save, or is good for a speedrun. I didn't mess that up. Thank God. Because I don't really like dying. Yeah, it just skips a little electrical section. We don't have to worry about hurting ourselves.
Yeah, a key theme with this run is that there is collision in places you would not expect there to be. So
absolutely,
we can get completely outside the intended area and we can just walk around.
There's even some invisible collision too that we will use. A lot of actually invisible collision.
All right, let's keep going.
I don't know if you guys caught the dialogue that was talking over it, but Astra, make sure that our file says we don't like speed and we don't want to go fast at all, which is not exactly what we're doing, but that's fine. Also, you caught there, very briefly, the level started fading out. It's after you enter an elevator, like 6.5 seconds after, it starts fading out, and you can just main menu, because that's when it gives you the check for the next level. So we'll just be doing that a lot, because it saves, you know, like a few seconds, and those add up throughout like 15 different acts. A little bit of physics nonsense going on there.
Yeah, he paused the fire right before it finished going away, and he could unpause it at that position on the way back and boost himself with it. That was lag abuse. So some Unreal Engine games have this quirk where you can hold down print screen and it continuously fires, and it causes the whole game to lag out. So what happens is that it will just stutter forward, and you can see the cube sort of went to where it should have been, but it completely passed through a fizzler. You just saw it there again. Those fizzlers should destroy the objects, but because it's passing through in a single frame as far as the game is concerned, it does not.
Yeah, we still hit the fizzler if we go through it, but the physics objects are not like us. They behave very weird. I'm not making this, am I? No, I'm not. That's fine. We'll just make it come back. Not too big of a deal. Yeah, still, you know, a little bit cooler now that we can mix in legging things through the walls. Also, kicking is going to be pretty cool. Another little physics stuff. You can't throw cubes very well in this game. It doesn't actually let you even like lift it above your head at all. It doesn't want you to break the game, but we can just kick it wherever we want to by freezing it in place and then just running into it as hard as we can and flick our little camera up and it'll just go straight across the world. And that breaks a couple levels.
I'm good, thanks.
Several. That's like we use that for jump cubes, although that's a bit spoilery.
Yeah, they weren't supposed to know about those cubes yet. What the heck? You know.
Yeah, he's just gonna lag abuse those cubes straight through the fizzlers. Normally you have to jump down that ledge with the cube and rewind it back up. We just skip that.
Sound good. Sounds like it's getting worse.
Another little elevator fade. Goes dark a little bit, and we're out of there. Alright, this is where it starts getting fun. You know, Chipmunk decided to do a little spoiler and say that jump cubes are coming, and here they are. They'll be here soon in this level, and they are broken. They are very, very broken. But we love
So
that.
just a warning, there's going to be a lot of explanation. It's not going to make a whole lot of sense, but I'll do my best to give the basic idea. There's going to be like 4 glitches that happen all at once.
Yeah, jump cubes are awesome. They're the favorite child. You know, most people don't admit what child's their favorite, but I will. It's a jump cube. I just love him. If there's a jump cube in the level, I'm happy.
Introduction. Jump cubes. Stand on jump cube to launch yourself upward.
Okay, so that was called a soup jump. You haven't seen a normal bounce, but I can assure you, normally those cubes bounce you give you much less height. So what is happening is he's
Question 1. What is your name?
he's freezing the cube in place, and then he's actually jumping, and as he jumps, he unfreezes it and moves his mouse. He's kicking it downwards, and the game sees that there is a massive difference between your velocity and its velocity for a second, and so it gives you a max height bounce, which normally you need to fall quite a distance to achieve.
Note, jumping onto a jump cube from a higher area will
Right here, he's going for a soup glide, which is the same principle, but we have it a bit above the ground, and that means that it bounces into the ground and comes back up with you. And then, so to explain the reason why he gains so much speed, this game has funneling. It funnels you into jump cubes to sort of help guide you a little bit, but due to a pretty big oversight, if you start funneling to a jump cube and then you grab it in midair, you will continue to funnel it forever or until you hit the ground, whichever comes first. So, yeah, sorry if that's a little confusing, but there's a lot going on right here. You'll get to see another soup glide that has actually a bit more room, and you'll get to see the massive amount of speed that's happening.
Alright, this will totally not go wrong. It went wrong.
Oh no.
No. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do the room again. It's not a big deal. That skips a very long cutscene, so even if I get it second, third try, it will just still save a ton of time. It's like a giant... This isn't good. Why are they... That's fine. They're fine.
Should just drop a quick save there, Kappa.
Oh yeah, there's no quick saves in this game, just so you know. I would if I could. Did I load that? I did. Okay.
And we do have rewinds, but we don't have the Viewfinder so we're missing out.
I'm missing out on a few key things from the other games you guys were watching. But we have jump cubes though. Do they have jump cubes? No. Okay, there we go.
Nice.
And now there's actually a trigger under here that we're gonna go grab. Little leftover trigger. It's pretty controversial. You see I'm fading out now? Kicks me out to the main menu. That's the end of the level technically, right? Continue. I can't continue. I have to just select Act 4. So that's actually a leftover end of the level trigger from the demo that the dev just didn't remove. And it tries to take us to a level that doesn't exist anymore. And we decided it ends the level, it's fine, we can just go next. It's kind of like an all levels run instead. If you guys played casually, you will see what that skips, and you'll say, you know what, I kind of agree with that. Because there's no tech, you're just standing there waiting, it isn't fun. And that's probably one of the cooler tricks in the game. There's a couple crazy ones that I won't be doing today, but you know, like in this act, I highly recommend going and watching at least the IL run or the current record. They both have the actual cool routes for this level. But I'm 10% consistent at it at a good day. So we won't be doing it. We don't want to watch this cutscene again.
Try rewinding the lift.
Oh yeah, there is no checkpoint between here and the trick that we do, so if you fail it, you have to rewatch this cutscene and make your way to the trick, which is... we haven't reached it yet.
Yeah.
So it loses like 2 minutes if you fail. Your run's just dead.
Yeah. But it saves a minute to do it, so it's pretty awesome. You know, because it uses this little guy, our favorite friend. but we're just gonna leave him. We're not gonna do any shenanigans with him. We'll do shenanigans with his friends later in the level, but just not now. Yeah, you normally go up there because there's no ceiling in that room. No real ceiling, at least. Also, a very original idea right here. Springboards. They're definitely not aerial faith plates. So just ignore any similarities with any other games you've seen.
Please fill in an injury report at the end of the exercise if you experience any personal injury.
Really?
Would you like me to request a cold compress from the medical team?
You know, little parkour. We can do some manual climbing without the jump cube.
Like me to make an appointment with a doctor about your funny shaped
Also, a side note that since I'm walking through a bunch of hallways right now, you can't glide in hallways. If you're too close to walls, you won't glide. So I can't do like little hops and stuff with these guys if I'm next to the walls. You gotta be in a nice little open area to be able to do anything. Which is kind of annoying, but you know, just gotta deal with it. They're still helpful. I guess, Chipmunk, do you want to explain what's going on here then?
Oh, right. So this is a trick called smuggling. So normally you're not meant to be able to bring objects through levels, and there are two checks to prevent it. One is just a little trigger in between every level that despawns any cube that you may be holding. We can get through that with lag abuse. You saw that with the Fizzlers. It works fine with these invisible triggers as well. The other is a bit more tricky. Whenever a level despawns, it is supposed to deload every object associated with it, but it turns out if you just use the button, it's like a little pillar thing in the room that respawns every item. Every object there, yeah, that thing. The objects lose their tag that associates it with that level, so it doesn't despawn anymore. And we'll be using that a lot in later levels. It saves a lot of time.
Yeah, it's the main thing, really, because jump cubes are good, but they're not in every room, and we want them to be in every room. So we're going to be bringing them with us to every room forcefully. Also, if you saw there at the end of the level, jump cubes also can just bounce you. If you just let go of them in the air, it funnels you to it, and you just bounce off the side. It just doesn't matter if you're on top or not, and then it'll just throw you up where you're trying to go. And then I guess this next trick that's coming up is also very weird to explain, so Chipmunk can do that as well.
Okay, so I'll maybe wait a little bit to explain it, but
it's right there.
Yeah, okay, I'll keep going. So we're going to be using a trick called a zero bug, and what is going to happen is he's going to pause at the same time that he rewinds an object, and it will continuously rewind, I mean, not rebind. And if he does that on an object that is at 0 seconds left, it will basically preserve that state of the object being at 0 seconds of rewind, even if you start moving it. So now he's going to rewind that and the cube teleports because it thinks that he moved it instantaneously. Pretty weird trick, so just to recap, he's going to be tricking the game into thinking that it is an object permanently at 0 seconds on the rewind counter, and so when you rewind it, it instantly teleports to its last its former destination.
Yeah. It's not used a ton because you do need to have another object to rewind, otherwise it's stuck at rewinding forever. But so that's why you didn't see it earlier, but now we can do it a bunch. Well, not a bunch, but you know, again, right here. It's used the most in this act, I believe. It also does some other shenanigans with other cubes, but we'll get into that when we get there.
And so there's going to be another quirk of it right here. He needs it to land on that button, so he's actually going to drop it. A quirk about how zero bugging works is that the object rewinds to every point where you were not holding it. It just skips over every point where you were holding it and teleports between those spots where you dropped it. So he drops it right above the button, and it just teleports there, and he lets it fall onto the button. Easy enough. It's a weird trick, but that's just kind of how it works.
Yeah, it's also very quickly teleported between them. You gotta just do the lightest little click. Otherwise, good luck. You gotta go pick it up again and redo everything.
Yeah, you have to do a very small tap, or else it does just immediately go back to the very beginning of its rewind.
Alright. Well, we got our jump cube. You know what that means? We're gonna be breaking the level very badly.
Speculated that cat's purr has a healing mechanism.
Why are you telling me this?
Also, one cool fact that's not really like more like a fun fact. Almost everything in this game is perfectly like tall, so you can just get a maximum height jump and then just easily. Did I get it? I did. Thank God. There's a trigger out there that I went to hit. But anyways, you get maximum height jump, and almost every wall is that high. So you can just barely make everything with a little soup jump. It's so nice. But also, for some reason, there's a trigger out there that ends the level, and actually ends the level for real. It's not Act 3. It's a real one. As you can see, I'm here now in Act 6. But it's not consistent. There's triggers are places randomly. He forgot to remove some, forgot to add some. I don't know, but that one's there.
Yeah, so in most levels, the end of the level is not loaded in unless you load the final puzzle. But in this case, we can just fly straight to the trigger because it's always there, out in the void.
Alright, also we get a kick again. And a little analogy I like to do is, FPS equals muscles in this game. You kick a lot harder, the more muscles you have, aka the more FPS you have. So I'm going to be bumping my FPS up. I can kick this very hard. Hopefully straight in. Yep, and I can rewind it at far distance. That's the first time I've hit that in the past 3 days. It's been going really bad.
That was cool.
Yeah, so that's one of the cooler little kicks. And we'll just stay at high FPS. Bless you guys' eyes for a little bit instead of dropping it real low. Yeah, it saves, a little bit. And then a new cube is coming up, a new, very original idea as well. Bridges.
New puzzle element introduction.
But this time the bridges come from a cube, so it's unique. Unlike Portal, where they come from walls.
Bridge cube novice badge has been added to your Entropy badge collection.
And now we get a zero then, if you want to explain what that is going to do.
Yeah, so we're going to zero bug a bridge cube, which has an interesting quirk. Because it's stuck in its primary position as far as the game is concerned, the bridge will always be out as long as you let go of the object. So he's going to lower his FPS, which causes objects to flip in the air. And if he gets it, he's just going to flip, and then the bridge is just going to push him up. Normally, if the cube is tilted even slightly, it does not put out a bridge, but due to the zero bug, it will put out a bridge at any angle.
And now we have our friend again, and we're immediately gonna just leave the game. Leave everything. We don't need to do any more puzzles. We have a cube that can break all of them. We just kick him all the way up so we can grab him way up there. And this is another little inconsistent one where there's gonna be an elevator waiting for us outside of this area. That normally they aren't loaded, but they will be loaded here. Surely I don't get scammed. I didn't. Thank goodness. Oh, I looked down a little bit too early. That's fine. Nice. Okay. Yep, just elevator out in the void, because why not? And it actually is the very long section of escaping from a giant tube that's filling with water, like a little silo. But we don't have to worry about escaping from it because we will just, fly all the way out of the map. And then this one actually starts with a jump cube. And it actually has another little feature, little side job even. He works as a boat as well. So we got a lot of water, but we have a jump cube. So we're just gonna throw him in. And then we're gonna jump on him. And we're just gonna ride him all the way across. As you can see, we're supposed to be going out that way. There's a museum over there. We don't like museums. They're boring. We're just gonna go out to the island instead.
So normally water kills you because apparently Arya can't swim, but jump cubes can swim, so...
Yes. Well, realistically, water doesn't kill you, though. The devs kill you. Because right now, I can just run through it just fine. But there is, little death triggers around because the dev is mean and doesn't let us have fun. But we'll just go past them with their friend. But, luckily, everything out here is collision, like we were talking about before. Instead of just a void of nothing, everything is just touchable and just run audible and, you know, ignore that. That's supposed to look like that. I guess you want to explain these.
Scenery is not at all bugged. So we talked about how in some levels, the end of the level is not loaded, which is the case here. But something that is always loaded in every level are the hallways between puzzles. So he's going to bring his jump cube out to a specific spot, and then do a soup jump up to the hallway. And there's a little bit of invisible land here, and he jumps inside the loading box. And now he can just rewind the cube back inside of this puzzle.
That's so cool.
We're getting shot at by evil people right now, but it's fine. We will ignore them. They're not too big of a deal. Here he is down there, bottom left. He's really cute. He might look like E, but he's not E, okay?
Oh yeah, we kind of missed that. Those guys are evil.
Yeah, you're supposed to be introduced that in the museum, but we skipped that. And you don't really have to drop your FPS to 30. It's kind of placebo for me that it works better, that little bounce. So I do it. But you definitely don't need to. I'm just gonna up the FPS back up to save your guys' eyes real quick. And get into 8. This one starts with a big long cutscene, but we'll just watch it, you know. I've been talking over a lot of them. We can watch this one. That's Earth, by the way. That's us. We're chilling. Like, ignore the fire and everything. We're fine. I promise.
Nothing bad is happening. We're just going through these puzzles for fun.
They're not the smartest of robots, but that's fine. That's good for us.
Why did everything go dark?
There was a group of them. You need to pay more attention.
No problem. Object
Also,
detection increased to
side note,
200%.
covering her face covered the speaker, I guess. I don't see the speaker there. That's fine.
It's not a screen, it's her mouth.
Okay, true, it is her mouth. I don't think it closed.
No. That should get it.
There we go.
Okay, so Airhead just used lag abuse to go back through a door as it was closing. You couldn't really see it, but you should have heard the sound of the door closing. And due to lag abuse, the game still sees that the door is open, so he's just able to pass through. And as a failsafe, it just keeps the door open permanently. So then we deload the last level and we jump out into this water.
Once again, the water doesn't kill you, the dev does. And the dev didn't know we were going to be in this water, so he didn't make it kill us. Very nice of him.
A+ swimming animation.
Yep. I can hold my breath for a really long time. It's fine. And there we go. There's the hallway between puzzles that's always there. And luckily, there's a convenient little hill that gets us straight up to it. But surely I don't miss this trigger. I totally got it.
That should get it.
Totally got it. Yes, okay. If not, we have to watch that full cutscene again, and we don't want to do that. Actually, no. What would happen?
No, there's a...
Alright, I don't know why
strat.
I'm doing this. That's fine. we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. That's not consistent. It's not very nice to us. We're just gonna kick it.
Yeah, soup glides depend on the surface. They behave differently, and some of them just do not act nicely. So
this is one
normally
of them.
we only go for that in ILs, and Airhead just did that out of like habit, I guess.
Yeah, I was running this the other day, and I just not really focused. That actually worked perfectly. I cannot believe that worked.
That was like faster than getting a good glide.
That wasn't supposed to happen, but it happened, and it was nice.
We can't let that
Well,
reactor
that didn't work.
become too unstable.
Also, new puzzle thing. You know, lasers. We like lasers. They're kind of, original idea. Because instead of redirecting from a cube, they just come out of a cube. So that's original. But sadly, we can't bring them with. Not that it really matters. But we have a nice, awesome cutscene. Again.
No.
I don't know why they hate us, to be honest. I still don't know why. They just don't like us. But, awesome little chase sequence is gonna happen.
Approaching your position. Recommendation.
Little side note, when I first played this game, I loved these guys so much, I made sure I didn't kill a single one. I did a complete pacifist playthrough. I wouldn't blow any of them up, I would just go put them in a corner, go put them in timeouts, or you mean knows it. It's not worth it. You don't get an achievement, you don't get anything, but I just felt like doing it.
For the record, that is incredibly difficult because of one specific room and another act that I'll make sure to point out. But that is not easy to do.
Maybe they just want to give you
Like,
a big hug.
they don't know what they're doing. They're just programmed to do it, right? Like, it's fine. But yeah, white ones shoot balls. The red ones come and touch you, and then they kill you because they're electrified, I guess.
Oh, so you saw Airhead took a damage boost there to give momentum. I guess I'll explain the health mechanics in this game. The way it works is you just have 2 hits and then you die, but you regen after the first hit if you don't take damage for long enough. And you also have a bit of invincibility after a hit so that you don't just get hit by 2 objects at the same time. But as a result, we can just damage boost all we want as long as we don't get hit multiple times in a row.
Alright, there's no button to respawn this guy, so we have to truck him into the Fizzler. And we can bring him with. This is besides the very, very end, this is the only jump cube in this level. And, we kind of need him to do fun things, like going oob right here. Once again, this is going to be a perfect height to make it up, just barely, because the dev knew about this for sure, and he just programmed everything to do it that way. So once again, we're gonna turn on our muscles and we're gonna kick this bridge cube where we need him to go. Let's do that much. Good enough.
Oh, that is perfect.
Way better than normal. All right. Now we gotta zero him because we need to get up there. It's really
So a little explanation of zero bug bridge cubes. They don't extend infinitely, or else we could just point this towards the end of the level. So he's having it hit a hill in the background and then tilt up, and if it hits nothing else, then it will just keep its length from when it hit the hill. And now we can go up to this hallway with a jump cube.
Okay, so we want this guy really bad. Alright, I won't mess this up, Thank goodness.
Okay. That's not hard, but
I've messed it up before.
Both of us have messed it up multiple times, and you lose time.
Yeah, we don't.
Because we're smuggling objects, we just lose them if we try to continue the game, so.
Yeah, and like I said, this is besides the very, very end, there's not another jump cube. So we would be, not a good place without this guy. As you'll see, he'll get us to the end of the level after this room. Any chance we can go oob, we basically do it. Because...
And I guess we haven't really explained it, but by the way, he is doing glide hops where he's just jumping and beginning small glides and preserving some of that speed with bunny hops.
Yes. They're not cool bunny hops like in Portal 2, but they're bunny hops in a way. I actually came from Portal 2. This game looked so much like Portal, I knew I wanted to play it, and it was actually a good speed game. So now this is what I do instead of Portal 2, because I'd say I'm better at it because I don't have to do real bunny hops. That's another... What the heck? You can't really see where the jump cube is here because I have a tall cube. We'll get into what he does in a second. But you might be able to tell by his name. He's a tall cube. He works a little bit differently. He doesn't have an actual rewind path. I can't bring him back to his old position. But when I do rewind him, he gets tall. It's pretty convenient. And we'll just abandon our child and run straight to the end of the level. Because we loaded it in. Also, there we go. We got a little bridge cube out there.
Yeah, the reason we solved that puzzle was to load in this final area with the end of level trigger.
Yep, right there we hit it. Started fading out. And now we're in Act 10.
You saw him walk towards the hallway and then just turn around immediately. That's what he was doing.
Very similar to Act 3, when I loaded at the end there. So this level, it used to be my favorite probably my least favorite now. It's very jank, not good, but you know, it's fine. Jank is good sometimes. We'll just walk around. You're supposed to be able to jump on that, but it's mean. And this jump will totally work, and I won't mess it up.
The month holds much weight right now. Good thing.
Of course.
Oh.
Of course.
There's a checkpoint right there. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
Oh.
No, it's fine. This is the one time. Oh my goodness.
Oh god.
This next one's it. I feel it.
No. All right, so we just got here. It's a cheeky little jump. Yep.
Nice.
First
try.
good try. That was impressive.
Thanks. No, I was actually manipulating the conveyor belts because there's trash that spawns there, but like I saw that it was bad, so I had to just restart.
That's exactly what happened.
Well, you don't need to jump there. All right, so here, another little leg through the door thing. Open it up, and we're right through. Normally, you know, there's a puzzle there for us to do, grab a cube, but we don't need it. We got ourselves.
New puzzle element introduction. Conveyors. Use conveyors to transport goods in a linear.
So your jump cubes work the same as your normal cubes, not like the bridge guys. So we're just gonna make it so we can teleport him right back to the button as fast as possible. You know, there he is. You know, why are you leaving him behind, right? Like, oh no, you need him. But we actually don't need him because this next room has one. And we can bring this one through the rest of the level.
Note, conveyors can be used to increase
And this will
speed
also
if you
totally
walk
work.
in the same direction
And
as
not
travel.
be mean to me. Once again, turn on our muscles. We're gonna be kicking this guy very hard against this wall. Hopefully. Yep. And we just grab him.
Nice little midair to get across the gap, and he rewinds it back to the position.
Why, thank you.
You're welcome.
And since he's reset, I can bring him through. This one's not reset. I can't bring that one through. And also, a little fact, you cannot do soup jumps on high FPS. It does not let you. Or you can, it's just extremely rare to get them. So we gotta drop our FPS back down. And now we have him, so we can break all these levels like we have been. We're just gonna... Also, a lot of ledges like that are just perfect height for us to jump and for people to grab it again. And sadly, this is where we're going to leave him. He's going to live in 1004 for the rest of his life. But, you know, we gave him a good one. Besides, when we kicked him against a wall, it's really hard. But, like, he's durable. He's got it. This level is pretty cool. There's no glitches in this level. I can assure you there's none. And there we go.
Yeah, there's just some rocks you can put the bridge cube on, and it just works.
He didn't really test the puzzles very well. That's a long one, because you have to wait for conveyor belts to do their thing. And they aren't fast. So we'll just use the collision on the edge of the map and be on our way. And honestly, a pretty good 10. Besides the fact I got that jump first try. Besides that, you know, it was pretty well.
Yeah, if you didn't get it first try, that would have been good.
Yeah. If I didn't get it first try, it would have been better, but naturally. Also, a different friend is coming back right now. You guys will love this.
Staff quarters. We need to
Oh my
find a
god,
way
there
to
he
get on the
is.
floor.
He's so beautiful.
It's E.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, it's E.
Familiar face.
He's really...
Can you shoot him for me?
Have the same face.
Wow.
There you go.
We're trying to get to the
I had faith in you.
I won't shoot him. He's so nice. Look what he's gonna do for us. He's gonna let us continue.
Thanks, E.
Thank you,
Yeah.
fellow friendly robot. Note,
I suppose I'll
new
explain
route
what's
to reach
guys
the floor.
going on in the actual game right now. We're just on our way to the reactor because it is blowing up and we need to stop it. That's the whole point of what we're doing. And we're also getting entropy energy by doing the puzzles.
We've done a lot.
That's why we're
Ow. What was
running
that?
through them and not just, you know, walking straight to the ending.
Small static charge.
Yeah, so the premise of the game is that you're in a facility which basically rewinds the Earth whenever a catastrophic event happens, and apparently solving puzzles is how you get that energy. So
Yeah, your brain hurts and it makes energy that rewinds things. So we'll just be making our brain hurt a lot. Well, my brain is doing fine. I'm sure your guys is not so swell right now. Okay, that's fine. I'll get bounced into the ground instead. Yeah, that's a transformer back there. We didn't need to use it, but we will use one here. Because they turn the cubes into jump cubes. How nice.
yeah, that's what we care about. You see the little blue sparkles? That means you can turn it into a jump cube, and that means it's a good puzzle.
Yep, because it made a jump cube. We'll be using those in kind of a crazy way later, but
Would you like to play some ping pong?
right now they just turn us some jump cubes. You know, they just get us those, and that's it.
That's deeply unsettling.
It'll just break every level. Don't even bother looking what's around here. You can find out in your casual playthrough. Actually, I'll rewind it there. Of what's going on. Yeah, we'll just keep jumping to the end of our levels the quick way. Sadly, we had to make him a laser cube. We had to do it. There's no other way to get through.
Oh, could you?
I know, he goes from the awesome jump cube to the super lame laser cube, but it's fine. Because look, we have a little blue sparkles going on. We get a jump cube again. But we have to leave him again, sadly.
Oh,
Yeah,
could
just saw
you?
him do lag abuse there. Normally, the purple transformer would be turning it into a bridge cube. You can actually just go around, but that's slower, so we go through it anyways.
But awesome, more physics going on here, hopefully. Just gotta rewind him onto the thing. There we go. So once again, we can skip a puzzle with physics because there's no failsafe for that. So we'll just break it. And a new cube is gonna come next level. Also a fun one, but not as fun as the drum cube. There he is, the explosive cube. You'll never guess what he does.
These are explosive.
We haven't quite figured it out yet, but we're
Whoa! Did it explode?
Used for demolition
It might have. It might have exploded. We haven't, like we said, we haven't figured it out. We know they tear the walls down, so that's what we need them for. Eat.
Oh, yes, the teardown cube.
Yes, the teardown cube. Also a good game. You guys should go play that one.
True.
Very good game. So here, there's no roof on this. We're just gonna jump around it.
detecting multiple entropy bots in the vicinity. Stay on high alert.
Because everyone knows elevators aren't fast. But falling at terminal velocity is.
Permission to launch these cubes at these guys?
And then there we go, another damage boost.
One to condone violence,
Just,
but permission granted.
let's get past these guys. Okay, this is actually way more than should be the normal. I'm so sorry, guys.
That part's a bit scary. If you let them blow up the wall, it sometimes just kills you because you get crushed if you're not careful.
That's a friend that'll help us in later right there. Little new puzzle mechanic.
New puzzle element
It's
introduction.
a fan.
Entropy fans.
Can you guess what it does?
Create a wind vector away from its origin.
Uh,
Entropy fans to reverse
blows things,
force
probably.
and pull objects towards them instead. Additional note: entropy fans can be used to
Another little
propel
physics
yourself.
thing.
Sounds fun.
We don't need to do the
Analyzing
puzzle.
body weight.
It's fine.
You are of an acceptable body weight to complete this
Alright,
puzzle.
this is one of the cooler chambers in the whole run. Normally you gotta do some super long rewinding stuff to get the cube all the way up, use all the fans, but we're just going to, thank goodness,
Nice.
thank goodness, jump right past
That's-
it.
That's a bit harder than well, actually, it looks pretty hard, but it's scary. It's a scary jump.
It's easy if you're not worried, and I was worried, so it wasn't easy. Here's the room, by the way. That is very hard to do pacifist.
Yeah, those robots just kill themselves. So if you want to protect them, you have to do some really weird kiting.
But I went through the pain. I was in that room for probably like 20 minutes trying to save them all, but it was worth it.
Recommendation, hurry.
It was worth
The
it.
manual reset doesn't work.
No worries, friend. I have the Entropy Essential Maintenance 101 handbook installed on my system.
Fun fact, we actually do a very similar strat in the minimum rewinds category for this level, which is actually like almost as long as the 80% time for this one level. But you can do the whole thing without any rewinds.
Open, please. Thank you.
Oh god, we're gonna die.
Physics are a little random. Just like, you know, real life physics don't work all the time, right? Like sometimes you just start going up when you're going down the stairs. You don't know what happened.
Yeah, that happens to me.
Me too. Got a little zero cube here because, you know, it's faster when cubes teleport instead of follow a rewind path.
You see that he drops it down below? That's because when you do the zero bug, it just teleports between the beginning and the end. So if he doesn't do that, it just flies straight into the fizzler.
I think I would like that.
And if it goes to the fizzler, then, you know, we lose the cube. We don't want that. We don't want to kill our
It's not really teleporting, it's just moving very quickly.
Yeah. Oh no. The core. We have to save it. This is my favorite trick in the whole game, or at least skip. Maybe not trick, but we need to get over there and stop that. And stop it quickly. But, you know, normally you'd be running all the way through here to get over there. All the way around. Please be nice. Thank you. But we're just going to be going backwards because we have a jump cube now. And everyone knows what we do with these guys.
So, a bit of an explanation of what he's going to be doing here. So, normally you'd go all the way to that reactor and you'd have about a minute-long cutscene where you're reacting, or where you're rewinding the reactor, and it blows up anyways, and then the level just ends during a cutscene. But the way this game ends levels if there's a cutscene is it makes your screen go black or white sometimes, and then teleports you into a trigger. So you can just glide over here, and on top of this reactor, the trigger is just right there.
Nice.
We'll just load in. And there we go. We don't gotta do any cutscenes, we don't gotta rewind anything, we'll just jump straight to the end. But what we missed in that cutscene, we lose Astra. We get blown up, the reactor blows up anyways, and now we're alone. And we don't have the one thing that makes this game good, which is the gun. Because we can't rewind anything, we can't really do any crazy things. So now we just have to walk. It's going to be a lot of walking. This is the longest act in the whole game. Because we can't really
So the theory is that the reactor detected that it is blowing up, so now it is continuously rewinding itself. So this whole level is based around cycles, which are not fun, but we have some really cool skips here.
Most important cycle skip in my opinion is this one. It's not super crazy to get. If you get that jump on the railing, it's pretty consistent. Also, boom, E, there he is. Mwah. We love him, but he's not gonna be helping us with anything because we're just gonna run past. Normally he's like running all around through here, helping us out, but sadly we don't need him because we just have our feet and oob.
Nice.
Because, you know, this is oob, by the way. It doesn't look like, well, this isn't, but back there was, because if you're bad at timing things, you'll fall down here, and then you gotta use this anyways. So we'll just use it to our advantage and get back up. This skip is pretty good, pretty fun. Try to get it, hopefully. There we go. So we get a skip going through a bunch of cycle nonsense, because the conveyor belts are going the wrong way, if you can tell down there. And, you know, we have to wait for like 13 seconds a cycle, something like that. We don't want to do that, so we'll just run past everything. But when you do this, there's a little side effect that Chimuk knows all too well what goes on in this room. Hopefully we won't find out, but...
So the hallway isn't loaded, so he's instead going to be jumping directly to that checkpoint. It looks like you got it.
yes.
It may be possible that I've lost a world record run to that just normal jump.
Oof.
Nah, that's fine. Because if you miss that, you're back to the beginning of the level. That's like 2 minutes of walking that you have to do again. All the way back to
Yeah,
the
normally
police
there'd be a checkpoint, but we skip it with that when we went out of bounds at the top there. So,
Speaking of out of bounds,
there is no checkpoint.
Here we go. Some more out of bounds. We'll just be using some nice collision to just.
Yeah, we talked
get
about
more
this
stuff.
earlier. Even those wires have collision. There's so much collision in this game.
And luckily, it skips like 3 cycles there, so it's like 30 seconds. And it looks a lot cooler than just waiting, which we'll see very shortly. Of just waiting.
I'm curious because you said that there's like big mistakes will cost you, 1 to 2 minutes each. How optimized is the world record run? Is it like no
Not.
big mistakes? Not okay.
It's not very.
optimized, sadly. I've been
So
meaning to get to it. I've been meaning to optimize this, but been, like I said, busy playing RuneScape, sadly.
Gotcha.
And CS2.
It's currently a 109. A really good run would probably be around like a 105, like maybe
wow.
a mid 105. It's just really hard. Like, I went for a YOLO strat because I made a ton of stupid mistakes early on, and it just like magically brought me ahead. And I still lost like 40 seconds in the last level due to a jank thing where my jump cube went inside of a robot and flew away. That just happens.
Right there, reset the level because cycles are annoying. Please. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah.
We'll just main menu. We can't really do anything. There's a forced hit right there I was about to take. And oh my goodness, these guys are not being nice right now. It's fine. Oh wait, they are being nice.
There
They
we
didn't
go.
see me. Alright, there we go. That's fine. I come back to
So
this.
yeah, the reason he quits out there is to get a really good cycle on that fan.
It lines up
And we
perfectly.
we just take the hit from those robots. Otherwise, you have to wait another cycle.
Also damage boosting. So that's what we're gonna use this guy for. But right now it's just cycles and waiting. That was a little bit too close actually, but it's, it wasn't close at all. It was timed perfectly. Now we just have to wait. Except for this last one because it's not lined up correctly. Just go right past it.
Nice.
And now, it's a long hallway here, but we'll just damage boost it. And just a warning, you guys aren't going to be going crazy here. You didn't forget to take your meds or anything. This is like actual game. Okay? It might look like you're going crazy, but you aren't. We're just going to be going through this room. And then we're going to be going
So
through...
small tech there.
This room.
Oh.
Just
So
over-
small tech. Okay, sorry. Small tech. He is exiting out of the computer as soon as he can, and he's actually still able to control it while the animation is playing. So he's quitting out immediately and then scrolling down and pressing open door.
Yeah. And right now, this is a giant lore dump. If that's this whole point of the section. There's tons of lore, but we won't be reading it, so we won't be knowing what's happening. But there's gonna be ghosts. They're supposed to be here.
Yeah, a bit of a spook warning. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, there's ghosts around. I'm not sure which room they come in. Maybe it's this one? I don't know. No, not this one. I haven't counted how many rooms there are. I have no idea. I just run through it till I'm done. Oh, there we go. There's a ghost. These are actually us. Those are us. We're the ghosts. Big spoiler there. Also,
Bruce Willis the whole time? What?
So at some point we fell asleep. We have no idea when we fell asleep here. This is a dream right now, as you can tell. The things are telling us to wake up on the walls, but if you guys could tell us where we fell asleep, please let us know, because I have no idea.
There's a bit of a conspiracy theory behind it, and we'll show why, but there's something that's a little confusing about it in this next section.
After this awesome cutscene. Yeah, we have to... This is basically... The whole story of the game is right in front of me there.
Find Astra, solve puzzles, fix reactor, rewind Earth, wake up.
And then we just do it all over again. But you don't know that. This is, you know, oh no. It's fine. It's fine. Very big skip. I must get on these. GG.
No!
It's fine. It's not a big skip.
Biggest skip in the game.
It's not. It's just fun. It's just fun to go oob. But it's fine. No matter what.
Computers start rising, and if you get on them, you can just jump out.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. It's just for fun. Because otherwise you just stand here and read things, I guess. You know. Or watch TV with this guy. California's not looking good.
It sort of reminds me of the end of Ghostwire Tokyo, how like you play through the game with like relatively little lore kind of thrown at you, and then they just dump it completely on you. Literally, it's just a walking sim for an entire chapter of you walk through a hallway, you go through a door, you go down another hallway, and it's just story happens around you the whole time. And it's like, oh, that's exactly what's happening here.
Astra?
Yeah, pretty much. Nothing happening. I mean, there is little computers throughout the whole game that have lore on them, but we don't stop to read them, and they're out of the way. So, also,
oh no, Astra!
Astra's about to die. We gotta save her before she goes.
It's gonna
into
move
the fire.
any minute, guys.
Okay.
It's gonna move very quickly. We have no time to get there.
So stay here.
All right.
Okay?
So here is how. So how did we get in this room? Right, we just woke up, right from the dream that we were in.
That works too.
Okay.
Yeah. So clearly we went through a door and passed out.
Oh,
what?
How did we get in the room?
Where's the door?
There's no hole in the ceiling. No door.
So the conspiracy theory is that the entire rest of this level is the dream. Everything before now, which doesn't make sense because in the beginning we wake up before the reactor. So there might be a little bit of teleportation going on. I think that's canonical.
Yeah, we just teleport
That's
around.
my theory.
Right there, I did a little skip to run past a trigger that spawns robots because they're mean, as you can see. That hit me anyways. That's fine. Oh no!
You got that.
Oh no!
It's fine. There's a checkpoint there, and we have to quit out anyways. So, actually works out pretty well. I cannot believe
Ooh,
that.
nice.
That was really late.
Yeah, that was early. It's fine.
He did that because normally there's a trigger that spawns a bunch of robots in this part, and it just makes things awful otherwise.
Yeah, these guys are cool because they're, you know, they launch us. They're kind of like jump cubes, but like really bad. So we'll just take
and
them
they're
with.
one-time use.
Yes, one-time use jump cubes. We're gonna bring them with.
They're ouchie jump cubes.
So there's Astra. We're gonna save her. Just kidding. We're not gonna touch her. She makes us sit through a cutscene. We're just gonna bounce ourselves right up top. So yeah, it's like a minute-long cutscene. I think if you pick up Astra there. So obviously we don't want to do that. We have our baby jump cubes.
Normally E would blow up that platform and then you just rewind it, but explosive cubes can too, apparently.
Yeah.
That's just like, that was left in the game.
Sadly we missed E, but that's fine. Wait, do we even see E ever again?
Down there.
I don't think so, actually.
Oh no.
No.
Well, we will in 16, in the epilogue.
Please, thank you. That's not tight at all. I've definitely never messed that up. Okay, whatever. Now we gotta go grab the jump cube because, you know, they're pretty quick. Especially when this is like the, you know, prize little area that he's in. Because otherwise we're walking down this whole thing, but we don't have to walk. We got the jump cube. We can just glide hop all the way. This saves like just, you know, a lot of boring walking, which is very nice. And has a little skip coming up too.
These glide hops are so cool. Like, it's such a cool little piece of tech.
Yeah, they didn't exist until I showed up. Because people didn't want to bind jump to scroll wheel, but I did because I came from Portal. And obviously you bunny hop in there, and I wanted to go fast. So now we have those. Little soup jump to skip, just walking back there. You know, luckily for us, almost, or maybe every level, no, except the very last one, there's a jump cube. So we don't have to bring any of these guys with. We can just use them in every room. which is extremely convenient. Earth's looking good. That's Earth, I swear. That's not the sun, that is Earth. And, you know, you might think no jump cube, but we have the Transformer, and he makes them for us.
I would like to inform you that your chance of survival.
Yes. More cubes, more jump cubes. It's just so awesome. Just so much better than the beginning of the game. No walking.
Yeah. So we're on the last couple levels, and it really picks up at this point.
Just a bunch of oob, a bunch of jump cubes, and a bunch of weird tech. Which there's some new tech next level. That's pretty awesome. So you guys better keep watching because it's pretty cool. I swear.
Incredibly exciting.
Really riveting content.
I feel like you're being sarcastic somehow.
It's cool, but it's
Surely
definitely not
not.
riveting. Okay. Don't shoot me again. Oh, you little.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. That's fine.
You might have been okay. If
I
you
don't-
get to the top, the blast can just hit you into the checkpoint while you're dead, but
That's true.
better to
but
be safe.
I don't think I'd make it to the top. All right, look at this. Another jump cube. Another oob. Might as well call it the jump oob instead of coob. You know, it's fine.
Jump cube.
We got jump cube. We're gonna oob with them. And oh no, nothing's loaded, but that's fine. We got some tricks to load things. There's a little trigger right in that corner, and it just loads everything up.
These rocks are above the hallway where you'd normally be, so it just barely pokes out right there.
And also, another perfect height thing.
Very nice.
So, very convenient, so we can just get past everything with our friend, the jump cube. And also, if you notice, we didn't reset this cube. It's because we actually never hit the area that will deload him. So we didn't have to. Now we're just going to use him to break puzzles. It's probably fine. And this next room is very important that we have him. We really need him for the next one. Which is a giant open area.
Yeah, launch pads give you a lot of height and therefore a lot of speed with funneling.
That was crazy.
So we skip a very long launch pad section, just bouncing around, as we can just launch ourselves straight to the ending of it. So that's why we...
You'll get to see that one more time. It's very cool.
Yes. Hopefully one more time, unless things go
Hopefully, yeah.
catastrophically wrong, like the game crashing or something. But, you know, that won't happen. Here, another side effect of having big muscles is cubes don't move around a lot. That really doesn't, you know, correlate at all, but at high FPS, cubes don't like moving. So that was almost catastrophic.
Metaphor falls apart a bit, but we're gonna keep using it and pretend it works.
Yep. So, the unsung hero, Tall Cube, he's back.
Yeah. Remember these guys? Probably not.
But he's actually very useful.
Good happens if that
So we're gonna bring him with us.
Refer back to the egg I mentioned
Nice.
Ah, yes.
There we go.
Got it.
Now he's coming with, because he's gonna solve this next puzzle for us.
So tall cubes you can only grab from the bottom, so we can only rewind them a bit and still grab them. But by tilting it against the wall, we can get a bit of extra height and we can just barely make it up. Very cool. And now we can smuggle the tall cube, which happens to be very helpful right here.
Boop. And there we go.
Nice.
Who needs to do puzzles? We can just jump past. I'll just do 60. Alright, so here's the awesome new tech. I swear it's cool. Chipmunk, you can have fun.
Okay. Actually, I forgot about this. I was thinking about the tall cube. Either way, so this is going to be a cool trick called duplication. So he puts it up against a wall, and he's going to freeze it, and then have it tilt and then he puts it inside the post. If he grabs it while it's inside the post, it will temporarily hit both transformers at the same time and duplicate the cubes. It'll give you one of both that it touches. So
that was cool.
Yeah, we can just make as many cubes as we want.
And luckily for us, it can make jump cubes, like always. So we're going to be bringing it with. And anything you duplicate is not tied to the room anymore, so we can just bring it with for free. We'll just keep bringing them through.
To be clear, it's not just duplicating, it's using a transformer at all. It's a bit of an oversight, but as long as you transform an object, you can smuggle it all you want.
Yeah, they actually patched that out. If you played the game right now and tried to do that, you cannot do it. We're on an older version of the game that it still has it. Because when the level editor came out, it was actually too easy to duplicate things, so he removed it.
Like, you could do it by accident, because you could have the transformers intersect with each other.
That's the last time we'll be doing it. This is technically the last puzzle of the game. And now we have a super fun long bridge section that used to be really fun until we started bringing this guy with. Because before he'd just be walking down the entire thing with a bridge cube in your hands. But now we can bring him. And obviously glide hopping makes this a little bit quicker. We do have to fight some robots, but that's fine.
So there are a ton of triggers for things collapsing, spawning robots. Normally we'd be doing some insane strats that let you go over these triggers, but it's like very scary, so he's just going to be doing safe strats. If you lose this cube, it's like so many minutes.
Yeah, and the game becomes not fun anymore if you lose the cube, so we want to not lose him. So we'll skip another trigger here. Let's spawn some robots. And then we'll just be waiting for this guy.
I gotta say, saying the game becomes not fun anymore doesn't really sell it so much as a casual playthrough.
Okay, it's not fun to speedrun anymore. The game's still pretty fun. It's got some nice story to it.
Airhead, you're losing them.
No, play it. It's good. It's a good game. Oh, that was actually really good. Don't hurt me. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Yeah, you should maybe just kill them.
No.
Or, okay.
And there, we just use the little glide thing again. Skips past a little cutscene because we're too fast for it to activate. Normally it stops.
Apologies, there's actually one more instance of that launch pad glide. I forgot about that one. It's so minor. I don't think about it.
Yeah, but that was actually really important because it's a long cutscene. Actually, he would have shown up there, but we skipped him again, sadly. He saves the day one last time, but we say, sorry, we don't need you. We're too quick.
So here we're at the observation deck. We're gonna try to activate the entry device, rewind the Earth. Normally we'd go inside and activate a lever, which has a very long cutscene associated with it, but we go over instead, and that has one more effect of making some of the things around the entry device not spin, which makes this next trick a bit more consistent.
Yeah, I've definitely never lost a run to hitting it by going the other way. What the heck?
Oh no, just hold. That should be fine. Yeah, you're good. Nice. So, normally we would have gotten a launchpad glide, but the important thing is he went past a trigger that would cause this thing to start tilting up, which would lose a lot of time. So, not a big deal, as long as he didn't have that happen.
Yeah, if that happened, we would have been really sad because we would actually have been forced to walk there. But here, this is another case of rewinding something into a cutscene, and then we get teleported to a trigger. But luckily for us, that trigger is reachable because there's collision here for some reason. Why not, right? We just line up just to the side of this X. We just walk off. And then
nice.
We get it, and we're in the last level. That was oh, thank goodness. That would have been so bad. Because you gotta go all the way back to the beginning of the bridge, and you just gotta walk. And you gotta eat the cutscene, and it's just not good. But, you know...
That is very terrifying to mess up in a marathon setting. It's just a run over, normally, if you miss any of those tricks.
But this is the last level, the most intense level, most tech in the game here.
Very prestigious.
Very prestigious comp gold to have, which I have by like half a second. It's no big deal. I'm just really, really fast at walking in a straight line.
He does actually have a better gold than me on this by like 35 hundredths of a second, and it's actually kind of ridiculous. So I'm a little miffed about it.
It's literally just a straight line, and there's definitely more time to save for sure. I'm not that crazy, but there it is. There's Earth. We blew up the cutscene that we skipped. We blow up. You rewind everything, and actually everything, like literally everything. We rewind ourselves. We rewind Earth. Rewind the facility. Just absolutely everything. So now I'm in a little box. I'm just gonna be floating to the end. Time is at the end of this box because we can still move. We're not at the credits yet, but you know, it's just a little awesome cutscene to show us that the Earth is totally fine, right? The ice isn't melted.
I'm reminded of a song called "I See Fire" by Ed Sheeran.
I don't see anything.
I love Ed Sheeran. Great.
I mean, the ice caps are still there, right?
Yeah.
Like, it can't be that bad.
Oh boy.
We might have done this a few times.
Maybe. Aria's the real speedrunner. She's done this so many times.
I can't even tell how many times she's done it all the way over there. But, you know. It's okay. We gotta try again. We can save it next time. I'm sure.
So we'll be doing another run of this. We'll be going for the good ending. Unfortunately, we got the bad ending.
Unfortunately, the Earth blew up. But luckily for us, just to our right is a new Earth. Just brand new. Ready? Here it is. Any second now. There he is. New Zealand, you know. We gotta save these guys. This time. Maybe not those times, but this time.
I've got a good feeling about this one.
We don't even need that one. We got it this time.
Definitely.
But yeah, this is basically just ties back completely to the beginning of the game where we were dreaming, you know, just walk in to wake up. And here we are. We're just, you know, dreaming right now, and it's telling us to wake up. If you look at all these, we're rewinding back to the beginning.
I just want to comment on the fact that Aria is terrible at drawing smiley faces. Like, what is that?
It's fine. She's just going a little crazy, but it's fine.
It's Face from Nick Jr., if you're old enough to remember that.
Yeah, here you go. See, in the whole video, we're going back to bed, and we're just going to be passing out here. So time is probably in like 10 seconds. Right when the cutscene or the credits pop up is time. So, any second? Any second? There you go. There it is, time.
Jeez.
Nice.
Not bad.
That's a good run.
Honestly, not bad. Pretty happy with that one.
That's good.
Thank you guys. Thanks everyone for watching our little game. No one plays it. Please come and play it. Please
We'd
come
love some more
speedrun
runners.
the game.
If some of these glitches looked a little dangerous for you, we also have NMG, which is much more focused on optimization. So
it's also
come check
lame.
it out.
It's very lame. So don't play NMG. play 80%, please. We need to optimize the record. It's still beatable. You already lost 50 seconds on the final bridge. It's beatable.
And Airhead, where can people find you if they want to check you out?
Well, Airbaby TV on Twitch. I will maybe be running this on there. I gotta get record back, you know. Airhead on YouTube. I got all of my IL records on there, which I always have all of them. So you should definitely go look at them, especially Act 4. Please look at Act 4. It's so cool. It is so cool. Yeah, pretty much just, you know, just there.
Alrighty. Well, thank you both for being here and showcasing this run. I was so excited to show this because it's such a cool game, and I was like so excited to get to put this in the lineup. So thank you both for being here and for showing it off.
Yes, thank you for having us. I definitely wanted the people to see this game because, like I said, no one knows about it, but it's very cool.
Yeah.
So thank you.
A little hidden gem for everyone. So with that, we are going to be jumping into the next run. This is going to be the end of the road for my hosting for this event, but I am leaving you in the extraordinarily capable hands of Oscar424. And don't you worry, I'll be back at the very, very end after the last run to see you all off after the the end of this little event that we're doing here. So when we come back, you're going to have Oscar424 in the hosting seat, and we're going to be seeing a run of The Witness, all lasers by Hat Kirby. That's going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere.
Friends, and welcome back to this wonderful one-off special for Hotfix we're calling Puzzle Party. We have some really cool, awesome puzzle games that we already ran with our previous host, Dangerous, behind the wheel. So again, GG's, thank you for that. But right now we are on the second half of this show. We've got Tetris Effect Connected coming up. We have Peggle Nights, but for right now, we have the awesome game called The Witness by Hat Kirby. So, Hat Kirby, take it away.
Hello, I'm Hat Kirby. I'm going to be playing The Witness. And I might as well just get started with it because I have a lot to say about it, and things are going to happen real quickly. So if everything's good, which I know it is, I'm just going to do a countdown. Okay?
We're ready to go.
Cool. So I'm going to go 3, 2, 1, go. So The Witness is a game where you draw lines through grids, like this one. At the beginning of the game, the grids are pretty simple. They're just little mazes, but they get more complicated as time goes on. And there's all these like mechanics you have to learn. And I'm not going to worry about any of that because I already have the puzzles memorized. Speedrunning this game is mostly memorization and being able to draw the lines pretty quickly. As I always say, you got to draw the good lines. So this is the tutorial we're in right now, and it is pretty short. It is almost done. There we go. That was the tutorial. I should explain what all lasers means, because that's the category we're doing. Mm-hmm. So there are 11 main levels in this game, and at the end of each of them, you activate a laser that points at the top of the mountain. And if you get 7 lasers, you can go into the mountain, which is the final level, and you get the main ending. But if you get all 11 lasers, you get access to a secret area under the mountain. And that area contains a level that we call the challenge. And the purpose of all lasers is to complete the challenge. The challenge is really interesting because remember how I just said I memorized all the puzzles in this game? You can't memorize the puzzles in the challenge because they are randomly generated. That makes this category really interesting because at the end of like a 25-minute run or something, you suddenly have a pure RNG section. It's geez. Good luck.
Just your sweating intensifying right at that part.
Absolutely. You cannot believe how many world record pace runs I've had and then gone into challenge and just completely gotten obliterated.
Oh my gosh.
But right now we're halfway through the first level, which is the symmetry level. You may have noticed that all these lines I'm drawing have symmetrical lines being drawn as well.
So I'm seeing those darker dots, in that case, the different colored dots. Are those, I take it, required to be connected as you're making the lines?
Yeah. So the black dots all the dots have to be covered. The black dots can be covered by either line. The blue dots have to be covered by your line, and the yellow ones by the symmetrical line. And you're just supposed to figure that out. The game does not tell you.
Oh, jeez.
So it's kind of like a, 1 second. There's the laser. That's level 1 done.
Nice.
Actually, I should start explaining as I'm walking into desert right now. There's this thing in this game that we call sniping. You can basically solve any puzzle in this game from any distance as long as it's on screen and not occluded. So there's this puzzle here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to solve it without walking all the way up to it. It doesn't skip anything in that case, but it lets us not have to go all the way up to it. Also, there are 8 puzzles on the surface of desert, and we just solved 1. For whatever reason, the last puzzle on the surface is just on already. You can just solve it if you know the answer. I don't know why that's the case. I also want to explain, there's a cute little skip coming up at the end of Desert. There's a laser panel with 2 latches on it, and a glitch hunter called Reaver found that if you position the panel off screen a little bit, you can actually get the cursor to jump past one of the latches, which is a fun little time save. So there we go. That lets you skip 3 panels, and it's basically done in every category that does Desert.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, that's level 2. I'm gonna also immediately start going into the next trick that we're about to do. In this building we're gonna walk into called the Mill. There are like 5 panels you have to solve, and then there's like a slow elevator ride, and then you're doing more panels upstairs, and then there's like a shortcut that lets you leave without having to go down the elevator ride again. We found out at one point that you can actually activate that shortcut without going up the elevator. You can do it while standing downstairs. But it involves sniping a panel at a ridiculous angle and clipping your cursor through through a railing. So I'm going to do this right now. Let's see if I can get it first try. Yeah, there we go. That's called Stair Snipe.
Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, the tricks, they come and go so quickly in this game. That's why I am like talking so quickly. I did another snipe right before I did Stair Snipe, and I didn't even have time to explain what it was. But I will talk about it now. In this next building here called the Boathouse, I solved a panel through that window before I went into the mill. And the reason for that is there's this ramp here, and you're supposed to like tell the ramp to like travel across, and like you have to like stand on it, and it's like a slow little auto scroller, and it's annoying. But once you get over there, there is a puzzle that opens a shortcut door to let you leave, and we can just solve that panel. It's visible through the window. Snipes let you do a lot of really weird things. Yeah, see this door right here? That's usually closed. We're just skipping right past it.
Like, how precise are these puzzles? I mean, to be able to like hit those from that distance, like, it's just mind-blowing.
So it depends. Stair Snipe is pretty precise. You have to be standing in the right place for it to not be occluded at all. But that Desert Snipe I did is pretty simple. And the Boathouse Snipe, once you like know the lineup, I think it's also pretty simple. Wow. So now I get to explain the boat. First of all, those 2 buildings I just did, that was quarry. I didn't get a laser. I actually have to come back later to get the laser. It's very annoying. Second of all, I'm on the boat now. We hate the boat. Nobody here likes the boat. It's really slow. But you have to ride the boat in order to get to Treehouse. We have tried really hard to find a way to get into Treehouse without using the boat, and it's never come through. So we do regretfully have to ride the boat. The thing about the boat is when you tell it to go somewhere, it's going to like slow down really gradually as it approaches the dock. So we do this trick called a quick stop, where we tell it to go to the dock past it, and then we kind of go like, nope, I want to go to this one. And it slows down much more quickly. And now we're entering Treehouse, which is one of my favorite levels because the puzzles are just like bam, bam, bam. Like the puzzles in Treehouse are like walkways that you go over. They extend these little bridges. And because of that, there's like very little movement in Treehouse that isn't you solving puzzles. You just get to bam, bam, bam.
You know, I know you were saying beforehand, or before we went live, that you kind of like start vibing the more you play this game. I can see why.
It's so much fun. I legitimately, I've been playing this game for 3 years, and it hasn't gotten old for me. It's just very fun to draw these lines. And there's also so many different categories you can invent. Like there's a lot of category extensions on speedrun.com for the witness. A fun fact about these, there's this purple bridge here, and you don't have to do the last puzzle. You can just walk right over it.
Oh, well done.
And the same goes for this one as well. So the thing with Treehouse, what we're doing is there are these two orange bridges. I was walking on one of them earlier, and here's the second one. You have to like solve them in such a way that they like cross. And then you can use that to like, there's like a timer, and you have to, I'm not explaining this very well at all. You'll see in a minute. This door is on a timer, and you need to have these two bridges like in a specific orientation in order for you to be able to get into that door. Ooh, while the timer's going. Yeah, see this here, that's a timer. I'm going across these two bridges, and there we go. That was the treehouse.
So cool.
Yeah, the hood on that panel is just, there's no collision on it for some reason. Huh. So it's kind of like a fun little thing to show off, like solving the laser panel through the hood of it.
That is, I mean, chat's honestly been popping off with just how much memorization you've put into this game, and just the snipes and everything. It's been pretty awesome to watch so far.
Oh, I really appreciate it. I'm having a lot of fun too. Well, that panel right there was not agreeing with me, but yeah, this is the keep. The interesting thing about the keep is there's actually a front and a back of it, and you can do either of them in order to get to the laser. We do the front because it is significantly faster. And it's just these little hedge maze puzzles. And when we get to the top of the tower, you'll see the weirdest puzzle of the game.
Ooh.
There we go. Okay, fun thing. The next level is called Shadows, and there's a bunch of puzzles in Shadows, and you solve them, and you like open these doors, and the doors show you the solution to the final panel, and it's so involved. And you don't need to do any of that if you already know the solution to the puzzle. So we're gonna walk up to this right here. We're gonna solve it. And that was an entire laser we just did.
How would by doing the other puzzles, you said it kind of tells you how to solve that last one, and that's how you're able to skip it? Gotcha.
Yeah, so when you solve those other puzzles, the gates that we like sniped through open, and they like reveal the solution. By the way, this is Quarry Laser here, and I am just sniping it, so I don't have to walk all the way up to it. And we finished off Quarry finally. I don't know if you could tell, but it's positioned in such an annoying way. It's facing away from the rest of the island, and it's like next to desert. It's like there's not a convenient time to get it, so we literally just have to walk back and get it. We're in the town now. The town is interesting because it is sort of like it's a bunch of mechanics from other areas kind of put together. And it's situated near the start of the game. So you walk up to it and you're like, wow, I don't know what any of this is. Oh, we've got some snipes coming up. On top of this red building here, there's 5 puzzles that you need to solve. And you'd have to like make a staircase descend and go across a bridge and stuff. And we're not doing that. We're just going to solve these puzzles. That one was wrong. There we go. 4, 5. There we go.
I went full old lady Oscar and put my eyes right next to the monitor, and I couldn't see anything you were doing there. That is so impressive.
Yeah, the line in like the grid are not rendered at that distance.
Oh my goodness.
You kind of just like, you have to know the solution. And there's some like interesting quirks with the way cursor movement works that like you can kind of get a feel for. But yeah, it's definitely just like a lot of practice. This is my least favorite panel in the entire game. Okay, it did not mess me up. Sometimes the line does not want to go into the right place on that weird hexagonal thing. So I just did another quick little snipe right there. What that is that the desert laser is kind of broken. It doesn't actually point towards the top of the mountain, but it goes past this weird mirror. So we have to solve a panel to turn the mirror so that it like redirects the desert laser up to the mountaintop. And we could just walk up to it, but it is faster to snipe it from that tower.
Gotcha. There's a comment in chat that I think sums up it for all of us watching here. I'm just sitting here and just how?
The lines are how.
It's like my pups are so impressed. Even they're barking their approval.
Doggo co-host. Yeah, that was Monastery I just did. That's a pretty quick and straightforward level. The next two levels are the jungle and the bunker, and they're kind of interesting. Well, I've said every single level is interesting. That's because they are interesting to me. I could talk about this for hours. But these two levels, we kind of like intermix them because the bunker... in the bunker, you solve a bunch of puzzles and then you activate this elevator. And the elevator is slow. Like, you don't want to be waiting in that elevator. And for some reason, the elevator, like, the fourth floor of it is revealed outside. So you can kind of, like, send the elevator up and then just, like, go up to it when you can... You'll see. I'm not explaining it very well. But so what we do is we start jungle, then we do most of bunker, we start that elevator, and then we go do the rest of jungle while we're waiting for the bunker elevator to go up. The bunker is also one of my favorite areas because the panels are just really fun to solve. I could walk up to that elevator, but it's faster not to. Fun trick coming up. I've got a few puzzles to solve, but then there's a fun trick that we call wall skip. So in jungle, there's this part where you have to activate this wall that pops out of the ground, and there are puzzles on the wall for you to solve. But you are supposed to be on the wrong side of the wall when you pop it up. And you're supposed to like walk all the way around, and it's really annoying. And we don't want to do that. And it turns out that in the new version of the game, there was like a physics patch in 2017. In the current version of the game, your player acceleration is fast enough that you can just walk across the wall as it's going up. It's not really a glitch, it's just like a quirk of the physics. When I started learning the game, I was like, okay, I gotta learn wall skip and then everything will be good. And that was jungle. So yeah, I just played the game. At one point, it had been on my wish list for ages, and then it went on sale. And I liked the game so much that I was like, I gotta see what a speedrun of this looks like. So I actually watched Fearful Ferret's GDQ run, and I saw him snipe those panels in the town, and I was like, I need to do that. I need to do that. I had never really speedrun a game before. This is really like... Also, I'm going to interrupt myself and say, this is Swamp. This is the longest level in the game, and we're just going to skip the entire thing. Because at the end of Swamp, there's this little section with the laser and a shortcut door out, and those shortcut panels are visible when you are standing in the tutorial section of Swamp. So, like, Swamp has so many puzzles. It's got long, slow auto-scrollers. It's got a lot of backtracking, and just skipped the entire thing. That it's pretty far away. I think it's farther away than the town snipes, but it's only 2 puzzles. And if you know the solutions, you can do it. And that's 11 lasers now. We are heading up to the top of the mountain. Yeah, like I said, like it happens. Stuff happens pretty quickly in this run. This puzzle's really cool. Oop. As I say, as I mess it up, you have to like solve it from 3 different angles. There we go. And worst thing in the world to forget, gotta do that. That is when you have all 11 lasers available to you, that's when that little secret under the box thing becomes available, and it's so easy to forget it. Because when you get to the bottom of the mountain, there is like a door that you can't use if you haven't done that, and it's like the worst thing in the world when you get all the way down to the bottom of the mountain and you realize you forgot to do the thing. Oh. So this is the mountain. The mountain is kind of like a gauntlet where it's like, okay, you've learned some stuff, we're gonna throw it all at you. And you can see like it's doing weird stuff with it. Like this right here, the panel that spins is my like second least favorite thing in the whole game. It's so silly. It's honestly like very silly. The entirety of Mountain. They're just like, we're gonna look, hey, like it's super normal, just a panel like lying in a bunch of garbage. I hope you have a good time. And it's like, oh yeah, you can definitely see what's on these, right? They are absolutely visible. I do want to do a quick little warning. The next 5 puzzles are kind of like flashy a little bit, like they're very rainbowy. I will try to get through them pretty quickly. Oh my goodness. There we go. Yeah, just in case, like flashing sensitivity or whatever, but it is over and I will not look at them again. These next panels over here, I kind of love them. I love everything in this game. These 6 panels, you solve them simultaneously. And as more of them show up, you have to put in increasingly complex solutions to be able to satisfy all of them at the same time. Like, technically, you could just put the final solution in every single time, but that's slower. It's slower than memorizing 6 solutions of increasing complexity. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm having a lot of fun here. So this is the mountain elevator. This is, I think Jonathan Blow just wanted to like laugh at us or something. There's no way to avoid this. It's just a very long, like, jaunt. I should know how long this elevator ride is, and I don't. This is the like, okay, I've been running for like a little while, time to like stretch my hand, like check my texts and get ready for the end. This is the bottom floor of the mountain. There's going to be a few puzzles, and then I'll be heading towards the challenge, which is that randomized section. So that'll be fun. Let's fingers crossed for good RNG. Giant floor puzzle. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna increase my FOV. Challenge is easier at a higher FOV because there's like puzzles hidden in the walls that are really hard to see at low FOV. But I usually play the rest of the game at the lowest FOV possible because it makes the puzzles look closer to you, which makes snipes easier. So there's this pillar right here. Let's see if the pillar is nice to me. The pillars in this game, literally in the pre the 2017 patch, pillars in this game were so nice. I wasn't playing at that point, but I have down patched and seen it. Pillars used to be so nice, and now they're very clunky. But so this room that we're going through here, this whole little area, this is the challenge. You have to walk back all the way backwards through it to this record player, which I'm going to solve without standing in front of it. And nice. Now it begins.
All right, let's go.
Okay, that's fine. 11321 left. I have to memorize that, so I have a little code for it. 11321 left. Okay, that was interesting. 11321 left. Yeah, so these 4 panels here, they turn on in a random order, and they're just like different mechanics from the game. 11321 left. These puzzles here, these get everybody. Out of the 3, only one of them is possible. You have to figure out which is the possible one. And I got the center one both times. That's great.
Oh, wow.
So there are walls in here that pop up, and you have to, you have to memorize that puzzle from earlier to find the correct way through this like invisible maze kind of thing. Okay, good triangles today. Good triangles. Time is going to be when I solve the second of these 2 pillars. Let's see if Dot's pillar is nice. This puzzle right here can be very mean sometimes. There we go, time. That was a good challenge. Well, I'm impressed with that.
Oh my gosh, GG's.
One last little thing. This box here, inside of that is your reward for completing the challenge. And we like to do a little thing where if you stand all the way back here, you can just double click on it and it opens. And we call that Girl Boss.
I love it.
Hooray!
Oh my gosh. That was absolutely mind-blowing. Like, chat is popping off. GG's. Oh, and I'm just going to add some fuel to the fire and say, hey, chat, did you know that this is Hat Kirby's first time appearing as a runner on GDQ? And to do that is incredible. So, while chat, you shower him with all the praises, where can we find you? And what are you playing?
So I have a Twitch channel. It's Hat Kirby with 2 Y's. And I don't stream very much, but I would probably be streaming this or maybe Manifold Garden because I also love that, but mostly The Witness.
Oh, nice.
I would also say there is a Discord server for Witness speedrunning. Like you can find it on speedrun.com. I think this is a great game if you like kind of aiming and memorization, I guess, because you can get like incremental gains pretty well just by like, oh, I memorized more of it. Oh, I've been practicing solving the puzzles. So highly recommend you join if this seems at all interesting. And I'll be there.
Yay! But yeah, so again, GG's Hat Kirby, amazing job playing The Witness. That was so cool. Those of you watching, sit tight, get a quick hydration break in, go scratch, give your dogs and cats and pets a good scritch if they got some. Otherwise, we will see you in a couple minutes for the next run of Puzzle Party, which is going to be Peggle Nights with Satan herself. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome Welcome back, friends. It is some more Puzzle Party. Before we get to our next run, I do have a couple quick announcements. First and foremost, if you happen to miss out on any of our other Hotfix shows or past events, like Flame Fatales, make sure you check out the VODs over on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And if you're asking, hey, Asuka, I'm on YouTube right now. Well, you know what? If you are watching on YouTube, be sure to press that like button on this video and also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Also, head to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick if you're interested in looking at our live content. And also, you might be wondering if I'm on Twitch right now. I'm not starting the cycle again. We have games to play. We have puzzle parties to continue. And speaking of puzzle parties, we have a run of Peggle Nights at chat. Friends, let me tell you, this is the first time it's been on GDQ. This is the first time it's been showcased, period. So we are getting essentially like a world premiere of Peggle Nights New Game Plus by Satan herself. So, Satan, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Asuka. Yeah, this is Peggle Nights, which is the sequel game to Peggle Deluxe. You may have seen it at SGDQ 2023. And yeah, NG Plus is basically New Game Plus. We go through the game again, and we're able to choose any power we want. And yeah, this is the very first time it's been showed off on GDQ, or to my knowledge, at any speedrunning marathon. So I'm really hyped to show it off. My name is Satan herself, or Satan isn't herself on Twitch. And Couch, you go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Yep, I am, I'll go and start. I'm Poetry Stud. I go by he and him, and I'm going to be co-commentating.
Hi, Helios WX, I go by Helios, also he, him, and I'll also be commentating.
And hello, I'm Butcher, and I'll also be commentating, he, they.
Richa did the SGDQ 2023 run, so we are very happy to have them on, and of course Helios and Poetry. Yeah, so timing is going to start on adventure mode. Actually, wait, let me see whether, yeah, sorry, no time start yet. Great. I just needed to do a single shot so that I could restart.
That works.
All right. Once I click this restart adventure, we're going to start. And I ask that chat listens to me pretty intently for the first 5 or so minutes. Then you'll understand basically the basic game mechanics of Peggle, and you'll be able to understand essentially the entire rest of the run. So, it's a worthwhile 5 minutes to be listening in for. But we'll always, we'll update to make sure that anybody at any point can understand what's going on. So I'm going to do a little
notes,
countdown.
There will be a test.
Oh, yes. At the end. No, never. 3, 2, 1, start.
Good luck.
Okay, so Peggle is a series basically of individual levels that you have to complete one by one to get through the game. There are no glitches, no skips. You got to complete every level. There's no way around it. At least in this game and in this category, there is technically a small glitch / skip in Peggle Deluxe. Oh wait, I'm playing with Bjorn. I forgot to switch to Tula. That's okay. I'll explain what that means later. Oh no. Can y'all hear that? Hope y'all didn't hear that.
Can we hear?
Well, actually, I'm kind of glad I have Bjorn. Great. I had a stream notification sound on. But anyway, you have to hit every orange peg in order to complete the level. 1, 2. I'm still playing as Bjorn, and it's doing the glitch. Darn. Well, that's okay. We can restart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. So now I've switched over to Cinderbottom, who's the best power for the level. And basically, Cinderbottom, when you hit those greens, it'll give you a nice little fireball here. And then, of course, the goal is to hit all of the orange pegs as fast as possible. So doing that wall fireball there, where I aimed into the corner and shot at the ball bucket as it was moving at the right time, gave us a big fireball that allowed us to clear a lot. Generation, unfortunately, didn't make it as productive as it could be. But then I'm going to do an improvised fireball for the second one here. And that's the level. I'm switching to Tula here. Yeah, my new computer is having a bit of an issue. I'll explain it kind of when I explain openers. So like a reason I'm able to do this really cool slide down here without having to worry about it is something called openers. So openers are basically like consistent strats that we can do that we know are going to work every time we do them, because the Peggle physics system is deterministic. So I aimed all the way to the right side, and then I tapped 7 times on my keyboard, and that made it so that I could get that slide every single time. And that's super easy to do. So there are some opener shots that are like that are really, really easy, and there are some that are really, really, really hard. Those are called pixel shots, and that's when you have to aim at a specific pixel on the board to be able to do the shot. We don't have any of those right now yet, but we may run into some of them later. Yeah, so I'm doing a little opener sequence here just for safety purposes, and that'll allow us to clear out most of the level, and then we're going to use Fireball strategically to clean up. So here I'm using the top of the ball bucket mounts to do that. Also, since this is NG+, we obviously don't have a ton of worry with losing the level. But if we did, we'd be using the ball bucket at the bottom of the screen. That gives you a free ball every time you get into it. As you can see on the top left corner of the screen, you only start out with 10 balls. This is a pixel shot, by the way. Really hope I can get it. Nope, didn't get the good variant. That's okay. If you do that pixel shot right, and as you can see, pixel shots are very, very difficult, then you can get a big slide off of this side here. Yeah. You can also get free balls from points, like you just saw there. If you get 25,000 points from a single shot, you're able to get a free ball. And oranges and purples are worth a lot of points. And pegs become more valuable the further you go in the level, like the more oranges you hit. So it's a lot of strategy as to how you do that. And that's the first 5 levels, already all the way done. Okay. And that's Peggle Basics. So yeah, if my commentators want to take it away, go for it.
Yeah. I was just going to add on. So the big difference between this and a normal run of Peggle, as Satan was already mentioning, is that in New Game Plus, you can choose the Peggle master you want on every single level. And that means that you generally, that you get the creme de la crop and basically can get a lot of ideal situations that you might have to struggle through in a normal run.
And
if we want to... Helios, do you want to explain what Tula does also? Because I realized I forgot to do that. She will be very, very important for the whole run.
Yeah, so, we'll do that first. So yeah, with Tula, with being able to pick your powers, so every Peggle Master has different powers that you can use. Tula's is particularly helpful in NG+, because Tula is one of the strongest masters in the game. So we all have our picks and our favorites from the bunch here. Poachers chuckled there because definitely have some favorites. But Tula is really strong because she will eliminate 25 or 20% of the oranges that are on the board at any given time. So there's a lot of strategy for if you hit the peg early, you can clear a lot of oranges fast. If you save it to the end, though, you can save maybe a shot that you know you can't get the orange for, and you can get yourself out of what would be a tricky situation, pretty much guaranteeing the level just because you saved it. So Tula is a very safe and powerful play for NG+. So just like Cinder here, who can just blast through these levels really quickly with literally blasting through the levels, burning through them, if you will. You're going to see a lot of Tula and Cinder in this run, because this is the type of run where it's optimized to be, Peggle at its fastest. This is, as Poacher's explaining, almost every ideal pick. So some of us kind of go back and forth. The beauty of NG+ is that you can pick anybody you want. Like the first level being Bjorn. Bjorn's not the fastest character, but, it's still NG+. It counted. So you can pick whatever you want. Different speedrunners will pick different characters for different levels. However, there is kind of a, Cinder is really good at this level. So you could pick Tula, but Cinder is kind of the optimized route. Here on purpose. That's a good shot, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, so you can expect to see, again, as Helios was saying, a lot of Tula because of her flower power that just hits a portion of all the remaining oranges. You can expect to see Cinder. There's a couple others like Who and Marina, who I assume we'll probably be seeing as well. But the other thing is that it also kind of depends on the level generation. Sometimes, I don't know how much of this we'll see, but sometimes there are certain levels where it might be the case that Satan or any runner would look at like, okay, what is this generation of pegs gonna be best with? And a lot of times you can kind of change stuff on the fly if necessary.
Also, just to explain what I just did there, that's called a downshot opener. So I centered the shot using the center of the character portrait, which is another way, just like going left or right, to sort of guarantee the same shot every time. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, there are lots of strats for normalizing shots and stuff because, as Satan was saying, the physics are deterministic. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's easy to find the shots. It can be very difficult to find them.
Something that does help with that, though, is it makes me feel old whenever we think about this, but Peggle is an older game. Like, this is the sequel to Peggle Deluxe. Peggle Nights came out in 2008. And because it's it's an arcade-style pachinko game, the background art, even though it's very nice, is a lower quality in terms of the resolution, which actually lends itself to the speedrunning. There's only so many pixels you can hit that you can actually see them on the background art. And so when Satan was talking about the pixel shots, you can some of them are harder than others, but you can actually see the pixels on like the background art. So, for certain types of shots, you can not easily, in quotes, because even though I like pixel shots myself, they are still definitely difficult to hit. You can actually see the shots you're trying to line up, which is very nice in doing these harder shots. Yeah.
I'd like to comment on that because me and Helios both use quite a lot of pixel shots, whereas Satan Poetry actually use much less because they are really hard to do. So me and Helios have practiced them a lot. So there's actually a lot of these levels actually do have pixel shots now because there's been a lot of strat development for Nights, and so. But you can't. The thing with Peggle is quite nice that you don't have to do those strats. Like, if you feel more comfortable using certain other strats, then there are still strong strats you can still use to get through these levels.
Satan and Poetry are good examples of, the pixel shots tend to be faster, but you do kind of lose time to aiming them sometimes. If you mess them up, you mess up, pretty badly. So,
That was really good, by the way.
Yeah, that was a crazy level. Yeah, wow. This is NG Plus at its best here, is you blink and the level's over on the next one.
Yeah.
Peggle is really good at, there's no one set way to do a level. And that's what's really cool about Peggle speedrunning is that to do a Peggle speedrun, you're pretty much just playing Peggle. We have these strategies, but you can use whatever you're more comfortable with, and you can still be, a top runner, really good at the game. So it's really cool how this arcade-style game kind of got its own niche as a speedrun game with how many strategies it has that work really well. That's what makes it so much fun to watch as well. Along with the fantastic sound effect art.
Especially with NG Plus, you can have all the different runners can have their own routing of what they feel most comfortable doing the levels with. Because I'm out of us three commentating, I'm the person that's grinded NG Plus the most, and I have my own routing for this.
Oh, yeah.
So there's levels here that I'd actually use different masters. Well, these ones are quite clear. When there's loads of bricks like this, then you use Cinder. That's usually the way.
Some of our fellow speedrunners use just Tulip the entire time. We have an individual masters category where you play the entire game as a single master. That's technically NG Plus. You pick the same one every time. So if you get a really good time only using Tula, there you go. There's a time. So,
that used to be my PB was just with Tula.
Currently my PB.
A lot of people's first NG Plus is just a really good Tula time.
Yeah. A while back, Britcha and I had a bit of a competition where we were lowering our New Game Plus times by doing exclusively Tula the Sunflower runs, and we both managed to get our first sub-hour in the game by doing that, too.
I remember seeing that yellow color on the sides of the Ballatron. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, so that's part of the mechanic that Satan was alluding to earlier, where if you get enough points, you actually get a free ball back. Part of what makes that really important, actually that counter, so you can see right now with the green, it turned yellow because it went all the way up, and then you got enough points that it went all the way up again. I think it's yellow then purple is even another layer of, you can
No,
get
purple
3
is the
back.
second one. Yellow's
Purple's-
the third one.
Oh, yellow's
Yeah,
the third
yeah.
one, right. So yeah, you can get 3 balls back on a single really good shot. And with NG+,
Yeah.
you rack up points so quickly, you do see that more often. And
Yep.
part of why that's helpful is that there are 25 orange pegs on the board to start with a varying number of the blues. And you only have 10 shots to do all of them. So this is what makes Peggle speedrunning, Peggle speedrunning is fun, but it definitely has an element, it's fairly difficult because it's quite a bit of resource management. You have to, and actually this level is one of the trickier ones.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the trickier
Yeah,
ones.
Even
in the game.
no matter
the
what master you
fireballs
have,
having-
this one's a bit of a stinker.
It go the way I liked it too.
Is-
So
You have to
might
kind
have
of
to save
balance.
this.
Yeah. Yeah, we can focus if you need to save this one here.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm doing fine.
Yeah. So you have to
Terms of
kind of
focus.
balance, getting free balls back while hitting as many oranges as you can. Because, if you just hit 1 orange every time, there's 15 left and then you're done. So if there's an interesting, when you begin speedrunning Peggle, you kind of just have fun with it. It's not that we don't have fun with it at the higher level.
Yeah, I like
that's
the
debatable
implication there.
sometimes. But, every speedrunner hates their own game sometimes. But, it is a lot of, the fun comes from the resource. Ooh, this is going to be, okay, here's a free ball skill for you.
Let's see if-
Pause.
It's a tight one to hit. Satan has
There
one ball
we go.
left and gets it.
So
Nice.
that's a good showcase of the mechanic where if you line up your shot, yeah. these are routine for us.
That
but
was
it's probably
extremely
it's wild
unlikely
to
to
watch.
work,
Yeah.
by the way.
That was really clean. Yeah, that was a really good save for that level. That wasn't going well. Because
Yeah, it's
oftentimes,
important to like save the level since like losing a level is just a whole 1 minute, 1.5 minute of time loss, and so you're better off wasting like 30 seconds free ball, like hitting pegs one by one into the bucket, or like doing things carefully to save the level, so you don't take that time loss.
And what's cool is that every peg is technically free ballable. That's not a made it up a word there. But it takes a lot of kind of getting used to a level like this. All those bricks are at slightly wonky angles, right? So it comes from a lot of practice and game sense to be able to just fire off free balls like that when you're in a tough situation. So that was a really good play there. Because part of what makes Peggle speedrunning so exciting is it's like it's not, when you think of this game, you don't typically think speedrun, right? It's an arcade game. But what makes it so fun, especially for a live audience like this, is how rapidly things can change. Like a level can look really good. You can type a message, blink, and then suddenly you have to save the level because it's like, oh god, I'm suddenly down all these down to 1 ball and 3 pegs, right?
Yeah.
So these runs can
So there I hit the
very
green
wildly.
because it was easier than hitting the last orange. So that's just an example
Yeah,
of that.
That's why
we're seeing our
Finally,
first
we get
appearance
to see
of
Marina.
Yeah, our first appearance of Marina here. Marina is, I'll just quickly explain it, so because we're going to see Marina in the future as well. Marina is a character that is kind of like Cinderbottom in that she's good for just clearing out large swaths of pegs, but her ability that we're about to see here in a second is a little different. Instead of directly going through the pegs, I'll wait and we can see.
No spoilers.
Yeah. It gives you a zap through while the ball continues on whatever trajectory it normally would go on. And so this can be used kind of strategically. It's similar to Cinderbottom, carving a path through everything. But it can be used in different ways. And so there, Satan was kind of hitting some of those lower ones and blocker pegs out of the way, while also having the ball go down to hit the pink on the slide for extra points. And so there's
To be
lots
honest,
of ways
that
you
wasn't
can...
the fastest shot, but it was going to look really cool, so I did it.
Yeah, and it's working out so far.
I'm guilty of that. I'm like, this'll lose some time, but it's gonna look really cool, so I'm fine with it. You gotta get your clip in sometimes.
Okay, this is a tough level. We're looking pretty good here, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looking okay.
This is a pretty good run killer, even in runs like this where you really optimize to do well. The Cat Tut levels here, that's the master that's intended for this. I hate to break it to you, Cat Tut fans. I don't believe he'll be making an appearance in this run. He's a great power. Yeah. He does extend the edges of the ball bucket for more free balls. But when we're talking about NG Plus here, we are bringing every second out of this game.
Really, really safe, but it's worth it.
Yeah. There we go.
And of course, I moved my hand. Let's see if it still did it.
I see that.
Yep,
I
still
think
fine.
it still went through. Yeah, yeah. So
it's really pretty looking at the end here. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Believe it or not, that shot almost always gives a free ball.
Nice.
Yeah, I will say one thing is that if you have played the Peggle games, between the kind of ones that the larger Peggle speedrunning community focuses on. We generally kind of focus on the ones from the late 2000s, Peggle Deluxe, Peggle Nights, and the spin-off games. Among those games, Peggle Nights is kind of infamous in our community for being like a lot more difficult generally than Peggle Deluxe. So it's a lot of Peggle Deluxe's levels are kind of like simple once you know how they work. But levels like this one, for instance, in Peggle Nights, you have so many things that are buried and can be blocked away that it becomes a whole kind of a different approach to really get through a lot of these levels.
So yeah, it's the strategies that work in Deluxe don't quite work the same way in Nights. So, we have the same types of strategies. We have pixel shots, we have, tap shots and everything. But the way that they're used it varies a lot with Nights. And Nights, it's definitely a fun game, but the added difficulty does make it a bit rougher to run sometimes. However, it is definitely recommended if you do like speedrunning the game, try out Nights. Especially casually, I think Nights is more fun.
Yeah, it's the art and stuff is a lot more vibrant, and just look at the background art of this
lore,
one.
Peggle lore, if you will, in the background. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Peggle lore.
Okay.
Can we get a Peggle lore in chat, please?
Yeah, we need a Peggle lore.
Yeah, this one was looking a little tough, but Satan has gotten through just fine. Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Actually, not gonna do that one.
This is a cool level.
Yeah. So a lot of visually interesting levels like this one, where if you kind of know the strats, like Satan does here, it's still a bit of luck since they are moving, but you can kind of open up these slides and all that.
That's okay.
And regardless, this is looking pretty much fine for Satan here.
Here, get a slide for the fans.
I'm gonna do something cool.
Slide for the fans. Woo!
Extreme slide. Yeah, lots of times you can use the
that's a good bucket kick there.
you made.
Yeah, so the rim of the bucket. Lately. Yeah, the rim of the bucket it's actually a physical hitbox. So for better or worse, sometimes the ball will actually hit that edge of the bucket, miss it there. Sometimes it'll just kind of hit it and fall to the side, and it can actually kind of mess up getting a free ball, which can throw the run sometimes. I am infamous for that, but sometimes you'll get cool shots like that, where because of the angles, it'll actually kick back up into the level. And when you're talking about score challenges for this game, which is an entirely separate thing, you actually get more points from cool trick shots like that, where you just kind of on accident something really cool can happen, and that just kind of adds to the fun of watching the game, not just playing it.
Yeah, technically a separate thing, but there are also multiple categories in this game and in all the Peggle games that actually do include points challenges. So if you are interested in points challenges, there's an option for you.
Yeah, now I'll let Britch and Pochi talk about those because I am I'm a go fast guy. They like the challenge stuff.
Well, it's ironic you bring that up because this level is an infamous one in those types of runs, and even in this run, even in a normal run, this level is pretty brutal. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the points the point runs are definitely something that is cool to have because it is kind of more along the lines of what was the intended way of playing the game by the developers, right? The developers, at least as far as we know, didn't really consider speedrunning to be, an intended way of playing the game. But points absolutely is, and so it is cool that there are runs that have that too. I guess Britshop, you want to say any more about that?
Yeah, I could add the fact that, after SGDQ, when Peggle was showcased, we got to talk to one of the developers of Peggle Deluxe, and he actually introduced himself by trying to pitch a category that was based around points, as he is very interested in points. And,
he didn't even tell us he was a dev. He was like, "Can we have a points category?"
Yeah, and then he's like, "Oh, by the way, I'm a dev." So that was kind of a
yeah. He was one of the main guys who one of the main devs who made a lot of the core systems of the games. In fact, so pretty neat.
Yeah, we got to learn a lot. So that's kind of we talked about. Peggle doesn't really have any major skips. You have some minor skips. Actually, Poetry discovered one of them. That lets you save about a minute or so over the run. There's small menuing things you can do. But Peggle doesn't really have any major skips. Only in
Nights
is a bit of a different engine, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got to learn some secrets about the game, or early on in the game, there's some tricks you can use to get some more free balls and whatnot. That actually kind of have helped us be a little bit better at speedrunning. So it was kind of cool that the last GDQ showcase actually came back to the community and helped buff us even more.
Yeah, but there was an entire there's an entire mechanic that we didn't even know existed until the dev told us about it, which is pretty fascinating. Unfortunately, it's not in play in this run, but yeah, basically an aim assist kind of thing that happens in certain situations. Which is
Except one person in the community thought it was there, but 2 years ago, and was told he was crazy for that.
And then it's like, oh, it's actually like a real skip that saves time.
Yeah. And here we have our first appearance of Splork. I don't know Satan's route personally all the way, but Splork is one that shows up occasionally in New Game Plus routing because he is very situationally good. And this is a level that is definitely good.
Level, he's pretty safe.
Yeah, especially this generation.
Yeah. I'm definitely doing some safety picks for this one.
Yeah, Splork's ability is a large explosion that basically hits all the pegs in an area directly around it. So it's a very, it's a positionally based one. You really kind of need a good position for Splork. But yeah.
Oh, close to making that work.
Yes, and
I'm doing some multiplier strats here if people would like to explain that.
Yeah, I'll let Brett do the multiplier because he's the one that popularized it.
Yeah, so at the moment, Satan's currently trying to hit as many oranges as possible to get that meter on the right up. As you can see, it goes like ×5, ×10, and like ×10 is when it's at its most, so that's when there's only 3 pegs or less left on the level. And oh no,
didn't need it.
That was close.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yes, but unfortunately it didn't get to be used there because there wasn't enough points because the point boost, the purple peg wasn't in that area where Splork's blast radius was. But if it had been there, then Satan would have got like potentially would have got 1 free ball or maybe even 2 with enough points because of having the multiplier up, which goes towards the whole idea that if you get a certain amount of points, you get back 3 balls. So using the multiplier to your advantage there is really helpful, especially at that point where you haven't got many free balls left and quite a lot of orange pegs left.
Yep.
And so that's go ahead. Go ahead, Bridget.
Well, so I was going to say, I will say, by the way, we do have someone special in the chat. We have Panaha in the chat currently, who is...
hi, Panaha. Hello,
He
Panaha.
is the world record holder of this category as of today.
Yep.
Again.
GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he actually broke a 10-minute barrier, probably the last 10-minute barrier ever for this game. So that's pretty big.
He's trying to preserve the nice slide.
Yeah,
this
little slide
has a nice opener setup. That's actually, this one stood the test of time. So what's kind of cool about Peggle speedrunning is that because the game's deterministic, and there's also like not an infinite, but quite a large amount of shots that you can take. All these think of like the distribution of the pegs. You can fire the same area, but if you have a different peg placement, then it's going to be a different shot. So we're constantly finding almost every day, feels like it, new strats for almost every level. And so we're like, whoa, this worked really well. You get a clip and like, hey, someone clip this and find what that was. Let's do it again. So like we're constantly in flux about these strategies. This is probably this has definitely been around for a long time, that opener, because it makes such a nice slide. So some levels, I remember
this one in L5,
I took a break once.
I don't see being dethroned, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took a break once for a month and had to relearn the entire game when I came back because it was brand new strats the whole way through. So
yeah, to be fair, not many people have been strat hunting Knights until more recently, since a lot of people just prefer Deluxe because it's so much easier.
But yeah, it's definitely.
So it's hard to find strats here because of things like in this level where there's all those moving pegs in the middle, so there's not a lot to work with for strat hunting.
Yeah, because strats often go by timing, and the positioning.
Yeah.
So when you have a lot of moving pegs like this, it kind of destroys a lot of chances to time something consistently. So the same shot would happen if it were humanly possible to keep doing. So to
add to that, to add to that, there is the frame rate of the game runs at 100 frames per second. I don't know why. I guess it's just stuff like that was not necessarily as standardized in 2008. So 100 frames per second, which means slightly more than even in a 60 FPS game. Getting stuff frame perfect is very difficult and generally not really super viable to be 100% consistent.
Now,
on,
if
so-
you remember back, if anybody was there for SGDQ last year, Brisha actually did pull off a frame perfect shot at the end with Deluxe's last level. So stuff like that does exist, and it can be used in runs, but it's definitely a high risk, high reward type of strat sometimes. So
yeah,
it's fun, but definitely a depends on how you feel about
that one. That was pretty amazing to watch. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is doing pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
Now you gotta focus up. Take no shot.
Okay.
Yeah,
we have
this
a bit of a
level's
tough situation.
kind of like this sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah. So look, we're going for
The Satan is doing a free ball to get something out of the way. Also going for a free ball there. Now we have 3 balls for 3 pegs. Now we have 3 for 2, and now we're looking fine. So sometimes, Satan is Satan is showing making a good show of showing what you have to do to sometimes clutch out levels in tough situations.
I don't trust my wall fire. My wall shots
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
a rough shot there.
Something that was mentioned in chat that you can talk about is it even possible to task this game?
Oh boy, yeah.
Oh boy, I feel like I've just opened a Pandora's box here.
Yeah. There's been a lot of discussion about that because, Satan, I think mentioned this at the start, but if not, while the generation of the board is the same in terms of the number of pegs and where they're at, and the timing of everything.
That was really nice.
That was massive.
But yeah, while the
Eiffel Tower
generation
is a really, really, really hard level. I just want to be very clear about
that
that.
was a very
quick
tough level.
work
We're
of
kind
what I struggle with that one. That was
kind of glazing over that, but that was a very tough
Yeah,
level.
that's
done
an orange peg. Not surprised. Oh, another orange. We'll see if we can do it. Yeah, all right.
Oh yeah, there you go. Opening up this one.
That's a pixel shot, by the way. Just if you want to know what that looks like.
Yeah. Beautiful shot there.
And there's the bucket kind of messing you up.
Yeah, and there's a lot of
too.
RNG in this game. You can't always, avoid time losses like that, unfortunately. But,
back on the task thing. Ooh, nice slide there.
Yeah.
It evens out.
So the big thing with tasking this game is that even though the layout of the level is the same and the patterns are the same, which pegs are orange and which ones are green, and then, with the pink shifting around every shot, it makes it a lot harder to, there's no consistent layout because the layout's going to be different every time you play it.
But to add to that though, there has recently, I think a month or less ago, that someone has actually made a task for Dual Shot, the DS game of Peggle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It would be very hard to
And then
optimize.
somebody experimented with Knights in that regard and has gotten somewhere, but they have not fully completed that yet. So
Yeah.
So,
Hypothetically, if you knew shots that clear a large number of pegs of, regardless of color, and then you could hard program in a program all the ones on that path to be orange, right? That would be one way, but it's going to be very difficult without some sort of program to know if it's actually the ideal way and there's not a better shot, so.
And there are some folks in the community who are attempting that. One of our Smiling Marks is famous in our community for attempting this in Peggle Deluxe and actually proving to be quite helpful in not really making a task, but more finding the optimal shots to get a lot of pegs. So they did a simulation where they basically ran through thousands of shots on levels to find, okay, these ones did really good. And then we as the people found those shots, they found the pixels for them, and then recreated those shots, and some of them actually they've become staple strats of the game. So it's definitely, a task I would say is almost near impossible to ever be made for this game, just due to the variation, the RNG, despite being a deterministic game. However, the attempts to do it have actually helped us be better anyway. So we kind of a little pseudo task has at least improved the speedrunning for us. But this is a weird game for that. So it's a cool topic that doesn't have a satisfying answer, I guess.
Okay, so a bit of a tough level here with the way it's kind of played out. The fireballs were good and cleared a lot, but these kind of oranges in particular are just not the best. They're tucked away. So let's see. So Satan is going to free ball.
This is where you want Tula.
Yeah, this is where, and this is by
experimenting with Cinder lately, but I might go back.
Yeah, This is
I've actually done the opposite. I'm actually my routine usage is way more Cinder now because of the speed he gives, but he is also very risky.
I believe Tom Petty wrote a song about this.
So
Nice.
okay, and so Satan managed to freeball her way through it.
I'm just
Takes a
free
lot.
ball showing off this run, apparently.
That's what we're
Takes a
doing.
lot of patience and consistency to do that. So yeah.
And remind me, do you need to hit up any peg for the free ball to activate?
As long as the ball goes in the bucket, then you get the free ball. So
Yeah, so you could sit there and fire into the bucket a lot, and just so it looks cool. But yeah, it's kind of like in order to you kind of have to balance, and that's what makes it so difficult. Is you have to find how to hit the peg and get in the bucket, so that you get the value of the level and the ball back. So a
Gotcha.
lot of shots, like what Satan was doing there, is you basically just clip the edge of the peg, and so it goes in that same line roughly. But these bricks are quite a nuisance because they're a full rectangle.
By the way, there's a portal that goes from here to here if you're confused about what just happened.
Yeah, there's a mechanic that Knights likes to use a lot. Deluxe uses it sparingly, thankfully, because for better or worse, it's fun, but pretty tricky to aim shots if they're gonna go back up to this top of the level like that.
Yeah.
So
This is a pretty tough one.
Yeah, quick work. So yeah, it's and there's entire challenges. Like I said, Peggle is a game that wasn't really developed for speedrunning. It was developed for like full clearing levels and racking up points. You can see we have 10 million points right now. That's just an absurd amount of points. It's because it's just fun. You get your pachinko style, just get as many points as you can type of game. So there's entire challenges dedicated to things like getting free ball skills. Where you have to do that to clear an entire level because you only have 25 orange pegs, but you may have like 100 of these other ones around. You're not going to get that in 10 balls without some kind of free ball skills. So it's really cool, doing those kind of challenges actually feeds back into speedrunning for situations like that. Rather than reset the level and lose time guaranteed, you lose a little bit of time from that strategy like Satan just did here. And then you don't lose that time from resetting the level. So
I will say
it's
as well.
definitely
So
worth it, yeah.
This was a bit of a tough situation, but now that as you saw there,
Save
saving a
that
bunch
opener
of
for later for exactly that.
Yep. And that kind of brings us to a larger kind of broader strokes kind of strategic thing of this game, which is that generally what Satan has been doing throughout the run, that again is not like a specific shot or anything, is generally working from the top down.
That was a specific shot. That was L2. But,
well, yeah, but beyond that, working from the top down, and also working from clearing one section of the board at a time. Lots of times ends up yielding good results because you end up by doing that getting a lot of extra lucky bounces. Oh yeah, there you go. And you also end up getting a lot of clusters left over that once the multiplier's up can lead to easy free balls.
Yeah, because once that multipier's up, you still have to hit, a minimum number of the pegs. And so if you have a bunch of oranges and things tucked together, then that's almost an easy shot to always get a ball back. As opposed to having to kind of plan, like, okay, I need to go across the board to hit this one to get the ball back.
Longer than I thought.
So it's one of many ways to approach the levels that does work pretty well for, especially these faster paced runs, is fairly difficult because you are moving so quickly through these levels that actually it gives you less time to think about what you're doing. So you kind of have to be more adept at reacting to how levels are changing. And Satan's doing a really good job at showing this, how a level can be going incredibly fast and then you have to slow down. You don't want to slow down in a speed run, but you slow down the level, kind of evaluate what you're looking at, and then free ball half the level. But there's a lot of
have to
always
like
be on your toes.
Yeah, when you're like pretty much your time to sort of think is when the shot is happening, then you have to be like staring at the level and what's going to be left over, and then like be planning your next shot to keep the speed going.
Mm-hmm. This is a bit of a tough level with all these things buried down, but we have quite a few balls left, so it looks like we're going to be fine here. Yeah. Satan's going to get us through this just fine.
Yes, yeah. So a question from the chat from a Peggle community member. Tula is stronger actually in Knights than in Deluxe. So between the year between Deluxe and Knights, some of the powers got buffed, some got debuffed, unfortunately. Tula was one that actually got buffed. So in Deluxe, because Tula removes 20% of the pegs, at the end it only removes one. So if you hit the green, it removes one orange peg at the end of the level. In Nights, it actually removes 2 at the end, regardless of how many are left. So it's very nice running Tula in Nights because you have, a little bit more freedom to, when you have 2 oranges left, in Deluxe you'd have to spend the ball to get the last one and then hit the green. In Nights, much easier. So the problem is some characters like Splork actually have a small, like in Deluxe, Splork's explosion is bigger.
Well,
so by a little bit, right?
That did get disproved.
I did get
yeah,
debunked.
that was a rumor.
I'm running on old lore here. Okay.
Yeah. No,
I fell for the rumor.
Well, there's lots of stuff like that you think is the case just because the games are so different with their level design and stuff that you end up
I had to wait longer
kind of,
there than I thought.
Perception.
Well, Tula's is confirmed, so I'll go.
Yeah, Tula's definitely.
This is what I mean. Stuff updates before we even know it.
Yeah. Yeah, Tula went on a training arc between the 2 games apparently.
Yeah, she went in
This is gonna be a cool shot here.
Yeah.
There was a montage and everything.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get it, but it's still good.
Any
That's
animators
why I
in
go for
chat,
that.
there's an idea for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, so far we are seeing a pretty textbook clean run from Satan herself here, and again, that's not always
Shockingly,
easy
no
to do
loss
in
based
Nights.
on what has happened so far.
Yeah.
By the way, losing is expected and common. Just so you know.
This is an outlier run, which is really cool.
Yes. Yeah.
And hopefully,
to
we
be
haven't
clear,
Looney
like
Tunes it by calling it out. So we'll.
there's been many world records in like pretty much every category that have had losses in them, and that's one of the crazy things is that even losing you can go fast, and even going fast lots of times does lead to losing, but sometimes it'll be worth it.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm still not sure who the best master here is. I probably would have done Tula.
This level's a hot debate in the community. Like nobody knows what to do with this one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah. What's interesting is that a lot of the times, so like with NG Plus, you were picking between the same like 4-ish masters, right? You have like Cinder, Tula, Marina, and so on. Some of their own levels, they're designed well for like these 5 levels here are Cinder's levels. So Cinder actually blends really well to these levels. For Tula's levels, we actually didn't use a lot of Tula because her level designs actually weren't, we found better masters for those ones. So it's kind of funny, like sometimes the masters don't even play on their own levels in NG Plus because it's like,
Most of the time they don't.
Most of the time, yeah. So
But
Cinder's levels are an exception. This is a cool level with some
Yeah,
strats. This is a level that was like very difficult until we strategized it. So this will be cool to pull off here.
Okay, I was gonna do it with the scroll wheel because I've been having a weird glitch lately, but decided not to. Still got the number of taps wrong. That's okay. Not a big deal.
So
the alternate is fine.
Exactly. Yeah. So the strat there was to basically normalize the aiming bar on the side of the screen, do a certain number of taps when you have the fireball power active, and then you're able to basically shred that right circle, which is lots of times blocked away by stuff such as the steam coming out of Cinderbottom's mouth in the background. And so
blockers are something that a lot of levels here like to do, but especially Cinder's levels.
Yeah,
and this is part of what makes it's not that Deluxe shies away from them. It's just that Cinder's levels, Knight's levels design uses a lot of obstacles. They use these kind of funkier shapes that we quite haven't figured out how to run them as good as Deluxe, but we're definitely, especially in the past like month or two, have really been giving this game a good strat hunt. So it's cool to see a lot of this stuff changing finally. Nice is getting its time in the limelight.
Cool George strat there. Just open it up there and do a little pseudo pixel, and it does some nice things.
Yeah, like this
so
is like a part.
What I just did there is use the green to get another green. That's kind of a Cinderbottom strategy. When the other green is like really blocked off, sometimes that's what you want to do. There's also like the aim high principle. Exactly. That was a really good example of that, which is where you sort of like, if you have some shots that are hard left over and you don't quite know how to do it all, sometimes it's better to just aim at the highest orange you can, and then maybe when it falls down, it'll do something for you. And that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, we talk about these runs have a lot of skill, a lot of luck, and just a lot of hope sometimes. You're like, this better work, and then you just fire, and then sometimes you lose, but when you win, that's when you get the really cool clips from it. YouTube is dominated with a lot of clips from like old early 2010s Peggle runs of like all the high score points and stuff, which is kind of fun. That also has helped us develop strats. Not so much in Nights, but other Peggle Deluxe has, I think, at least one or two, where we actually developed a strat from one of those old YouTube videos that came out like almost a decade ago. That makes me feel old, but it's cool how again, everything's always changing with this. Making quick work of this level, which is usually pretty difficult. With unfortunately, for those of you who are casual the viewers of Peggle speedruns, these are the magic hat levels. I don't believe we will be seeing Warren in this run, however. His power is fun, it is good, but it is not.
You thought.
Never mind. Where we go? Let's go. There he is, the magic hat.
Yeah, magic hat is a bit of a meme. It's he's not the worst character.
We got Splork.
But
no, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
He's
here,
actually
but it's
pretty
not
decent here.
It doesn't look as cool. It doesn't have a hat.
That's fair. That's fair. Not as stylish.
Yes.
And that's what really matters. Triple score. Give me a triple F in the chat if you have my emotes.
Yeah, so triple score is one of the relics of the game being made for points, and it can actually be useful in the speedruns, but unfortunately more often than not you get it at a really inopportune time. It's part of the problem with just running Warren in general, is that the hat itself, because he gives you a option of, he doesn't give you the option, he makes it for you, but you get to roll, you get triple your points, you'll get a magic hat that extends your hitbox, which is actually a really good power. Fantastic shot there. So it's like you'll triple your points, which remember that if you're worrying about getting free balls back, now this is a cool level for slide fans.
Yeah,
if you like
gonna
the
do some
extreme
guaranteed ones at
slides.
the beginning, just so that we can see them, and then I'll try some more later too.
And
so this one goes wee, and this one you have to aim for, but this level's very, very satisfying for those slides.
That's it. It's all the F's. Let's get some W's coming in. This is good.
Okay. And so this is
nice shot with Marina.
That's how you use Marina.
Yeah, that was really good.
Sometimes
everybody wants
find
to
those lines.
Everyone wants to fire straight down with Marina because the game kind of makes you do that. If you play through Marina normally, the levels are designed to get vertical shots straight up and down. But shots like that just cut across are nuts. That's how you really get value out of Marina. It makes her a really strong character for speedrunning. Is the stuff that you don't really see. Who's barking? That is Poetry's dogs who are joining us for our commentary today.
Yes, please be nice to them. They are good boys.
They're the best.
Like I mentioned beforehand, anytime I'm here, at least it's dog o'clock.
It's dog o'clock.
They're welcome.
I do believe Momo's a world record holder, if I'm not sure.
My dogs are they do that too. So
nice.
But Satan is tearing through these kind of mid game, getting into the late game levels now, and we are about to see a big difficulty spike. I will say. This is Nights is kind of infamous for being. Hold on, we gotta. Oh yeah, so this is an interesting situation where it looks like it's kind of a bad situation, but again, Tula guaranteed to clear at least 2 oranges. There was only 2 left.
Yay.
Free, and it's free at that point. So.
This is another one I go back and forth on for Masters.
Yeah. But after this, we're going to be seeing a big spike in difficulty, and we'll kind of talk about some of the real scary levels as they come up.
The run killer levels.
Yeah.
Which are unfortunately, I get every video game's got the hardest stuff at the end. Yeah, part of why I personally like Deluxe is that, its hardest levels are sort of in the mid game, and it kind of clears up by the end. Knight's worst levels are at the end, which is, I guess that's standard for a video game, right? But it's, when you're an hour into a run, actually, we're only 45 minutes. This NG Plus is so quick. When you're this far into a run and then this difficulty spike happens, it's kind of wild.
That's why sometimes I don't use Cinder here.
Yeah, and this is sometimes the downfall of Cinder is it can be rough to...
Oh, close.
Okay.
Okay, that was a tough one.
It's,
Not surprised about that.
So there's 3 left. We have 1 ball left, but this is possible. It's gonna be tough. Let's see if
This
Satan
is all about
can.
that timing here. Got it? Nice.
And Satan got it. And
that was really, really hard.
yeah.
But again, that's
Beautiful
a
free
testament to
skills.
the amount of time we spend doing this. That we can trust well, trust and hope, a little bit of both. That, you know, if I fire here with this timing of the bucket, because the bucket just goes back and forth at the same pace the entire time. So
Shout out to
at this
Brass for
certain
that
timing,
strat.
yeah, that's a
That
really
he
good one.
revealed to us in secret PBR6. You don't want to explain about that.
Yeah.
Oh my
This is
god.
the first Who appearance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is true.
And
This
the
is
last.
the first.
I do not use who again.
That's funny. It's kind of funny because Who is oftentimes considered one of the strongest masters, especially I think by like new players, myself included when I was new to speedrunning, because he does an aimbot shot for you, and that can be pretty valuable. But there are some things that kind of work against him, especially in Nights. But yeah.
Yeah, so
I don't know if anyone else
Who and I are
comments
on
on
the
that.
best terms with speedrunning, because what he
why I
does
don't
is
use them very much.
yeah, stuff like that. Because he goes
In this
for
run.
points, which is again that's what Peggle's designed to do. He goes for the maximum amount of points. So oftentimes when we're just trying to beat the level, Who will find a shot that I forget the percentage, but he'll basically alter your shot by a little bit each way. They'll kind of simulate it really quickly and figure out how you're going to get the most points. And then he'll take that shot instead, which when you're trying to clear the level instead of getting the most points can often, his shot will throw the level in an attempt to get more points. So it's not great for us trying to speedrun, even though you do get cool points from it. So it's kind of, it can be a blessing and a curse. There are definitely, we've been kind of experimenting and doing a bit better with ways to, save Who towards the end of the level, which is what Satan did there. But unfortunately, he got a little greedy and went for the points instead of clearing the level.
Yeah.
So, it's always
there
a grab
wasn't gonna be
bag.
Anywhere I could aim there that he wasn't going to be able to find his way to the points. I was just hoping he wouldn't. Didn't happen.
He's a very fun character to play, but when it comes to really optimizing runs, unfortunately, he does fall a bit flat. And other characters like Tula and Cinder, where you have more control over what's happening, are usually a bit better for, definitely getting the speed you want, whereas Who's a bit of a risky strat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Oh, I thought I was going to get both. That was
Me
close.
too.
And boom.
I was
Easy
ready to
green.
aim at the green.
Yep.
The next level here is one of the big spikes in
Actually, I
difficulty.
do use Who here. Sorry.
Okay, so we have two.
All right, so we're going
Who's.
to trust in him.
Misinfo.
Yeah.
This
So
is
this
one of the
level is
hardest
very.
levels.
Yeah. You want to talk about this one,
world record
Britch?
run to this level yesterday.
Yeah, this is a really rough
but
one.
yeah, so those two sides are we do have openness to this level, which were those two slides you saw on the left and right, and that just clears a big chunk of pegs, which is really nice. But then the main issue is this middle bit that is just these constantly moving pegs that there's not really a consistent way to aim at them. You just kind of have to shoot into them and kind of hope it bounces around and does what you want. Which, this is going really well, which is nice. But yeah, it can go really, really badly where it just gets nothing, and you hit one orange, bounce out, hit one more orange, bounce out, and keep losing balls until you fail the level.
Yeah.
That and also
really
there's
well.
these death pegs at the bottom. So these little clusters here can be really hidden and can be really difficult to get. Basically, fast at least. You can certainly freeball your way to them pretty much any time, but doing that quickly.
There we go.
I'm not gonna rely on Who here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it might.
He did well at the beginning of the level, but we're done.
See, that's the kind of, sometimes you can fall victim to Peggle's own just random generation. Sometimes you'll get one that's just, you can lose because you had an orange in a bad spot. So,
yeah.
Did really good with that
happens.
one. We've all been there.
Yeah, I need to learn the pixels for this one. They're relatively new. They're pretty good.
The next level coming up is one of the ones that people probably hate the most.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
you can tell by the joyous reactions to it.
Yeah.
It's
We all
not
have
worse
our,
than its counterpart in than Deluxe, in my opinion. But
yes.
It's
Yeah,
still pretty
10-5 in both games is particularly brutal.
Which is fair, being some of the late game levels, they're going to be much, much harder.
Yeah.
But,
It is kind of funny though what Helios was talking about earlier about how I mean, most games is generally going to get harder as you go, but that isn't necessarily true of all speedruns. Lots of speedruns have very difficult tricks at the start that you can reset a lot with to get right. Peggle, unfortunately, because there's not really any skips or anything, you just have to kind of just keep practicing and just get more consistent through play. So that is definitely a thing that makes it tough.
Now you kind of want that start momentum. Yeah, this is basically get good. Yeah, but
yeah,
no,
it's one of those.
Yeah, once you get the momentum rolling, it's really easy to just keep steamrolling it. So
welcome to Feel the Noise.
This is. I was gonna say this is a good Splork gen.
Yeah, and so you see Satan here.
Yeah.
Satan here is resetting to get better Splork generation. Because in this category, there are some categories where resets are not allowed, but in this category, resets are on a level are allowed to get better generation. You generally don't want to do it too much because it takes time menuing through that, but oftentimes, especially on a very difficult level like this, definitely worth it.
I spent like a full minute like resetting a level yesterday, and it was just like come on, man, give me something helpful here.
Yeah. But in the end, this is a good generation. That was really good with that pink there.
Yeah, that's why I took that risk.
Yep.
But yeah, what you can see, what Satan's doing right now is like clearing all of that right side, getting the multiplier up as much as possible, but leaving that one green there that's like around a ton of oranges, and then
bam,
the tons of points, 2 free balls from that, and the third one.
Oh man, this is golden.
Yeah.
This is
how you.
For Splorks.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's worth.
This is how you want this level to go.
Yeah.
Especially
it's worth resetting instead of like losing.
Worth it.
Like this level usually will waste 1 minute 30 on an attempt, so it's a big
it's
time
also
loss.
fun.
Yeah.
See the big boom.
Yep.
Yeah, this is probably one of the best clears of this level I've seen in quite a while. So nice.
Well done.
That's the GDQ Classic, and now it goes up again. So these levels are unique to Nights because at Deluxe this is actually the end game. You have 10 master stages, and then you have the master levels where you can pick anybody in the main game. Nights has 5 more levels with Marina here that were added in as kind of an extra character for the sequel. And these levels are very well designed for Marina. Like this one is almost, I don't want to say impossible, but incredibly difficult with anybody but Marina. So this strategy hasn't changed in a while, but it's pretty solid. We can see making good work of it here.
Yep.
But these are some of the hardest levels in the game, which it's going to keep going up from here. But
this is a pretty tough level, and we're in a decent spot here. Let's see. We have a few movers, and these ones are kind of annoying because they're just slightly swaying. They're not even like, doing a pattern.
Yeah. So when we talked about, lining up free balls or getting lucky, you kind of rely on the pegs being in a certain place. Oh, focus.
Let's see. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, man. It happens.
Last one. Which is again insane, given how this run has gone.
Yeah, this is one of the most commonly lost levels in the game.
Jeopardy.
So.
That's how it works. It's just
yeah.
This one, unfortunately, you kind of think every time you go into it, you have a decent chance of losing.
Yeah.
Even if you plan really well,
50
things don't
minutes
always
in,
go
you're
your
like,
way.
whoop. Yep.
Yeah.
Still a really good run, though.
Yeah, and this is this is definitely, as Helios was saying, this is the second to last set of levels in the game. In Deluxe, the stage 11 is the last set, but in Nights there's an extra set.
Nice
there's
job, Bucket. Funny joke.
Yeah. There's 12 sets of 5 levels, and all pretty much the last 15 levels of the game are all pretty.
No ball.
And there's a mechanic I don't think we've seen yet. They did really well. Peggle has a coin flip. If you miss the ball, if you miss any pegs and the bucket,
that was going to be
a rough one to hit there.
very, very hard to do.
You'll get a coin flip where
if I didn't
the
get
game
no
will
ball,
just
though.
good. Yeah. So we would have had the one there
That-
perfectly, but the game decided to flip the coin against our favor and just remove the ball. Sometimes it'll be nice and we'll give it to you back, but sometimes this game does seem to have a sense of humor, and will more often than not we no-ball you when you really need it. So you saw that we would have won if we had that extra one that the game took from us.
Yeah.
So
there's also even conspiracy
fair, but
theories that, for instance, that I kind of subscribe to, honestly, which is that it's not 50-50, and that's pretty much confirmed, but we don't really know exactly how the math works on it.
It is certainly not favored no ball.
Yeah.
We know that, which makes it all the more insulting when you do get no-balled.
Yeah.
Well, especially at the end. Like, if it happens at the beginning, it's like, okay, fair. But it's like, really? Like, when you're that close?
Yeah.
But yep, now
Well,
we're
and
good.
Nice.
Yeah, that's why there is a
Oh,
theory about
man.
maybe it's
Belly
based on
Jeopardy.
how well you're doing. And,
Yeah.
so.
Oh,
And there
this
was
is
that one
that's
video
one of
of-
the hardest in the game, so.
We have one
Yeah?
video of one of our top runners, Annie George, who shot into the abyss over and over and got about 26 or something free balls in a row from the coin flip, whereas then all of them were like heads, like a free ball.
Yeah. So, and the odds of that are insanely low to get 26 heads in a row on a flip, basically.
Is it possible or useful to randomize the peg position if you think the generation is awful? Absolutely. That actually is how we play. You know, we saw this on 10.5 a couple levels ago, where we actually we were resetting for the greens to be in a better position, but the oranges also randomized as well. So when we have levels, like these endgame levels don't have as robust openers. Like I think 11.4 and 11.3 are really good ones for openers. Sometimes if we see that, like, wow, like we're used to what the openers will look like afterwards, we say, wow, we're not getting a lot of oranges there. I'm going to reset the level quickly for a better orange so that I know I'm going to hit more pegs in the start. So yeah, it definitely is. No, it's kind of rough because it does lose you time. So you kind of go back and forth, like, do I really want to reset this? And you also have like 5 seconds to decide at the same time. Sometimes it's like I'll fire a shot and then decide while it's going if I want to reset to at least have something started. There's a lot of little ways to play.
I didn't name that.
Okay, we're going to go for a cool shot here.
My bad.
Yeah. So this level, with all these movers in this weird pattern, is a little bit difficult, except we do
Good, my
have
bad.
a strategy that is, well, we'll see in a second, and it is worth resetting for with how good this strategy is.
I
Hold
did
it, hold
develop
it.
this one
Yeah.
for Flame Fatales 2023. So, yep, this is a Fatales. Thank Fatales for this existing. Now, you can get into these things with doing your own timing and just sort of, winging it. But I developed a actual timing method that is consistent enough that I think it's worth using. That was unfortunate.
With one of them gone, you have both greens to clear the other. Really nice. This basically solved this level. Like a lot of the levels they're very difficult, and then suddenly you discover something, or usually out of frustration. I've had a couple levels. I mainly played deluxe, but there's definitely a couple levels where I'm like, I am tired of losing this. I'm going to find some absurd strats to never lose it again.
Yeah.
And they're usually kind of weird.
Deluxe has strats for that.
Yeah,
Because of
so
that.
A lot of
as
strats
well.
are born either out of accident or I'm tired of losing. So it's kind of funny how like ones like this really, or out of spite. Yeah. So this is like, how can I time this? It has to work, and then boom, there it is.
Yeah, and lots of times when you kind of get the ball rolling on that, lots of times the rest of the community will get even more improvements. So
Not intended?
yeah. But that's that is what happened in Deluxe, where there was a level that I in particular just hated, the first master level. I came up with some pretty rudimentary strats, and then with that being like with that as a basis, the rest of the community found stuff that dwarfed whatever I came up with. But yeah,
but it kicked it off. Yeah. So Knights is kind of in that position now where we're getting a lot better at it. Everyone kind of favored Deluxe, but Knights is starting. We've had
Everyone. Speak for yourself, Helios.
Listen, I like Deluxe, but I like running Knights. It's fun in doses. But no, this is a fantastic. This is Knights at its best. I think this is this is a really good run.
This
here.
run.
So it's kind of at that stage where we've had a lot of strats for a while, and we've recently, as people are like, oh yeah, let's run some Knights.
Nice.
And as a community, we're all running it more now. So we've started improving on strats that have existed, either finding new ones, improving ones that we've had for a while. It's like I think this might be a little bit of an older one that's gotten some improvements lately to be slightly faster, a little bit more optimized. Yeah.
Yep. And
Actually, I have to
we
strat check for this. Sorry.
Yeah, but with so many strats, lots of times we'll have like notes up to our side. And so Satan was taking a second there to look at her notes.
Yeah, actually, I just blanked, which is really rare for me at this point.
We have quite a few documents because, like we were saying, everybody kind of strategizes their own way. Even in like the any% runs where you're forced into certain characters, or like the IM runs, individual master runs, there's still so much variation where do I want to use this pixel shot? Do I want to use, this opener mixed with this other opener from this other person? So there's probably a good like 5 or 6 floating documents from people who have made them shareable to anybody, where it's like, these are the strats that I use. And then you can also look at somebody else's who they use this one, then you can pick yourself what you want to do. So it's really cool that, as a community, we've, not only developed these strats, but really documented the numerous ways to play it as well. So
joke.
The
ball bucket loves to make funny jokes. It's really fun.
There we go. This is a nice level.
Yeah, and we're actually about to be on to the last. Yeah, we're about to be on the last set of levels, the master levels, which are, funnily enough, one of the only things that is normal between an any percent run and a New Game Plus run, because normally you get to choose whatever master you want here.
Yeah.
But these levels are generally some of the most
I've actually started
difficult.
using that as a specific strat. It's not super consistent, but there is a strat that works there.
Yeah, these levels are all these levels are all pretty brutal. So any amount of strategy, any somewhat consistent strats to get a good start on these levels, generally worth it.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Ooh, and sometimes you're a little unlucky there. But
yeah, I also want to circle back a little bit to that strats thing. This game and any game in the Peggle series, at least certainly the main series, has a lot of resources out there. The documents, all of us are in the Discord all the time, just ready to hang out and help. And then I'm actually releasing the Nights Any Percent tutorial video in the next couple days. I've been editing it on the side. So, Deluxe has a tutorial video too. So if you're at all interested in running the game, there are many, many options. Basically, it's accessible and just a ton of fun. So
yeah, I'd say if there's ever a game that you want to get started in speedrunning for, this is a great game as a beginner. Like if you're new to speedrunning or like you want to try something out, this is a really good one because as we were talking about earlier, there's not a lot of major skips. There's not a lot of super technical things. There's strategies. There's ways you can just general game knowledge to play a bit better and faster and like smoother with your gameplay. But a speedrun of Peggle is essentially just playing Peggle fast. That's kind of the beauty of it. A lot of us picked up this from, Doug was kind of, for those of you in the chat who are familiar with him, a big inspiration, kind of got a lot of us into speedrunning it. But the beauty of Peggle is how simple it is to pick up. It's such a fun game to play casually, and to speedrun it, you're just doing it fast. You're just having a good time. It's a very beginner-friendly game.
Hello.
Yeah.
Everybody say hello.
Oh,
hello.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hello
Hi,
to
Hugh.
what is it? Hugo.
Hugo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hugo.
So we this is new Peggle
Oh,
lore.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I like it.
There's a meme in the first game about a character named Huey the Caterpillar that you always have to say hi to or else the run is cursed.
Okay, I'll do this.
And and we came up with the lore that the butterfly on the level that we just finished is him as a butterfly. So
I like it. Okay, so he's in both games. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a somewhat new lore. So
I love that.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the Peggle lore is home-baked, we'll say.
Yeah. Nights is like a really cool game where like it actually does give you like a lot of like insights into the characters and like it builds some like world. It's a little bit of world building, which it's just like it's a regular pachinko game. You're just kind of just having fun with it. And then there's like little stories and things that kind of as a community, we just have fun with. We build into them, and we have our little in jokes. We have our emotes that people use with the faces of them. A lot of fun stuff. So it kind of bolsters, this isn't just a fun game to play. There's, more to it than just,
This set of master levels has been going pretty well. Oh, that's a little unfortunate
Why are
there.
you no-balling me again?
Get in there.
But let's see.
But it's fine.
And that's beautiful.
Nice.
So
Who needs
2
more
levels.
balls? I don't. Apparently.
There's 2 levels left in the game, and this one here is one of the toughest, and the last one is no joke either. So
No. Yeah, poetry is familiar with. We were talking about strategy out of spite.
Yeah.
Poetry's famous for this level.
yeah, I have a. It's not really useful for a New Game Plus or any percent, but I have a strat document I use, especially for the like point-based runs where you have to full clear levels. This level is so brutal for that I came up with like a 15 strat long sequence of shots that you take.
So there's again many ways to play the game. You can play things safe. You can. Ooh, that was a. Oh man. Sometimes
So
it looks like it's going to be great, and then it's just, oh, done.
Still decent.
However, with our good friend the
I'm
multiplier.
saving the electrobolts, so...
Yeah.
I say, at first it looks like, what are you doing? Why aren't you using the green power-ups? This is why.
Yeah. So in that situation, guaranteed free ball. We might even see another one depending on how much this hits on the way down.
Close hit at least.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Peggle moment.
And yeah, this level has those three kind of orbs are blockers. That orange one in the middle.
That's not going to do it.
A rough timing. Yeah. Nice. Timing.
Okay, yeah.
Which does
This
happen
is
every now and again.
Yeah, and this is a very tough level because of these blockers. Here is the main thing.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, that's
Ooh,
unfortunate.
That's not good. Okay.
Yeah, this we were talking about. This level is famous for being the second to last in the game, often a run killer.
That was my bad.
Let's see
That
here.
was my bad. Yeah, I don't think we're doing this. I'll be honest.
That might
give it a shot.
Yeah, not quite the right angle.
Yeah, so this is the fun of MG Plus, where it's like, oh man, like I could really use Bjorn's power here for this kind of stuff.
Oh,
but
that's
then like we picked
unfortunate.
Marina, so oops.
Yeah.
We're gonna, obviously we're playing for the
No,
speed
it's
here.
fine.
Marina
That
is a
was-
really good.
That was just a just dealt a kind of a bad hand there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's kind of showing you like there's room in every level for like think if like I'm not doing well with this master when you're playing it. Like what if I tried this one instead? Like wow, those shots would have been good for this one. And so like we were saying, this route is always changing. We have our pretty consistent ones, but there's always room for improvement in this. We said today we had a new world record in this. So
Yeah.
it's kind of wild. This is a much nicer generation here. Nice.
Yeah.
And, oh.
I favored
Peggle got
oranges
some
over
unfavor
the
this.
purple there. Probably not a good idea.
Yeah, sometimes that purple peg is critical to the multiplier strategy working, and it's brutal sometimes. The RNG is not in your favor.
Okay.
Yeah, those pegs are very hard to free ball off of.
Yeah, and this is always a tough situation. This level here. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, those lowest ones are probably the
That was
trickiest to
unusual.
free ball.
Yeah. This is sometimes just how Knights runs are.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The tough
That's
part
okay.
is, of course,
Still close. Forgot that last one there.
in levels like this, it all comes down to everything being blocked away, and that's why Satan is using Marina here. Cinder is another pretty common choice, yeah. Regardless, it's only ever going to make it a little easier in the end. Still gotta deal with a bit of a tough level.
Yeah, when a level's really, really hard, Masters sometimes only helps so much. It depends on the organization of the level in particular, but,
With a little faith. Oh, hold.
No. The game does not care for me
It doesn't
today
want
on
that
that.
one.
It really doesn't want that one in particular, yeah. Okay.
That was good.
Okay.
Yeah, not surprised
And
about
yeah.
that. You know what?
We'll restart
I'm
that.
gonna say...
Yeah, sometimes that is another.
Oh, here he is.
There it is.
Yeah, everyone.
Marina's not cooperating.
Everyone in the community, or a lot of people, really love Magic Hat. So here, a little bit of love for the Magic Hat Warren Rabbit fans.
He would actually be like viable if he gave the Magic Hat like 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody who
Hat is
thinks
really
they hate the
strong.
Magic Hat, yeah, they just hate Warren.
Pretty
the wheel.
dang good.
Yeah, the hat is really good. Ooh, this is better. I like it. Nice.
Hold for hat.
Hold for hat.
Good bounces though.
Oh,
Wow,
nice.
good bounces.
Okay.
All right,
Cleaned
all
up.
right. Let him cook. I like it.
Good bounces there.
By the way, you might say, what are these pegs doing underneath all of the blockers? You might get to see something here that'll show you what's going on. Oh, Magic Chat! Hi, Magic Chat!
Now-
It's the Magic Chat.
And here we go. Like I called it earlier, we weren't going to see Tut in the speedrun. I apologize, Satan. That was my bad. So here's Cat Tut's power. famous for
It sure is
not being the
this.
fastest. It is very nice. It's consistent for, well, okay, never mind. But it's it is really good at getting you extra free balls, which is, again, this is what the game was designed to do. However, because it bounces so much, it often can slow down your runs, and so he often isn't the pick for speedruns. But as we saw here, actually to help out a bit and getting those free balls, and now we have to make...
Way too low.
Nice.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, you're actually supposed to use some of these balls. First try. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's always first try. I don't know.
And ending the run with our favorite.
And this is the last level now. Honestly, this one is probably a little more consistent than the last one in general, but still
we
can be
strategize
tough.
this one. No, it's all no end. It's
Yeah.
Oh, did that timing wrong?
So we will see.
I'm not going to do that.
The famous in-joke of this level in the community is the only way you lose it is if you don't have strats. However, that has not been the case as I have lost this many times.
Yeah.
Yes.
It can be rough. It can go bad quick, which is like we were saying before. Like you can just be having a blast, like having fun with the game, and then oops, I like really have to save this level last minute.
Yeah.
You can get kind of
I
lost.
also really don't want the
fun.
griping to discourage people from checking this game out. Because
Absolutely,
this is kind of true for any speed game. You know that things can be tough, and you might
as
lose
part of the
things
challenge.
last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Shine's giving me some nice things.
Yeah, this is
Apologizing
a
for last
fantastic
level.
Shadow Shine. Yeah.
And that green pretty much
with
seals
a beautiful super guide to end off the run here.
Yep.
Although they're all wall shots, so that it would have been fine either way.
And timing will
So
end
he helped out.
right
We will
now.
end the
Yay!
Woo!
We did it.
One.
GG.
GG's.
Whatever time is
What's the time?
Give it just a few seconds at the stream catch up. It is.
We know the ending, and you guys don't.
1 hour. and
1:12:56.
1:12. Yeah. 1:12:06.
Nice.
Oh, I love getting close to estimate. I got
That was really
exactly
good.
estimate. I got literally exactly estimate at Flame Fatales 2023. That's
Oh,
awesome.
nice.
That's so fun. Yeah.
Below us, let's go.
Below estimate, let's go. Yeah,
Yay.
so as you can see, Peggle has a lot of RNG. There's a lot of variation. My PB's like 8 minutes. No, not 8 minutes. 7 minutes faster than that.
About 7,
something like that. Yeah, and it can go much lower. So it's all. Every run's going to be different. You also have to decide how safe you want to play. We played a little bit of memes in this, but we also played some really fast sections. I'd say the beginning and some of the middle sections were actually very, very fast. So we got a kind of a variety. And then so I hope y'all enjoyed this run. I do Peggle on my stream, Deluxe Nights, WoW, Plants vs Zombies, and Kaizo Platinum Ironmon. So if you want to check any of that out, go ahead. Check my channel out.
And I believe
everybody
you're going to
who's
be on
on my
Fright
panel,
Fatales too.
I am. I'm going to be on Fright Fatales 2023 with Peggle Deluxe, actually. So you're going to get to see the original, but played in a really, really interesting way. I'm not going to spoil it, but we do use the spookiest master Renfield the whole time.
Very scary
but there's
run.
an extra special quirk called Scott %. If you want to know more, you can ask us in the Discord before the
I love
run,
Scott.
or tune into the run. Yeah, and also all of my couch streams, they're all wonderful, fantastic people, very, very good at Peggle and many other things. Support GDQ. Hotfix is awesome. Asuka is awesome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for hosting and having us.
Yeah, that was. When I first saw this at GDQ, I was like, "This is. I love this, and I need to see more of this."
It's such a cute little game. It's a perfect little speedrun game.
It's just cute, little, super stressful, but it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's so stressful, but it's great. Yeah, and it's so intuitive. Yeah.
Absolutely,
Well,
but
you'll get to see it again at Fright Fatales 2023. My run, by the way, is kicking off the event, so be there at the start if you want to see it.
I know I'm definitely going to be watching. Yes, everyone, give GG's again to Satan herself and the entire wonderful, super intelligent, super knowledgeable couch. Please check out Peggle. It is Such a fun puzzle game. But sit tight, we have one more run in today's puzzle party, and that is going to be Tetris Effect connected. So get that one more hydration break in, and we will be right back with more puzzle party goodness.
Bye. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the final game in this wonderful Hotfix puzzle party special. We have the absolutely mind-blowing, gorgeous, stunning Tetris Effect connected coming up. But first, I have one quick announcement, and that is, did you know Games Done Quick is hiring? If you're a business developer, or you might have experience in recruiting some sponsorships, if you want to work for GDQ, all you have to do is head to gamesdonequick.com/jobs and apply. We would love to see you join the team because they are super awesome and cool, and you are super awesome and cool. Yeah. So with that, again, we have our final game to close out Puzzle Party, and that is, again, Tetris Effect Connected, Journey Mode on Expert, run by Jaden PPT, and I'm going to pass it on over to one of our wonderful commentators, Johnny Bones, to introduce everything.
Howdy, folks. My name's Johnny Bones. I'm joined with Red Lyra here on commentary, and this is Tetris Effect Journey Mode, expert difficulty. First about the runner, Jaden, pretty much the undisputed champion of speed in Tetris Effect. And in fact, last night she broke the world record in this run, and also sort of the main determining thing of speed in Tetris is 40-line sprint, and she beat her world record by quite a lot. So we may even get a world record tonight. Woo! But Lyra, if you want to say anything before we get into it.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny pretty much covered everything, but hey, I'm Lyra. I'm so excited to be here, and I hope you guys are excited to watch this run, because I know I am.
Yeah, so I assume Jaden is ready. So I'm going to give a little, I guess we'll count down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Good luck!
Stole it from the CTWC there. So, you're going to see there's a lot of... right now, the pieces are not... Well, you're just seeing Jaden go kind of ham with how fast she's playing. The gravity level, how fast the pieces drop, changes. It just changed there. And that's going to be an issue for how she chooses to stack, because the fastest way, you see she's got it's what we call a 6-3. You separate the stack into two pieces, and with that, Jaden is able to basically place pieces with the fewest amount of key presses.
Yeah, so in terms of speed, we're going to see speeds from level 6 to 20 throughout this run. So that's going to be some of our slowest speeds that we see, and then it's only going to get faster from there, and we're going to see that Jaden has a little bit of different strategies depending on the speed of the game at the time.
Yeah, so she has to use what's called DAS, delayed auto shift, if you're at all familiar. And basically, when the speed goes up to 20, that means the piece is going to spawn on the surface of Jaden's stack, which kind of makes it really difficult to stack in the way that she's doing now. So you might see her switch to a 9-0 and just kind of have one column on the right that she uses to score Tetris.
Yeah, so when Johnny says 9-0, what we're talking about here is it's kind of like we use numbers to describe how we're stacking the pieces, right? So the Tetris board is 10 blocks wide and 20 blocks high. So normally what we do when it comes to sort of like a sprint style like this is we leave one column open as the well for the line piece for the Tetris. And so if what we see here is there are 6 columns filled to the left of that well and 3 columns filled to the right. So that is called 6-3. And the Tetris community has determined that this is just the optimal way to do things. Also, when we say higher speeds, we're not necessarily saying that like, oh, Jaden might go faster, so we're just going to try to keep her speed up throughout this entire thing. But it's just the gravity that the pieces fall down with.
Yeah, and like I think I said, with 20G, we call it speed level 20. That was a quick level. The pieces are gonna spawn at the surface of the stack. So yeah, it's gonna become pretty difficult to maneuver around that. But yeah, it's pretty much you're going to see a lot of misdrops. I think Jaden's done really good with controlling them.
But the mistakes that you're going to see, it's impossible to play Tetris at this speed for this long without making any mistakes. We call them misdrops. And so when Jaden misdrops, I think it's kind of an exciting thing to be able to see how she fixes it, right? She's really good at kind of mitigating the error that's caused because of those misdrops and returning her stack to normal. Like, we've got a misdrop here on the left side of the stack, so we're going to see how she cleans it up. And just like that, it's like it never happened. So we're going to see a lot of that throughout the run.
Yeah, and if she was playing on maybe like easy or normal or beginner and normal, I forget the exact names of the difficulties in journey mode, but you would maybe see Jaden just kind of overstack on top of her misdrops to just sort of maintain getting Tetrises, but that would be pretty risky. You don't often see people top out in journey mode runs, especially a really single player in general. But yeah, that would definitely be a big risk.
Yeah, so Johnny mentioned that this is expert mode, right? And so there is beginner mode and normal mode as well. There's only 3 difficulty modes. And the things that change between those difficulties is A, the speed, and B, the number of lines that you have to clear. So this run will have the highest speeds possible and the most lines that we have to clear, being 48 per level. And when we do see speed changes within levels, not every level has 3 different speeds, but if it does have 3, then it will switch like perfect divided by 3. So on lines 16 and 20, no, 16 and 28, I think. I don't know. I'm not quite sure on that one. It's kind of hard to pay attention to that.
Someone said in chat, it looks like Grandmaster speed. It's not quite as fast as that game, but it is the same idea of gravity, or like with pretty much what most people know Tetris to be. I guess gravity is a bit uncommon of a thing to consider for people who play modern Tetris, because it's more about how efficiently you can place pieces and make solves versus how fast you can do it versus actually like fighting for control with the game itself. Although there are modes like that, this game does have a master mode.
Right, and Johnny mentioned modern Tetris right there. So for those of you who kind of only know like the old school kind of Tetris, that is classic Tetris. And this is quite different. So there are a couple of things that make modern Tetris different from classic Tetris. Part of that is the lock-in time. So we're going to kind of see that come into more of an effect at high speeds, where Jaden is able to kind of like slide the pieces around at the bottom of the stack and kind of, have a little bit of time to think. That is totally not there in Classic. Also, Jaden's going to be using a lot of really interesting kicks and spins to fix misdrops. And not a lot of those are available in Classic. So this is our first time we're going to see speed that's high enough for Jaden to switch from a 6-3 stack to a 9-0.
And Jaden actually did kind of have a little bit of 6-3 going there at level 15, which is very impressive.
Yeah. So,
Jaden's mechanical skill is pretty much second to none in this game. There's a lot of speed tech, dash preservation being one of them. A lot of it's kind of hard to articulate, but there's sort of like if you're holding a direction before the piece spawns, how fast the delayed auto shift activates will be instantly like fully charged. It's a little bit hard to articulate, but there's a lot going on, like I guess under the hood that you might not really see besides like these really impressive bursts that you're seeing from Jane.
Right, and there is a little bit of I see people in chat talking about it. The randomization algorithm is a little bit different. We're not going to touch on that because it's not super important for this run, but there are a lot of really key differences between classic and modern Tetris.
Well, I would actually say the randomizer is pretty. It's behind the scenes, but basically the modern Tetris games going back quite a while now use what's called a 7-bag randomizer, which means that you're guaranteed one of each piece every 7 pieces. So you're not going to get deprived of like an eye piece to get Tetrises, that sort of thing. So that's another reason why 6-3 is so reliable.
Right, and one of the other things you're going to notice is this next queue on the side. So this is very unique to modern Tetris. Classic Tetris only has 1-piece preview, where right here we're seeing 4-piece preview. And top left, that is actually it's going so fast that's really hard to tell what's going on. is if you have a piece that you don't want right now and you want to save it for later, you can hold it. So right now she's holding a an S piece. If you look top left, that's the green one, and she's going to be using that to like work on her stacking. One time I watched Jaden try to do a sprint with One Piece preview, and it was so much slower. She is really looking at that cue to determine her moves ahead of time.
One time I played against Jaden in Versus with One Piece preview, and
she's terrifying.
Jaden is actually one of the best One Piece preview players in Modern 2. She's just a really stellar player. Also in, I mean, we won't get too into the differences between this and Versus, but there's a lot of people who are sprinters and speed players in Tetris, but aren't really Versus players. Jaden is one of the best at both, which is all an impressive feat in and of itself.
Right, and if you're not familiar with Versus Tetris, let's just give you the preview of saying that this game has a ranked competitive mode and a full ranked ladder. So that's like the entire other side of Tetris Effect connected.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I have a question for when you play this, because for different like rhythm games, I tend to play some rhythm games. I'm not looking at where the note's hitting. I'm looking like above. Where, when you play Tetris at this level, would you be looking? If that makes sense.
That's a really good question. I guess for me, and I think most players generally kind of looking at the surface of the stack that you have, and also looking at the next preview window with like your peripheral vision.
Okay.
And like that's why. So like a big reason right now. So for anybody who's seen Tetris Effect before, this journey mode has unique like colored blocks for each stage, and they'll have different, like that windmill stage that we saw a little bit a while back has actually particularly annoying ones.
And they're like monotone. That's part of the issue.
Yeah. So generally, I think a lot of Tetris players recognize the piece based on color. Rather than shape, because it's easier, it's more instantaneous, like, oh, red piece, Z piece, I know what I'm going to do with that.
Gotcha.
I think most people can play with the monotone blocks, but it's definitely more difficult.
Right, and journey mode is kind of supposed to be like a more relaxing mode of game. It doesn't look relaxing when Jaden's playing it like this, but I know that a lot of players, I actually had a discussion with some other players and streamers about this recently, but a lot of us agree that the monotone pieces are fun for journey mode and journey mode only. The moment you get to a competitive mode, please give me the colors back.
There are very few people that still play competitive with the customized
and it always
blocks.
stands out when they do.
Absolutely. I can think of like 2 people. There's like 2 people left at the high level that do it.
Wow. Yeah. And I guess to just talk about the game in general. So this game is called Tetris Effect Connected. So what is the Tetris Effect? It's when images from a game start appearing in your subconscious or dreams, and it's named after Tetris because that's the first game where people started to notice this on a wide scale, but it applies to other games too. And in 2000, a researcher conducted a study that found that amnesia patients who didn't even remember playing Tetris in the first place still described imagery from the game showing up in their dreams, like describing blocks falling and lines clearing. And this game kind of plays off of the idea of Tetris being this unique game that's kind of innate in a way. Like the game's main theme song repeats, like we're all together in this, we're all connected. And the levels are in this kind of natural setting because of how our brains want to see Tetris in the world around us. And you can actually play this game in VR, which like adds to that immersion. But again, VR is hopefully only a journey mode only thing. Whenever I see someone playing ranked in VR, I'm scared of them.
There's only a handful of them too. But yeah, journey mode conceptually is meant to be very zen, and it is, but that's not how, like skilled players are probably gonna, most of them speedrun it. It's also like kind of an easy speedrun to get into. If you play Tetris, you can just play it fast. We tend to use the in-game timer because it's not timed between levels, so it's a little bit easier. So it's like a super easy, all you have to be able to do is record your gameplay at some level of quality, and you can speedrun. So that's another neat part about it. I think I think probably a lot of people enjoy runs that are easy to get into. I know I definitely do.
Right, and there is kind of like, we are looking at the speedrun aspect of this, but if we were going for a high score, then this run would look very different. So you notice this meter on the left below the line count, and it's just staying at max. So this game has this concept of the zone and being in the zone. And so when you press a button to activate it, then it pauses time, and it kind of, if you're in a bad state, gives you the opportunity to fix your board state. If you're in a good state, then it gives you the opportunity to set a really high score. If we were going for a high score, we would absolutely be using that zone, which builds up on that meter. That's why it says max. But it doesn't count towards your lines for the level, so we're not going to see it until the very end.
Yeah, the one thing that is kind of, I mean, it doesn't get used until there's a required zone at the end that we don't count towards the time. We stop the timer before, but it's worth noting anyway. Actually the gravity of the, how the pieces are falling so fast right now, the gravity actually stops completely when you're in the zone. So I actually had speculated at one point that maybe that could be useful because you could pop a quarter zone and like stack up really fast and just burst. But that I don't think anybody ever did that.
Yeah. So we're getting to those higher speeds. The later you get in the game, kind of the more so you see those high speeds. So this is 18. We do see up to speed 20 in this. You do see Jaden kind of sliding those pieces around the stack to get them into place because they're spawning and getting down to that bottom of the board so quickly. Oh, and so there are these letter grades on the levels. Those grade you based on score. So that does not mean that Jaden was only worthy of a B. That's just because Jaden was not using that zone. And so I'm sure that if Jaden wanted to, she'd get SS in every level so much faster than we could.
I noticed that Jaden does not have SS, at least on Area 1, so I don't think she's ever played Journey Mode casually on
Yeah,
this
Jaden
account.
does have a few accounts. This game did come out on different platforms at different times, so some of the top players are known to have multiple accounts. I think Jaden has at least 4. Last I heard she was 4 accounts. I don't know about if there's any others though.
Yeah, and this game is multi-platform, crossplay. It's pretty much on everything besides like iOS and Android.
Yeah, it's always fun playing against a Nintendo Switch player in a match.
And how long on average does someone have to play Tetris to even start like approaching this level? Like how long have you been playing?
So me, I've been playing for, I think, going on 3 years in like January, and I'm like pretty fast on this game. I have so the world record sprint for this game, 40 lines, is Jade just beat it last night. I think it's at 25.81. I have a 29.7. So I'm like decently fast. It took me about that long. I think it's deceptively easy. So there's one thing we haven't explained is kind of the concept of finesse, and it's basically like, kind of the groundwork for how people place the pieces so fast is that they know exactly how many inputs to I thought Jaden had a PC. Perfect clear. She doesn't. She's one eyepiece off. But yeah, the concept of finesse is basically so for example, if you want a piece to go all the way to the left or the right. Oh, it is a PC. Oh,
nice.
Let's go. I couldn't tell.
Yeah. So with finesse and with
with
that practice, you can kind of get really used to, putting the pieces like exactly where they need to go. And one of the pieces of advice that people give when you're trying to work on that speed is, so we see the ghost piece that shows where the piece is about to go. Some players early on will rely on that to give them visual feedback before they put down the piece. But if you're really comfortable with your finesse, then you can just kind of press the buttons and you know that the piece is going to get put in the correct spot. But to kind of answer for myself, I'm really different from Johnny and Jaden. My sprint time is like 58 seconds, and I've been playing Tetris for 20 years. I just think it's a fun game. I just think it's neat. I started off on the Game Boy version. I actually only started interacting with the community like a little less than a year ago, and I've gotten a lot better at the game. There's a lot of resources online, so there's only so much you can figure out yourself. Jaden, I know, has figured out a lot of this stuff herself, especially with the like finesse I've heard her talking about. But you get better at the game a lot faster if you're talking to the community and using our resources.
Yeah, we do have a lot of great resources. Just watching people stream it, like you don't even really, and there's a lot of good coaching outlets that we have as well. The Tetris community you'd think would be bigger, but it's really not. Which is nice.
Yeah,
honestly.
I mean, when I started streaming this game, I didn't know anybody, and so many top players in my Twitch chat, such as Jaden and Johnny, were offering to help me out and teach me things about the game, and that really, that was amazing to me to have the community be so willing to reach out to someone and help them grow.
Yeah, that is always fantastic here for any community to just have people that are so willing to help. Because it's such a warm, fuzzy feeling.
Yeah, a lot of our top players are really down to earth. They're super cool, and they're down to give advice, which is helpful, helpful for improvement. But yeah, Tetris is, I guess, like deceptively easy, because I think most people would look at anybody kind of moving like decently fast. So like Jaden right now.
Oh, so this is our top speed, by the way. This is speed 20. If you want a little look at it,
oh
that
yeah,
was our top speed.
Yeah, 20G, first 20G level. I think that before that, I think we got to 18.
I think so,
fastest,
yeah.
Unless I missed. Jaden's probably playing close to 3 pieces per second on this run.
Does.
In a lot of areas, we don't have a counter, so I don't really know. But a lot of other games will tend to have. If you play versus in this game, it'll give you your pieces per minute. Other games will count your pieces per second. So like, I think Jaden's sprint in this game is probably her 40-line sprint is probably, if I had to, wager a guess, like probably like 3.7.
Yeah, I checked her versus stuff, and it's like 3.2 peak. And that's versus, not sprint. Also, I do want to say in terms of speed, so we have 6 levels left in this run.
Oh,
nice! Let's go PC. Yeah, so PC is perfect clear. If you see a perfect clear, you gotta spam perfect clear in chat. You gotta spam PC. But so our speeds are going to be pretty high for the rest of this run. The lowest speed we're going to see until the end is 10. We are on 12 right now, so this is kind of Jaden's breather. This is like the lower speed for the rest of this. One of the other optimizations you'll see her doing is if she has only 1 line left to complete the level, she's not going to bother to go for the whole Tetris right there. She's just going to go for a single line. And that's because if she were to overstack it, then that wouldn't count towards her next level. So what's the point? Might as well save yourself stack for the next.
And this level 10 right here is an absolute field day for Jaden to build up this 6-3.
Yes, this is our speed 10.
Because that's kind of, that's like where Jaden is going to save a lot of the time. The only, I guess the only real way, especially for Jaden to save a lot of time, is like not miss drop, and that is a very big ass.
It's impossible.
Because we have the line clear animation, called line clear delay. That's present in all like official Tetris games. There are quite a few unofficial Tetris games that don't have line clear delay, and the peak. So the world record sprint outside of like 40 lines in games with no line clear delay, no speed limits is like under 15 seconds.
It's insane to watch.
It's like 7+ pieces per second. This is not at all like that. This game has limited DAS and auto repeat rate. ARR is what we call it in business.
So one of the unique things that Jaden does as well is she's not using like a standard controller. It's called a hitbox, and it's used for fighting games. It kind of looks like arcade controls with like the bigger buttons. I think Jaden's like one of the only top players that uses that. I know a couple other people that do, but she credits it a lot for her speed in this game.
And she is, I believe, the only player to use a hitbox at this point.
I know some who don't like participate in
best.
tournaments. I know some who play the game more casually who have done it.
Yeah, Jaden is definitely, and we've seen her at in-person tournaments too. With
I've seen her like pull out the hitbox, put it down on the table.
It's pretty cool, and the hitbox people are actually real big supporters of the Tetris community, which is cool, and it's nice that they have such a great ambassador. I think they're pretty lucky.
Yes, they definitely are. Jaden is definitely good advertisement for that hitbox. But yeah, they've been nice enough to sponsor some of our tournaments. And speaking of tournaments, we do have a lot of fun tournaments. So if you're interested in getting into the Tetris scene and enjoy watching this at a high level, definitely look around for the Tetris tournament circuit. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, go to Jaden's stream. She'll hook you up.
Yeah, and I guess if you have any questions about this game, any of the competitive modes, any of the casual modes, all 3 of us do stream this pretty regularly, and we're more than happy to answer any questions about like the competitive scene, the casual scene, anything you guys want to ask.
Yeah, it's a really cool community. There's this I think we're really lucky that we have such a warm, welcoming community that is still pretty low key, but we're starting to get out more. There's more in-person tournaments, which is also great.
And this is our second to last level here, I believe. Yes.
Oh, wow.
And the final level, you'll see in a minute, actually demands 90 lines to be cleared instead of the 48 that's been typical throughout this run.
I will say I will 100% vouch for just the very down-to-earth nature of the community. When getting Jaden, or asked Jane if she would like to be on GDQ, I kind of snuck into a birthday stream from the sound of it, and there is just such a friendly, welcoming vibe to all of you, like Jade interacting with everyone in chat, you interacting with each other, and just the absolute pop-off of like super wholesomeness when she was asked. It was so cool. Like y'all are so welcoming of each other and so like positive for each other. It's fantastic.
I do remember seeing that message and typing in all caps, "Do it, I'll commentate." And so I'm very happy to be here.
I'll say it's we're much like the speedrunning community in that regard. Just a lot of I guess cool, open-minded people. Just everybody's nice. Well, I mean, I don't know. There's always a couple bad apples, but everybody in general is super nice and cool.
And this song, I really love this. A lot of the music in this game is really fun. We unfortunately haven't got to hear a ton of it because Jane's been clearing the levels quicker than we could hear the whole song. But this song does have an amazing soundtrack, and I highly recommend listening to it. And here you go. We've got our last 30 lines of the game. We're on speed 20.
It's on Spotify, Apple Music, all that. And they got the multiplayer release soundtrack too. A lot of bangers on that soundtrack. It's and actually Enhanced Games, they don't copyright claim it. They encourage people to use their music. We use it in a lot of our tournaments. So
nice.
If you want to have music on stream,
and it's about to be time.
Yeah. After this line, unfortunate misdrop this time. Very unfortunate misdrop at the end there. 1857. That's not record, is it?
I think
hold on.
Just shy.
Do you do in-game time?
Yes, we do in-game time.
What did you just say it was?
1857, I think.
She said 1854 is record. Okay.
Well, because what I'm looking at right now, at least from speedrun.com from 3 days ago.
Oh yeah, because she broke it yesterday.
Oh no!
Yeah, she broke it yesterday.
So close.
Also, what Jaden's doing right now is what we were talking about with the zone. This has nothing to do with the run.
She's just showing off.
It's a nice little spectacle to end it on.
And one of the things the community loves to do is go for these high zone clears.
Wait, people are saying it's world record by 1 second.
Are they? I didn't catch the exact time.
I also didn't.
It's hard with the in-game timer. It's one of those runs that you kind of have to like go back and verify.
Yeah, you always have to. I mean. Luckily, it's pretty easy. Is that
that was an ulti?
That's 20 lines.
So this whole method we're using the zone to score points. This is our favorite 1v1 mode. It's called Zone Battle, where it's like standard battle Tetris. I don't know if you don't know battle Tetris. That probably doesn't mean much to you, but this is like a thing that you do against each other in games, and so Jane's gotten very good at it as being one of the top players in Zone Battle.
Yeah, I think if that was 1853, then Jane got world record. That's awesome.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure now I need to go back and check the GDQ VOD, but I checked the screenshot of Jaden from last night. I mean, even if it wasn't, it was a heck of a run for sure. Pretty sure it was though. Yeah, GG's. I'm so glad that we have like a cool. Like Tetris doesn't really have anything. Like this is this has been on GDQ quite a few times. It's been on a lot of hotfixes, and it was on the main stage once, like not long after the game came out. But I think it's cool because it's mostly like it's like a big spectacle, really. Like people don't really see fast, high-level Tetris, and the game is obviously very visual.
It's a beautiful game.
So you just kind of get a lot of that. It's just cool to have Tetris featured in that context.
Yeah, so we're so excited to be here, and thank you so much for having us.
I had a great time.
That was, wow. That was absolutely amazing. And yeah, well, I definitely let us know once it's been confirmed if that's a world record or not. Because world record or not, pop off chat because that was amazing. Like my jaw is on the ground. I'm speechless right now. Just remind everybody.
Jaden's in the Twitch chat. She says I can confirm. Final time was 1853. That's a world record, everyone.
That's a
world record live here on GDQ. We love to see it.
And she misdropped at the end and had to do like an L spin.
That would
have been world record by a couple seconds, but one way or the other, that is huge.
Oh my gosh!
GG's, congrats, Jade. What a time to do it.
Yes.
She's been breaking this world record on an almost daily basis for the last week, practicing for Hotfix. So it's super cool to see.
And that is how you end a puzzle party with a world record in Tetris Effect connected.
And Jaden loves speedrunning on her stream. She's probably the biggest speedrun lover within the Tetris Effect community. She does sprint runs all the time on her stream. She's the best stream to go to for Tetris Effect speedrunning by far.
Oh my gosh. And remind everybody, where can they find Jaden? Where can they find you too?
Twitch.tv/JadenPPT. You can see it on the screen. And for me and Johnny, the names that are on the screen are our Twitch names. And yes, all three of us do stream this game.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And chat, pop off for that. That was so cool, so amazing. And I'm so happy you three came on. And Jaden, congrats so much for that world record. That was so cool.
That was awesome.
Oh my gosh. But with that, unfortunately, that's the end of the puzzle party. So I think at this point, we're going to bring my fellow host, Dangerous, back on here. Hello, good sir. Have you returned?
I'm dumbstruck at what we just saw. I can't actually believe what we just witnessed. That was absolutely ridiculous.
It's like at some point someone's gonna need to help me pick my job off the ground. Just not just for Tetris, but all the runs. Those were so wild and so fun to watch.
Yeah, it was such a cozy marathon right up until the end, and then it was pure hype.
Everything was hype. But yeah, thank you so much to all the runners. Everybody, please give some likes, loves, and follows to every single one of them.
Absolutely.
The commentary was amazing. Dane, congrats on hosting. You did a wonderful job.
You also did a wonderful job as well. So chat, be sure to also give your love to Oscar424.
And no, with that, like I said, we are done for the day. But until next time, which is going to be tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, we are going to start off with the wonderfully fun Awfully Silly. We have some cool games with Xeno, Weird Dreams, and Virtual Hide Live, which is always a set of bangers. And then at 10 p.m. Eastern, we are going out of bounds with Signalis, Nightmare Creatures, and Alien vs. Predator Marines. So those are going to be some fun runs to check out. So yeah, as again, I'm Oscar424. Dane.
I'm Dangerous.
Yeah. And I hope all of you had fun tonight. So until next time, friends, I hope you enjoyed the puzzle party. Take care.
Have a good one, y'all.